I'm going to ask everybody to put their name on the record. Of course.
Good morning. My name is Assistant Special Agent in Charge Spencer Horn of FBI New York. Today we're doing a proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The date is July 24th and the time is 10:12 a.m. This interview is being recorded.
And my name is Todd Blanche. I'm the Deputy Attorney General. And before we start formally asking questions of Ms. Maxwell, I'm going to put on the record everybody that's in this room in addition to me. Starting with you, Diego.
Diego Pastana, Associate Deputy Attorney General.
And then you heard from Special Agent in Charge Horn. Mark Beard from the United States Marshal Service is here as well. And then David.
Yes, this is David Oscar Marcus, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
My name is Thea Safian, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
My name is Melissa Madrigal, and I'm counsel for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Go ahead.
And I'm Ghislaine Maxwell.
Good morning, Ms. Maxwell. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Blanche.
Good. Okay, so before we started recording, we met for a few minutes. I introduced myself and we chatted, and now I told you that we were going on the record. And before we start asking questions, I know that you've been given by your lawyer a copy of what's called a proffer agreement. And I just want to spend 2 minutes making sure that you understand what governs our conversation today. The most important part of this agreement is that this isn't a cooperation agreement, meaning that by you meeting with us today, we're really just meeting. I'm not promising to do anything. I'm not promising to ask Judge Nathan or any of the judges that's been assigned to your case to do anything. We're just talking. And so that's the most important part of this agreement. However, almost as important is the fact that what this agreement does for you is it gives you protection. So what it means is that the government cannot use what you say today against you, with some exceptions, which we'll talk about in a minute. But whatever you talk about today, you have what's called immunity. So that means that the words that you say today, we cannot use against you in a case in chief if we were ever to bring one. Okay?
Thank you.
There's exceptions to that. The most meaningful one of which is that if you say something today that's not true, that's a lie, we can bring a prosecution against you for what's called false statements. So I'm a federal officer. I have several officers here. The FBI is here. And if you lie to someone that's like me or like Special Agent Horn, it's a crime. So you have to be truthful. The other exception to this that doesn't necessarily apply directly to you, but if there ever was a retrial in your case, or if there ever was a criminal case, a future criminal case against you, and your lawyer or you said something different or took a position that's different than what you say today, we can then cross-examine you or a witness based upon what you say today. So it's a little bit nuanced, meaning I can't use what you say against you in our case in chief. However, if you were to testify, or if your lawyer called a witness to testify and they said something that is totally different than what you say today, we could then cross-examine you or the witness and say, hey, do you remember when we met with Ms. Maxwell back in July of 2025? She told us, and then say what she said. Okay?
I understand.
Okay. Other than that, I know you didn't have a lot of time this morning to meet with Mr. Marcus, but did you have a chance to go over this briefly with him?
I did.
Okay. All right. So I've already signed it, as has Special Agent Horn,
Okay.
and Mr. Marcus signed it as well. So you got a pen? Please sign it right where it says
Okay.
client. Yep. And I will provide a copy of this to your lawyers so you guys have it. Okay. Thank you. So, Ms. Maxwell, about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago,
You see the light blinking on there? On the Sony. Yeah, there it is.
okay, we're just confirming that it works, and it does. Ms. Maxwell, I guess about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Marcus reached out to me and said that you wanted to speak with somebody from the government about not only your case, but about everything that's been in the media and that's been publicized about Mr. Epstein in your case. Did he?
That is true, and I did speak to him, and I did ask him if, or I did tell him that I was very keen to talk to anyone, because no one from the government at any time ever since the inception of the case, so dating back to the early 2000s, has ever spoken to me, and indeed, I believe ever reached out to me at any time to even speak to me, and that includes up to when I was indicted and prosecuted. I believe that, or I understand, I should say, rather, that my attorneys at the time did tell the government that I wanted to speak to them because I was very keen to meet with anyone so that I could tell or have them ask me any question. I've never had any problem just to speak to anybody, and I offered myself, and I kept asking if they would meet with me so that I could talk to them, and for whatever reason,
Okay.
that was not happening.
Okay. I have questions that I want to ask you, but I'm not. If there's a question that I'm not asking that you think should be asked, I invite you to volunteer. Same thing goes to your lawyers. Just to start a little bit, very briefly, can you talk about when you first met Mr. Epstein? I know that goes back a while, and just very generally talk about your relationship with Mr. Epstein from the time you met him all the way up until his death.
I met Mr. Epstein in 1991. I'd never heard of him or met him before, and no one in my family had ever either. My father never knew him, and I'll explain why that is the case.
Where did you meet him?
I had a girlfriend who I had moved to America briefly I'd moved to America in 1990.
Okay.
Moved was a big word. I'd come to visit America in 1990. I had been running my own company up until that time, which was a company called Maxwell's Corporate Gifts. And I had also been working for my father at the time. I'd had multiple jobs with him. I was, in 1990, I was working with a new company of his, a new newspaper that he was launching called The European. And I was in charge of launching a magazine to go with the European. And I was traveling at that time from England to America because my father was looking to, he'd also bought Macmillan, the publishing house, and he had purchased the New York Daily News. And it's true to say that my father always wanted me to come back, full-time and work for him, but that's a much longer story I don't think we need to go into at this time. So, but I was always working with him. There was no escaping, as it were, to work for him. So in 1990, I had come over to New York to help look at some of that. He was having some advertising issues with the New York Daily News. And in fact, I may have met Donald Trump at that time because my father was friendly with him and liked him very much. And I think it should be said that he also very much liked Ivana, because she was also from Czechoslovakia, where my dad was from. So I don't remember if I did meet him or not in 1990 with my dad, but I knew that that's how I knew about then Mr. Trump.
And this was before you met
This was before I met
Mr.
Epstein.
Epstein?
Yes. So I was already going backwards and forwards in America, and then in April of 1991, I came to New York. I can't remember for what reason, what business reason, but there was a business reason, something to do with my dad at that time. And a girlfriend of mine, who an American, told me I broken up with I've been engaged, with a very long-term boyfriend, and we've broken up. And she said, well, as your girlfriends do, I've got a guy for you to meet. And I was like, who is it? And she goes, he's been dating my sister. You'll love him. He's looking for a wife. I'm edging towards 30. I don't need to tell you guys that's a very important moment for a girl to think about important things. All right, sure, I'd be happy to meet him. And so sometime in 1991, we're in 1991, I met him at his offices on Madison Avenue. And I think the most memorable thing I can think about that is he was wearing a tie, which he didn't often do, and it had a giant tomato ketchup stain on it. So I was like, wow, okay. And that was how we met.
Was your meeting at his office for you to meet him just personally, or were you there for
I was just
work-related reasons?
No, I knew nothing about him.
Okay.
He just invited me to come and have tea at him. And I was like, tea, that's English, okay. But what was unusual was in his offices. So I went to his offices and we met. And I found him very engaging, and that was that.
So, okay, so that's how you meet him. So, and again, I don't want to spend a lot of time, on this particular issue, but what happened with your relationship over the years from the time you meet him in 1991 up until the time he passed away?
Just give the highlights.
Okay, so I was looking for real estate for my dad to buy some, and Epstein told me that he was also looking to move from his apartment, and would I help him? And I said, sure, I'm looking already, so I could look for him. So that's how it started. And then in 1991, my father passed away, and I returned to New York after that, originally to come back and help with family businesses, which was and then the debacle of my father's passing hit the family, and we lost all our businesses, and my family thought that it would be best if I stayed in America because of the intensity of the press and the drama surrounding my father's death in England. So I stayed, and Epstein said, well, you can keep helping me, you can help me find that house, and you can decorate the house, and it gave me something to do.
Were you in a romantic relationship with him at this point, or just
No.
friends?
Just friends.
And while we're just, with respect to your father, there have been multiple questions about whether he worked for any intelligence agency. Do you have any knowledge about that?
I think, well, certainly my father had a background in intelligence because he was, I believe he did in the Second World War. He was a British intelligence officer. I think that my sort of belief was that once you've been an intelligence officer, you're kind of always, it doesn't mean that you're formally employed. So I don't think my dad in any formal sense was, employed by any agency. But when you are a very significant businessman and politician, as my father was, you meet with people all the time, and you, I guess, trade business or ideas. I think if that would fall under that definition, that's how I would think of it. Now, he certainly, I have no formal knowledge of anything specifically that he did in that thing, but if you're asking me if I thought that he did help people, the answer would be yes, I do.
Did your father and Mr. Epstein have a business relationship over the years? I know we're maybe jumping around a little bit, but
They never met. So
As far as you know, they never even met.
no, I
Or you know they never met.
I know they never met.
Well, how do you know they never met?
They just categorically no, they never met. Well, because after in 1991, before my father died, he asked me if I'd met anybody interesting or whatever, you know, because I was still trying not to be sucked back into the family business. And I told him that I had met Mr. Epstein, and the reason why I shared that I'd met Mr. Epstein because I believed at that time that Epstein worked for Bear Stearns, and Bear Stearns was one of our banks. And I knew that my father was friendly with both Jimmy Kane and with Ace Greenberg. So my dad was actually in New York, I think. If I don't think I had this conversation on the phone, but I honestly, we were talking 30 years ago, so I'm not sure. But if I maybe I told him this verbatim because I haven't. I know that what my dad did, whether I saw it or whether he did it and told me later, I don't remember. But he called both Jimmy Kane and Ace Greenberg to ask what sort of guy he was and was he even allowed to, because so
They never met,
he didn't even know
but
who
they
he was.
had. They knew some of the same people. It sounds like, or certainly the Bear Stearns connection was something that
Well-
you knew that they had.
No, well, he never had a connection with Epstein. He had a connection with the bank. I mean, Epstein, I'd never heard of him or knew of him before. And I certainly, if my dad had known him, right, when I said this is who he was, he didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So he rang Ace and he rang Jimmy to ask if it was okay that I even knew him. And I just want to explain briefly why my father would even do such a thing. Sorry. I've had some interesting things that have happened in my life, and one of them was to be found on an IRA kidnap and murder list. And so after that happened, well, there were other related. I'm not going to bore you with all the horrible things in that vein, but if you want the details, of course, I can. But after that happened, my father wanted to put a lot of protection on me, obviously. And I declined on the grounds that that would be a very life-restricting event. You're all in law enforcement. I know you understand this. And so he had told me that I would, I would be taking my life in my own hands and whatever. And so I think after that event and several others where I had stalkers and all that thing that one has, he was always quite protective of me. And so if I met somebody, he would try and verify that they weren't going to do anything hideous. And so in case he thought it was weird that he would call Jimmy and Ace, it might, you may think it is, but from my perspective, he was just because he was concerned I was in America alone, and he had an opportunity to verify who this person was. And so I don't know if I was in the room with him, I don't recall what it was, but I know that at some point my father told me, he's fine, you can see him.
Yeah.
He's safe.
Okay.
Well, okay.
So we might come back and touch a little bit more on that at some point, but
Yeah.
I went down a rabbit hole for a minute.
That's all right, I just wanted to.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. So, okay, so you're now in the 90s and you're friends with Mr. Epstein, your house, decorating the house or the apartment. What happened with your relationship? Again, I know we're talking about a 35-year time period or whatever, but to the extent you can kind of at a very high level talk about it.
Listen, I think just full disclosure is the best way to go at this point.
Yeah.
So in 1992, I slept with him one time. And I was like, whoa, that's it. We're going to be dating. Because that's how I thought. And I kind of thought of myself in that moment, like, because I felt if you slept with someone that you were then dating them.
Yeah.
That's the world I came from. But that really was, well, that's how I thought. But we didn't sleep together again for, I don't know, really a significant period of time. And when I
Like
say,
years or?
um, I don't know if it was a year. That feels long, but maybe 9 months. I mean, a long time.
Okay.
I just want to go back. So I had found a house for him to rent in New York because he had asked me. I'd been looking one for my father, and I found one, which was a former Iranian embassy. I think it was. I think it belonged to the Iranians or the Iraqis, someone.
Okay.
And I didn't know that he had any money really, and it was like, I want to say it was $12,000 a month, which to me seemed like a fortune. And I said to myself, I found this house, but I don't think you can afford it. And he was like, it's ridiculous. Of course I can afford it. And he rented it. And that house came with, it was a State Department house because I think that was under sequestration or whatever it was. And I put it back together, but there were certain rules you couldn't paint because it had to go back when we gave it back to the country. So he had this house, and I had moved into a 10-foot by 10-foot apartment because all of our stuff had been either lost or frozen or whatever. So he became, in this moment of my life, really, because I was just like, everything was, it felt very similar to this moment, if that makes any sense. Anyway, but I had no key to his house. I had no free access to his house. And in the entire time that he lived there, which was, I believe, until the beginning of 1996, I never slept a single night in that house. Ever. Not one.
But so you said a minute ago that that you had slept with him on one occasion, and at the time you remember thinking, that this meant you were in a relationship, but then it didn't. You really were not in that type of relationship.
Well, I thought,
did that change over between 91 and 92 or whatever, and years forward?
So I did travel with him a lot.
Okay.
So I would go to his houses in Palm Beach. He only had that house actually open. No, that's not true. He had the house in Palm Beach, and he had a house in Ohio.
In where?
Ohio.
Okay.
And he had the house in Ohio because of his business relationship with Mr. Wexner. And I had to go and decorate and put that house together. When we traveled together, we stayed in the same bed, but not in the. But I didn't.
Go ahead. It's okay. Talk. So you stayed. So when you would travel with him to his houses in Palm Beach, Ohio, or even just traveling, if it was just traveling with him, you would stay in the same bed. So sleep in the same bed with him.
Yes.
Okay.
Epstein told me that he had a heart condition.
Hey, what?
Heart condition.
Heart condition. Okay.
Which meant that he didn't have intercourse a lot, which suited me fine because I actually do have a medical condition, which precludes me having a lot of intercourse.
So what was your understanding of his heart condition and why that prevented him from having intercourse regularly?
I don't know. I mean, he liked other forms of sexual activity.
Well, let's come back. We're going to obviously spend a lot of time on the actual conduct he was accused of. So we'll come back to that. So pick up where you were talking about you traveling around with him. He rented the New York former Iranian house.
Iranian, there you go, yeah.
Until around 96. That time, I believe you said that he was basically your life, like you were with him pretty regularly.
Well, no.
Okay.
So I never was with him regularly. That
Okay.
is one of those misnomers. I mean,
Okay.
at the beginning, I did see more of him, but I worked in his office. So I would go to the office and I would see him. And I would count in my head when I would see him, I would count that that'd be a day that I would see him. But I never ever stayed with him. I believe, certainly until 93 or 94, what I didn't know was that I think he was still with his actual girlfriend, who was Eva Anderson, then, who became Eva Dubin. They had been together, my understanding, I think about 10 years. I'm not sure, but that's what I think, 10 years. And I had understood from my girlfriend initially that they weren't together, and Epstein himself had told me that they were not together, but I don't think that was true. In fact, I know it's not true. So they were still together up until I think 94, when at some point in that period of time, Eva met Glenn Dubin and they got married. I think in 94, I don't remember when they got married, but she was his best friend and his everything. He told me that he always wished that he had married her and had a child with her. And I know that she was family for him for his whole life. And I think even, I'm not sure this is true, but you guys will know if this is true or not. When he came back from Paris and you arrested him, I don't know if Eva was on the plane. Now, I think that either I read it in the discovery that I received, or I saw it somewhere. But even if she wasn't on the plane, there must have been some email communication where she was in Paris at the same time and going to fly back. One or the other. I don't know which one is the correct version of that. But so they were still obviously very close and remained throughout the entire. In fact, he was still her love. And so I also know now, which I didn't know at the time, was that he saw lots of other women. And I know that now because I can see it from the flight logs, and I know it now because I can see from the emails.
So you know from the case
Yes,
that
not from-
what happened.
Yes,
You
I didn't know.
that along.
Contemporaneously, I absolutely didn't know.
So okay, so just and we're going to spend time on everything you're talking about, but just to kind of close out big picture your relationship. So we're now in the late 90s. Continue on with, again, staying high level to the extent you can about your relationship with him.
So my responsibilities increased with each acquisition that he had and each new project. So I believe the first thing that he purchased after was the ranch in New Mexico.
Okay.
And so what he had tasked me with up until that, and I think that was purchased in 94 or something. So he had tasked me, one of the things that we did was visit, in my mind I say every state, but it wouldn't have been every state, but many states, to go look at real estate property. And so I know we went to Montana, I know we went to Utah, and I mean, it was to go look at real estate. It was fun, to be honest. And then I arranged for us to go to New Mexico, and he just loved New Mexico. And then I don't remember how the ranch happened. I don't remember that now. It's lost. And then he ended up buying the ranch. And I think, if I'm right, it came from the Kings, who may have been the governor, and bought the ranch. And then I had to deal with that. And dealing with that was extensive. I mean, the way that I thought of myself, or the way that I think is the best way to explain how I view my role, was as a general manager, because each property to me was like a hotel. So the ranch was very challenging, because not only that, but it had BLM land. So to maintain your BLM, you had to have cattle. And I love animals, and so the first thing, horses, and so I wanted it. If you're going to have a ranch, I like authenticity, and so I don't think you should have a ranch if you're not going to have the things that make it special.
So were you paid by him along the way?
So
during this time?
I became salaried at some point. My memory is that I got paid $25,000 a year to begin with. That's my memory. I may be wrong. And then with each, as it became more obvious, because I kept thinking I was going to go home being England. And, but it,
Did you, and financially, you were not relying on him, the 25,000 or whatever amount you were paid, were you relying on that money to live and his generosity to live, or did you have your own money?
so there's a,
And again, I want to just make sure we're talking about like keeping it between like the late 90s, maybe I guess into a little of the 2000s.
I just want to hit something on the head right now. There's a tremendous amount of reporting that said that I had a, trust fund. Thank you. A trust fund. I have never had a trust fund at any time.
So how did you live? Did you live with, I mean, 25,000 is not enough to live on.
No. So I had, during this period of time, the the Serious Fraud Squad had come to see me in relation to my father's passing and to establish whether I had been involved in any way with his business or with any shenanigans. Like, I've told the story many times, so I don't know if it's now somewhat hypocritical, but I'll tell you what my memory is. So I received a letter from them that said, you can't care about my business. And my memory may be hypocritical. There's a PS that said, I used no words, cousin. I had nothing. I was never involved in any of his business, whatever. So I was free. And
But obviously your father and your family had a lot of businesses. Is it because the money, whatever money or whatever equity was in the businesses, just stayed with your other family members?
no, there was no money. So my father was never attached to money. He was born a peasant, a real one, dirt floor, no shoes, no clothes, some clothes, but not, sorry, I don't mean to say, and nothing. And he was never into that. I mean, there were things that he had his extravagances. He loved his boat and his plane. So obviously you need money for that, but there was nothing else. And there was not a single penny that came to any of us at any time, ever.
Okay, so when you're talking about your life with Mr. Epstein in the 90s, you're very different financially. You're very different financially positioned than he is. Meaning
Absolutely.
He's giving you money, he's paying for when you fly. He I assume
Absolutely.
pays for your flights.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I interrupted you when you were saying how you were functioning as general manager. You helped with the New Mexico ranch. So did your role with him continue like that for many years, or for how long?
So I continued in 2000. Well, by 1999, our relationship had foundered.
Why?
Two reasons. We were never sleeping together again, so we stopped having sexual relations in 1999. Not full sex, sorry, just to be clear. Didn't mean that we didn't still share a bedroom sometimes or whatever. He had another girlfriend.
He had what?
Other girlfriends. I definitively knew that it was over after 9/11, actually, because we were both in New York. And I don't know, were you in New York? 9/11's. And it was a scary time if you were in New York. You didn't know. I didn't know. Nobody knew what was going on. And he was in 71st Street and I was in 65th Street, my house. And he wouldn't see me at all. Asked me, his mum, who I was very close to, who was in the hospital at Lenox Hill, just asked me to look after her. And then I knew, as anyone did at that time, if you're not going to be there for someone in 9/11, you're never going to be there. So for me, that was the line in the sand. And he had another English girlfriend, actually, from 2000.
Are you, though, still on his... Are you still being paid by him at this point?
Yes.
Okay, so So go ahead. So what, at that point, when you say you realize kind of. it
Well,
was
I mean, I'm
over-
talking about I had wanted to get married and have children. And Epstein had encouraged me to believe that that would, I don't know about them, certainly by the late 90s, I knew the marriage part was never going to happen. I had believed that maybe in 96, 97, 98 maybe, but then I realized it wasn't that. But I did think that we might have a child, which was what I had really wanted. I realized.
So what happens between 2001 and then 2019 with your relationship with him?
So
Give or take 2001.
we stopped having physicality. I
Mhm.
mean, that doesn't mean we weren't friends. I certainly did stay sometimes in his room. I'm friends with benefits, if you will, just not sex. Sorry, just and I started dating.
Okay.
And I met someone that I fell very much in love with in 2003. His name was Ted Waite. Ted Waite, you may know as the founder of Gateway Computers. And we had an amazing relationship that went on until 2010, I think. And I was with Ted from that time.
Did you meet him through Mr. Epstein?
No, well, indirectly, I suppose you could say. So. No, they'd never met. I was at a dinner where I met Ted, but it wasn't. I was with President Clinton. President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. And Epstein had flown him. And there was a dinner, and Ted came to the dinner. So I guess indirectly through Mr. Epstein, because it was his plane, but I'd have been there anyway without him. It was not
Was
dependent.
Epstein on the plane when you guys flew?
On that trip, yes. Oh, well, yes. Yes.
So when you say the dinner was where?
Hong Kong.
Okay. And so and you had flown over with, so who was on the plane for that trip? I don't mean everybody. When you said, so Mr. Epstein was on the plane?
Yes.
You were on the plane?
Yes.
Who else? That you can remember. I'm not, you only remember what you remember.
Was
Yeah.
President Clinton on the plane?
Clinton. He would have had his guy, Doug Vance. Maybe Jason Cooper. Maybe Truffle too. All.
And so why, so how do you meet? Why do you say that's when you met him and that you met him through Clinton?
Well, I don't think Ted would have been there had it not been it was a President Clinton dinner, and Ted came to be with President Clinton, not to be with Mr. Epstein. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's why I say that.
Okay, so so in the time that you're dating, that you're with him to 2009, are you still working for Mr. Epstein during that time?
So it'd be true to say that Mr. Epstein tried very hard to keep me to working for him, because I mean, this is a complex operation. I'm not talking about anything untoward, just the sheer size of the projects. I'm talking of the construction projects, the houses, the staff. It's a really significant job. And I ran all the properties, the staff in the property, the management of the properties, and all the construction. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars. The island was in, I can't remember what the budget was for construction on any given year. It's gone. But these are very significant projects. And so that was what I did, and I managed the budgets. Well, I didn't manage the budgets, I oversaw the budget. So I would just make sure that if you said you bought an air conditioning plant, I saw an air conditioning plant, and I could call the island manager, did you receive the carrier, whatever,
When did Mr. Epstein purchase the island?
I want to say 96 or 97, something like that.
Okay, so we're going to come back and spend more time on the money with respect to Mr. Epstein and his wealth, but just so we can finish this. So in 2009, you end your relationship with Ted?
2009, 2010.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was 10.
Okay.
I don't know.
So in that time period, what happens next with as far as your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
I don't have one.
You don't have one of him, like, you don't see him, or it's just a different relationship?
I did see, I maybe saw him once or twice, or maybe even 3 times. I certainly went to his house once, for sure. Maybe twice. But I was not seeing him. The only time that I was in touch with him was when the things happened, like things in the press that affected me, or when the CVRA case was filed and there was all that rubbish that went out, because I needed information. Because I didn't know anything about what was happening, and I needed his help. To understand, well, this doesn't maybe sound right. Rephrase that. I don't mean his help. I meant to have answers so that I had an ability to defend myself. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not
So
talking anything.
when does that relationship change? So you're working, you talked about when the physical relationship stopped, and then you're still working for him or with him, managing his properties and serving as like a general manager. You then start your own relationship with another individual with Ted from 2003 till 2009 or 10. At what point in that whole period is there like more of a break where you're no longer acting as his general manager?
I wanted to have a full break when I started dating Ted, and he was clever. I suppose it would be true to say that I sort of viewed Mr. Epstein at that point as sort of family, if you will, like someone I could rely on. And I should have had more confidence in myself. I can see that now. But at the time, given everything that had happened in my life, I thought that it was, and I saw how he was with other people like Eva, who seemed to be very comfortable saying that. I thought this would be, and he always said I was like family. So he worked hard to maintain a relationship with me. He was generous with me. He let me use the plane, for instance, which was very generous. He would check in with my mum. Things that were meaningful to me in that time. And then it may still not have worked, but that his mother, Paula, had been in a very serious car crash, and she had become sort of like a surrogate mother for me, sort of because my mum wasn't there. I could look after her the way that I would have. Sorry. The way that I would have liked to look after my own mum. So I became very close to his mother, and she had been in a car crash, and in 2004, I believe it may have been 5, I don't recall exactly, her health took a serious decline. And Epstein called me and asked me if I could look after her. By looking after her, that meant organizing her doctors, making sure she had new clothes, making sure her house was clean.
Where was she?
She lived in a retirement establishment outside of Palm Beach, it's West Palm. I was going to say something like the Golden Girls, but it's not called that. I just don't remember what it's called. But it was it was a retirement home, if you will.
Todd, I don't know, we've been going for maybe about an hour now. Do you
Yeah.
think, is this a good
Sure.
time?
Yeah. So we'll take a break. Yep.
All right, so we're going to take a break. The time is 10:56. We're continuing the proper interview with Miss Maxwell. The time is 11:07 a.m. on Thursday, July 24th.
All right. So, Just picking up where we just stopped. So you have basically a break. Well, not a break. That's the wrong word. But your relationship with Mr. Maxwell, professional and other, changes in 2003, 4.
Yeah, I mean, and over the time that I stay with Ted, the more time I'm with Ted, the more distance I have with him. And then when the arrest, well, let's go back, when whatever happened in 2005 and he became arrested in 2006.
So when he's charged and arrested in what we'll call the Florida investigations, that's what you're talking about.
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was not in, well,
Well, were you part of that investigation?
absolutely not.
Did law enforcement ever talk to you as
No.
part of that? Did you, like, the feds never talked to you? The
No.
FBI never talked to you?
No. I
you
never
know-
even received a phone call.
So you didn't receive a subpoena?
No,
Did the state law enforcement ever reach out to you?
no,
As far as you know, did the government, either state or federal, subpoena your bank records or subpoena anything from your financial life during that time, during that time?
not as far as I'm aware. Now, if they did, I don't know it, and I have no idea about that. To be
So-
honest, but I'm not aware of it, and I would say no. But maybe you guys do things that I don't know.
So how did you learn of that case when Mr. Epstein was arrested, or did you know that something was happening before then?
The first thing I knew was he had told me he was deciding to redecorate the house in Palm Beach. Didn't surprise me. It was like a rolling situation.
And but by that time, are you like, he tells you because he wants your help, or had your relationship changed by this time where you were no longer kind of acting as his general manager?
No, I was still around.
Right.
I wasn't gone. I was with Ted. I was traveling. I wasn't daily. If you'd asked me where he was in any given time, I'm not sure I would have known then. I mean, it was. I felt like I suppose the relationship moved into sort of like a long-term friend, family. You know, like I felt that he had with Eva, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Okay. So he says to you he's going to redecorate the Palm Beach house.
He asked me specifically which decorator he thinks he should use, because I had a lot of contacts with decorators, and he was not very good with people. He was useless at maintaining relationships with people who worked for him. I'm not. So, anyway, so I think I recommended, I can't be 100% sure because it's been a long time, but I think I recommended Mark Zeff at that time.
Who?
Mark Zeff,
Okay.
I believe. And I don't know why. I don't remember. That's all lost to time. But anyway, at some point, I think his mother had died now. I can't remember the timing of all of that either.
Okay.
But I ended up in Palm Beach, and he had asked me to come and look at the swatches or whatever he was doing, because they had laid it all out over the house and various things. And I think he'd asked for my opinion. That's my memory of this. It may also be that Ted and I were going to Palm Beach because Ted had a golf match or something. There was a reason I was in Palm Beach. It wasn't solely, maybe that's not true either. I don't know. So
Okay.
there's sometimes I went to Palm Beach because Ted was there. I don't know if that's part of that time or not. Or Ted went there and left me. I don't know. Something. Anyway, I was there. No, that's not how it goes either. No. Anyway, at some point in that time, I saw all the swatches. At some point in 2005, I think that was. And then I don't remember. I think I got a phone call, actually. I wasn't in Palm Beach. I think I got a phone call that there was a police at his house or something. There was
Would you have gotten a phone call from him, or you think you just told by somebody that knew that it happened, or don't you remember?
definitely not him.
Okay.
I think it would have been the houseman.
So when that happens, whenever it was, that's kind of the first time you know that Mr. Epstein's being investigated for.
I didn't even know I didn't even understand.
Okay.
I didn't have a context for that. It was
Okay.
like I didn't even know. I didn't know.
Okay, so
I didn't. I'm not sure even what I thought. I was like, that's weird.
After you find out about it, what happens with your relationship
I asked
with
him. I asked him what was going on, and he said, "Not to worry, nothing, taking it. Don't worry about it." And I was like, "Well," and then it all went quiet. He didn't say. He didn't share. I wasn't part of it at all. I was off with Ted, and I really just.
But did he tell you? Well, why don't we come back to more specifics around that time period in a few minutes? I want to just finish this opening part. So that case goes on. Ultimately, it ends. What was your relationship like with him during that case when he goes? When he gets sentenced.
He told me. He said, "Listen, I'm going to jail." I was like, oh, "Okay." And he goes, "I'd like you to stay on board to manage the properties, the animals, this and that, and just stay put, and I'll continue to pay you in case there's any emergency. I don't trust anyone." And I was like, "Okay."
Well, when you said continue to pay you,
He'd never stopped paying me.
He never stopped paying. So even when your relationship changes, does the amount increase from the 25,000 or so a year in the beginning? Like, how much are you getting paid yearly?
I think it ended at the time. Well, we had different payment structures, and I'm happy to explain how that worked. But I think salary-wise, if I'm right, it ended at around $250,000 a year.
How much?
$250,000, 250,000.
And when did it end? When was that it stopped?
2008 or 9.
So
9. When did he come out of jail? Whenever he came out of jail.
Okay. So, and over the years, it increased from what you said was you thought about 25,000 to 250,000. That's between like early 90s until 2009 or 10, whenever he stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
And how were you paid?
W-2.
W-2 from what company? Or do you?
He just moved me around. I went to this company, there. I didn't care.
Okay.
And I didn't care, and I didn't understand any rhyme or reason. I was, whatever.
Okay.
So
so when he's going to go to jail, he says, "Can you stay around and manage everything?"
Yeah.
And do you do that?
I do.
Okay. And then we'll come back to that.
I will not manage everything, no. I mean, there are other people at this point. My specific role then was very, very diminished. I reviewed the bill structure that came from the constructions that were still made the island.
Okay.
And wherever else I was going, Paris at this point, because I speak French. I'm fluent in French. And also my relationship with the French decorator was critical to him. In the French component part of that aspect was really vital. And so you'd have had to find someone who was, and the Spanish trilingual. You would have had to find someone who was trilingual and that he trusted.
Did you?
To not steal from him.
Did you? So when he gets out of jail, between that time, 2009 or 10, and 2019, what's your relationship like with Mr. Epstein?
Almost non-existent.
Why?
I had just moved on, and I just didn't want to have anything. I didn't want the drama. I didn't want to be associated with.
So, do you recall when you say almost non-existent? Does that mean
Doesn't mean
some
it was
phone calls, some
Nothing.
visits, some trips, or what does it mean?
I don't think there were any trips. Oh, I don't think so.
And where were you living during that time period, or was it
Which time period?
between 2009, 10, and 2019?
I was back in New York.
Okay. So you had no. So you had phone calls with him on occasion?
Yes. Well, I certainly did. Whenever there was any legal drama or any serious press attention, I always called him to try and find out what was going on.
Okay.
And I did email him at that time for those types of details. I was like, "What do I do?" I was like.
And then when he's charged in New York federally, how did you learn about that case?
In the press.
And had you, as far as you know, been contacted by law enforcement before his arrest?
No. I wasn't in the indictment.
No, I know that, but even as a witness or asking you if you would give documents or materials.
I had never, up until when my lawyers said that I don't even know. I had no knowledge of them being interested in me. Honestly, I want to say until he had died. Now, I know that my lawyers were in touch with some district of New York at some point after his arrest. I'm pretty sure that had to have happened, right?
Okay.
But my understanding is that they had not shown any interest. I know my lawyers went to see them once, I believe. And
Went to see him, meaning Mr. Epstein.
no, them, so some district of New
Okay,
York.
the Sons of New York.
Sorry. And that they had been in touch with them. And
But now you're talking about after Mr. Epstein died, or are you talking about before he died?
I think
If you can remember.
it's easily verifiable. My memory is that they were in touch with him when he was arrested.
Mhm.
I don't know if anything happened until after his death, then after that.
Okay.
I don't think they saw them, met with them, Southern District of New York I'm talking about now, until after he died. I know that they were in regular telephone contact with them, and that my lawyers believed that they had been told that there was no interest in me,
Okay.
and were absolutely stunned when I was arrested. But maybe stunned is too big a word, but surprised. I certainly was.
Okay. So so that's was a long description of what was a very long life, and that was very helpful. So I want to go back and talk more specifically now about particular areas, but that was a very helpful kind of foundation for us. The first thing I want to talk about, you talked about earlier on about Mr. Epstein's financial success. Do you know how when you first meet him at some point, you say, I got this place for you to rent, you can't afford it, and he laughs at you and says, yes, I can. What did you learn about his wealth and how he was, and how he accumulated his money?
I can tell you what he told me.
Yes.
So I know that he was hired from working at a private school whose name eludes me at this point.
Dalton.
Dalton. He was working at Dalton as a math teacher. And he met, I think it was Ace, I'm not sure. He met someone from Bear who hired him because he was very good at math. And I believe that he then worked on creating a trading of
Just describe it. It's okay. Go ahead.
he came up with some new type of trading system. Not a system so much, but as a vehicle, a trading vehicle.
Okay.
That I'm just escaping right now.
And this is while he was working at Bear?
At Best Stands, yes.
Okay.
And whilst...
And was this before you met him?
Yes.
So this is what he told you,
Yes.
or what you learned?
Yes. This is what he told me
Okay.
himself.
And then eventually he starts a financial firm? Did you know that to be true or no? J. Epstein and Company, you ever heard of
I think
that?
it's... Yeah, yes. So, hang on a minute. So, this I did not know, but this I have subsequently learned, is that
Okay.
he had some problem or some issue at Bear Stands, and there was some, I don't know, disagreement. He wasn't fired, because obviously he was still very friendly with Ace and with Jimmy, at least by the time I met him. But they were working with him, and he had client money at Bear Stands. So his money, his client's money. Well, I'll come to that. But he told me himself that he started a business where he looked for stolen money. So if somebody, let's see, trying to think of some intelligent way to say it, but I can't think of anything. I've been with not very. I'll give it to you. So let's say you have El Chapo. God, I don't know where he comes from, but anyway, we've got El Chapo, and El Chapo's laundering money, or he's working with the Sinaloa cartel, and he steals money from the Sinaloa cartel, and he moves it to wherever. So he's got stolen money from the Sinaloa, goes to This didn't happen. I'm just
Yeah, I understand.
just coming up with something in my head. And the Sinaloa says to Epstein, can you track down my $1 billion that the other cartels stole from me? And Epstein will go and find the $1 billion and will take a portion of the money that was stolen as a fee and give back the remainder. That would be on a percentage basis.
No, but like what you just described, which I appreciate, was just a hypothetical.
Please, that was completely hypothetical.
That would involve like, so two kind of drug cartels stealing from each other. Practically speaking, he was more of a businessman.
So here's how I think that started, is that he had a girlfriend. It was always, you're always to the girls. I guess there was a girl whose name will come back to me, maybe not whilst we're here, but I don't know, maybe. There's a woman. There's always a woman. And she was the daughter of a billionaire, for instance. And that billionaire, whatever his name was, had some money stolen. And for some reason, this woman introduced Jeffrey, and Jeffrey, I think that's how that business started. That's what I remember.
And is that something he told you about, or something that happened while you knew him?
No, something he told me before I met him.
And so when you meet him, and once you're part of his life in the early to mid 90s, what is he doing to make money that you see? Does he have clients? Does he have rich clients? Does he have famous clients? And what, if he does have clients, what service is he providing them?
He does have, well, obviously there's the one very famous client that everybody talks about, which is Les Wexner. And that was a very important client to him. And I think it's probably helpful to describe what I know to be true about what he managed for Les. And there's some bits that I'll be improvising.
Yep.
I want to just make you understand I was not part of Epstein's business world, except tangentially and obviously. So what I'm talking about is either what I observed or what I overheard or what I saw within the business, but I wasn't responsible for any of the client's money or anything like that. So it's separate.
Okay. Yep, I understand.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So with Les, for instance, it was really all encompassing. It could go from the structure of the business. So he structured or restructured the limited. I know that. And I'll come back to that because I also traveled with him and Les. And I was in business meetings with them on the plane when they were there. So I could observe and I could hear some of this. And whilst I'm not necessarily terribly business sophisticated, I'm sophisticated enough to be able to at least have some knowledge of what was happening. All right, so then he restructured the business. He restructured his entire personal finances and would also handle all of the investment strategy. I don't know if it was 100%.
Mr. Wexner, you're saying?
Sorry, yes. This is all Wexner I'm talking about now. So let's say you had $1 billion to invest. So you would, in people's normal investment portfolios, you'd have, some T-bonds and this and that. But Epstein's strategies would be much more sophisticated than that.
And so just staying with Mr. Wexner, from what you heard or saw, is Mr. Epstein paid by him in percentages? Like, so there would be a deal and he would be paid, or did you understand it to be like a flat fee? Was he a business partner? Like, how did you understand him to be paid?
I think it was more a la carte. So let's say, this is a conversation that actually Epstein told me. So illustrated for me, said if I saved someone $5 billion, he would take a flat percentage of that $5 billion. So he wouldn't have $5 billion back. And he would take.
You think that, is that because you heard him talking about that, or you?
It would be a combination of both. I certainly told me that, and I heard him talk to people like that. I couldn't. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No.
Did Mr. Wexner gift a property in New York to Mr. Epstein?
So we're talking about 71st Street. So I don't know what the business deal was. Because again, I'm not part of his business thing, but I think what happened would be that, let's say Les owed him, theoretically, for his services, 100 million or whatever it was. he could have traded that against the property.
But do you know that that happened, or do you remember whether there were conversations about that, or are you just thinking that could be one way that it happened?
I'm not sure. And I'm not trying to be, I just don't remember if that's something I know or if that's something that I remember or if it's something that I subsequently know. I believe that to be what happened, but I don't want to tell you that I have. Does that make sense?
Did Mr. Wexner and Mr. Epstein, are you aware of their falling out that they ultimately had?
I think I wasn't there and I don't know how it happened. I only know what Les has said in the press.
So you only know about their falling out or whatever you want to call it from what you've kind of read, not from any firsthand knowledge. You weren't there. You weren't part of that.
Correct.
Do you know somebody named Stephen Hoffenberg?
Only from the press.
Okay. And so you don't know anything about whatever business relationship they may have had, Mr. Epstein?
Never spoke about him, never mentioned it. I only learned about that, whatever that is, I don't even know what the truth is of that story, from the press.
How about Leon Black?
Oh, I did meet Leon. I do know Leon.
When do you remember, and again, I know we're talking about a very long time ago, but do you remember approximately when you met him?
I could have met Leon, not really. So I might have met him, nothing to do, because Leon Black is very good friends with other friends of mine. I would have met him, when I say socially, I might have met him. How Leon and Epstein became really good friends, I'm not sure.
But not through you, as far as you recall.
Not through me, as far as I know, no. In fact, I'm sure that's not through me.
Do you know what kind of work Mr. Epstein was doing for Mr. Black over the years?
Same as what he did for Wexner.
So we just talked about two individuals. And again, I know we're talking about maybe a 15-year time period or even longer. How many clients like that did Mr. Epstein have?
Well, why don't I just give you the names that I remember? And
Say it again?
Why won't I just give you the names?
Yeah.
Do you want the names?
No, sure. Go ahead.
Elizabeth Johnson, Johnson & Johnson.
When did, as far as you know, when did the relationship between Ms. Johnson and Mr. Epstein start?
90s. 95, 96.
So during the time period.
Yes, we're talking 90s. We're talking when I was there, when I was around.
How did the relationship start?
I don't know how he became that friendly boy. He ended up managing her money. I wasn't there. I mean, I really had a separate life. We really had separate lives.
Okay.
Except where they sagged.
But it wasn't from.
It wasn't from me.
From you.
No, it was not.
Okay. And what's your understanding of what Mr. Epstein did for Ms. Johnson?
Same as what he did for Wexner. And when and you have to understand, it went down to in tiny detail. So I remember this is an actual memory, that he would make the contracts for the maids, for the people who worked in their homes.
So he would assist his clients at times with, you're saying, with even small things like contractual relationships.
He said no detail was too small, because everything that affected how they lived and how they managed their life was something that he felt he was, if they wanted, would be responsible for, to make sure that the contract, so that if you had to fire someone, it wouldn't come back and sue you, or if that sort of.
Okay, so Mr. Black, Mr. Warner, Miss Johnson, who else?
What's the name?
There's someone named Jess Staley.
Yeah, I do know Jeff.
Who's that?
He was at Morgan Stanley and at Barclays.
What do you know whether he and Mr. Epstein had a relationship?
Well, not a physical one.
I
Business-wise.
didn't suggest it. No, I'm saying a relationship in the broadest sense of the word. Business, personal,
Yes.
both. Okay.
Yes, both.
Okay. And do you know when they met?
No, I don't know when they met. But you can time it. Oh, I don't know that you can. No, I don't know.
So, but what was the nature of their relationship as far as you know?
I think they were friends, and I think that they were business partners. Well, partners, too strong a word, but they did business together.
So, did you, again, I want to stay focused on the time when you were the most involved in his life. So,
The 90s.
the early 90s through
And
early
the
2000s.
beginning of the 2000s, yes.
Did you, so we talked about 4 people. So,
There's more.
Were there more?
Oh,
Okay.
yes, there were more. There was a lady whose name I just can't. Can I get my book? Maybe I wrote them down.
Sure.
Where are my gloves? Epstein wouldn't really let me meet his clients.
What book are you, what is that?
I'd write some notes for the meeting.
Okay, great.
Is that
Okay.
right?
No, that's fine. I just was curious what we're looking at.
Oh, okay.
Not the birthday book.
It's not the
No, we're going to come to that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right. I wrote down some names because I tried to make. I just want you to understand my memory's not as good as it was because when I was in Brooklyn, I was in the SHU for almost 2 years, and I was on suicide watch for almost 2 years, which meant that they woke me up every 15 minutes for the entire time, and it really did affect my ability to.
Understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
So you've taken some notes.
I just made some names in,
Yeah, okay.
in
So
advance
go
of
ahead.
it,
So-
and you're happy to look at them.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, funny you say. First 2 names. 1 is Wexner, 2 is Staley, 3 is Leon Black.
Okay.
Glenn Dubin was a
Okay.
client.
Who's that?
Eva Dubin's husband.
Okay. What was there? I mean, if you can, do you know when that relationship
Whenever,
started?
well, wouldn't have been before they got married for sure. So we're going to start, you're going to date that from wherever that was. And then Epstein was heavily involved with Highbridge Capital and the financing or selling of Highbridge to JP Morgan.
Okay. Go ahead. There's a Dublin. Yep.
Okay, you're only looking for clients, so. All right, there's a woman, there's a woman in Ohio. I just can't think of her name, but I tried to remember it yesterday and I can't.
So this is a good thing, like, as you think of things, write it down. And if they have any other names, they'll ask you, but
Right.
don't force it out. So you'll have time to think about this, especially today, this afternoon, overnight, because we'll
Right.
probably meet tomorrow.
But you can find them. I mean, if you basically find a billionaire, female,
So there's a woman in Ohio who's wealthy.
well,
that
you can
work-
identify her yourself because she had the largest Klein painting. It was huge. So you can find her because it'll be in a museum. So that's her.
And so that was one of Mr. Epstein's clients. She was
Yeah.
one of Mr. Epstein's clients as well.
Yes.
Okay. Who else?
Well, I think that there was other people that he would like assist. I know that he helped Lynn Forrester, who became Linda Rothschild. She'll deny it, and she has, but she can't.
And when you say help, the same
Well,
help in business or what help?
No, but I have no idea what he did for her. I know he helped her financially. Her husband was the controller of New York. So, but I don't, again, I'm not inside his business, but he would have, this notion that he blackmailed men, or we don't really have to go there, that he wasn't a businessman and that everything he did was a fraud or a funk or whatever. I don't believe that to be true.
Why?
Sorry?
Why do you? So you say you don't believe it to be true, but show me why you think that.
Okay.
Just from I know you've been talking about it, that he was very conscientious. He was very good at math. He paid a lot of attention to his clients. But yes, you're right. There's allegations of blackmail, or also that there was some level of fraud involved in what he did, and you don't believe it. Why do you say that?
Well, let me rephrase that. If there was fraud, I never saw it. What I saw or what I felt when I ran that office. I was responsible for the staff. People worked. There were lawyers. There were accountants. I never heard him. I never felt anything icky.
Did you ever see him blackmail
Never.
a client? Did
No.
you ever see him blackmail a friend or an acquaintance?
No.
Well, so I think when folks talk about blackmail, and we can talk about, sorry about
Sorry.
that. We can talk about that now. There are a lot of allegations about him, which we should talk about, and we can do that now. And the fact that he abused young women,
Yes.
full stop. Okay, which means the way that I'm defining abuse, as has been widely reported, is that he would cause young women in high school to be recruited to come to his house and give him massages, and and as part of that, he would sexually abuse them. Okay?
Yes.
So I want to talk about that, but as it relates to blackmail, the question is whether you're aware of any time that any of the individuals we're talking about, and we'll talk about others, receive massages from women who are under 18 or may have been under 18, and that whether there was any sexual assaults or sexual contact between any of these people and those masseuses, which would have allowed then Mr. Epstein potentially to blackmail them and say, you have to continue to work with me, or you have to give me money, or else I'm going to tell the world that you did this.
Right. I think this is a really good place to start with how this story began.
Okay.
So even, let's assume that premise is correct, that he was doing that and he was going to tell everybody, going to say, oh, you had inappropriate relations with an underage girl. If you don't have video or photographic evidence, I'm not sure that even the FBI would take that, well, maybe today, but certainly not back then, would take that seriously. So you have to have something to say, hey, look, I've got this video of you doing terrible things, and you need to. So I built those houses, many of them. I decorated those houses. I put the electricians in for the wiring. I never wired nor saw a single house that had any type of inappropriate, let's say, video surveillance. And I'll define that for you. Inappropriate surveillance would mean in a bathroom, in a bedroom, in any private area of a home.
In a room where there were massages given.
Inappropriate. I would say I would define appropriate surveillance to be the front door of a house, or potentially, as in 71st Street, the physical plant. Anywhere else would be grotesque.
So I just want to come back to, I know I'm just hopefully stating the obvious, but when you say the houses, you're talking about his New York
Yes.
brownstone.
Yes.
You're talking about the island in the Caribbean.
Yes.
You're talking about the residence in Palm Beach.
Yes.
And you're talking about the ranch in New Mexico.
Yes.
Anywhere else?
Paris.
And in Paris. And so.
And the plane. I saw some ridiculous thing
And the
with a
plane.
plane that was, well, mind you, yes. I didn't hire any electrician on the plane.
So unequivocally, from what you know, and you only know what you know.
I only know what I know.
But from what you know, you do not believe a camera exists, or a video camera, or a camera that takes pictures inside any of his residences.
Correct.
So even the appropriate cameras that you just talked about, which would be kind of exterior security cameras, did you know whether there was any cameras that you're aware of inside any of the locations?
Never. With one exception.
Okay. What's the exception?
The exception is Palm Beach.
Okay.
And the reason, so in Palm Beach, Epstein was having money stolen. He noticed money was being stolen from his briefcase, call it his briefcase. And he called in the Palm Beach police, and the Palm Beach police, installed cameras on where he kept his briefcase.
Where was that? Do you remember?
At his desk. So the house on the ground floor was he had a desk sort of in a corner. There was that camera. I think there was another camera. I think there were 2 or maybe 3 cameras. I believe only on the ground floor, wherever he may have had, maybe he had another office in the cabana. There may have been a camera there.
When was this? I'm not looking for an exact date, but what time period are you thinking about when you say that?
2003. I think I can date it for you precisely, actually. 2003, I'm pretty firm on that date. And I
So-
can be firm because John Alessi, the butler, was fired in the end of 2002, and he was the thief.
So aside from law enforcement installing a camera to try to catch somebody stealing money from Mr. Epstein, you're not aware of any cameras at the island? No? Sorry, you're, just so we record it. No.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. You were nodding your head no. So what
No
about...
cameras anywhere outside of possibly things that I would consider normal. So the garage gate, something like that, a front door.
Outside, like security cameras?
Security
No,
cameras. And there were cameras inside in the 71st Street that did the physical plant, because it was a commercial building. So you had the whole, that's a real thing there. It's a commercial building. And there was one camera on the front door, from the internal that did the front door, as I recall. But there were no other cameras inside the house.
Did you ever, how about photographs? Did you ever observe Mr. Epstein or anybody around him take pictures of anybody in compromising positions with women or with anybody?
No.
Did you ever hear, when you were present for conversations that Mr. Epstein was having or others were having, anybody accuse him of blackmailing them or of trying to extort them because of something Mr. Epstein knew?
No.
There have been, and you in the discovery you got in the New York case, okay?
Yes.
And in the civil cases that you've been part of associated with Mr. Epstein, have you ever been given or ever been told that video exists like what we're talking about, or photos were taken that were compromising?
So in both of those, I received no pictures or anything from the civil case.
Mhm.
But in the criminal case, I received videos of Epstein talking to women and stuff like that. I did get those. I also saw binders, photographs of women. Indeterminate. I never saw any. Well, I don't know. I don't know how old some of these women were. There were definitely some of the victims from Palm Beach, the photographs of them in
And
without clothing.
in those photographs, were the victims that were photographed, were there any of the people you've talked about, like were there men with the victims, or were they just photographs of the victims?
There was no men with these pictures. There was no client of his with those pictures. They would be standalone, for want of a better word, like modeling shots. If you were, I don't know.
Pictures that Epstein had with the girls, but not Epstein with the clients and the girls.
Correct.
Did you, I understand you said you got those in the discovery. Did you know those pictures like that existed? So right now I'm talking about the photographs of victims or photographs of women that Mr. Epstein had on his computer or wherever he had them. Did you know that those photos existed before you got them in discovery?
Some of them, absolutely, because they were in his house. Some of these pictures were on his, credenza or whatever.
Okay.
Some pictures I'd simply never seen before. I mean, I'd never seen some of them. Some of them I had, some of them I hadn't. I mean,
did you, so you're right, and I accept that having video or photographs of somebody famous or powerful in a compromising position would be good blackmail. But so separate putting aside what you've said about the fact that you don't know of any existence of those, did you observe over the years the folks we're talking about, or others, which we can talk about, getting massages from young women?
So I think it's really helpful to understand a few things that has been missed in this whole mishigas.
That's a technical term.
I'll look it up later. Go ahead.
I've thought about this obviously a lot, and I've given it some. So this is the benefit of some benefit of what I saw and some benefit of what I now think. So just for clarity's sake, I just want to say for the record that I do believe that Epstein did a lot of, not all, but some of what he's accused of, and I'm not here to defend him in any respect whatsoever. I don't want to, and I don't think he requires nor deserves any type of protection or for me in any way to sugarcoat what he did or didn't do. So there's that. However, the man I met and the man he became, I believe that there is a progression. And I don't think that the man I met is the man that he became. I believe he became that man over a period of time. Now, we can discuss anything you want, and I'll tell you everything I know. But I think somebody who has an interest, however you define it, in underage people is obviously someone who is unwell. But I don't think that you wake up one day and you start doing what he's accused of. I think this is something that you develop or you progress to. I think. Because
Glenn, before you get into all that, let's answer the top line question and then get into it.
Okay, the top line question is,
did you ever see any of these people with underage?
No.
women?
So the reason I'm saying that is not to avoid that question, but it's because by the time when you're talking in the 90s, I don't think he was there. There's that description. I think that what you're talking about is a later version.
Yeah, and
Is that?
no, I understand that, and I do want to talk. I'm not.
So it's just I think you need to separate the periods of time.
Sure.
Because this one of the things that was definitely missing in my trial and definitely missing from the narrative is this notion, this everything happened and he was always no, I don't believe that to be true.
So that's fine, and I do want to talk about that. I'm not pushing that away. I'm just putting it aside for a moment. What Mr. Epstein did, and frankly, what you did or are accused of doing, is one thing that we'll talk about. But what I want to understand is whether one of the ways that Mr. Epstein befriended his clients or took care of them, or some would say blackmailed them, was by encouraging them to interact with women, underage or not.
So I think in the 90s, he may have encouraged them, but these were people who were in their 20s or 30s.
So
he would have a masseuse, right? And he did. Male and female, by the way, in the 90s. It's never been discussed. Both in yoga and everything, there were men as well as women. And so if he would travel, and I can show them to you, I highlighted them on the flight record so you could see that there really were men that were also there. He would say, would you like to do yoga with Tito? Or would you like a massage with this one? But they would be in their late 20s and professional masseuses.
So
I think there's a distinction.
And I want to talk about actual individuals here, and I understand the distinction between somebody who's an adult and someone who's underage. But even with somebody who's an adult, did you know Mr. Epstein to encourage folks to do that, whether it's a client or somebody else?
I certainly witnessed him. So if you were staying with him and you had a massage, that he would often travel with a masseuse. He would say, hey, would you like a massage? And he did do that, yes.
But would you or him or anybody else follow up with the masseuse afterwards to find out if there was any inappropriate sexual contact?
I never did. No.
So meaning, and then coming back to the blackmail issue,
Oh, I
there's
see.
nothing wrong
Sorry.
with getting a massage. Of course not. Especially, you know, especially if somebody's obviously an adult masseuse. I'm not quibbling with that. But my question is that there's a lot of accusations that one of the way Mr. Epstein was successful was through this idea of blackmail. And yes, young women and is a crime. Children is a crime.
Absolutely.
But even women over the age of 18, if Mr. Epstein encouraged these men or whomever to get massages and have inappropriate sexual contact with the masseuses, that's a separate issue. Maybe slightly nuanced. But did you ever know him to do that?
No. I never did, absolutely, myself. I never heard him ask someone. I never heard that. No one, in the entire time I was with him or friends with him or had anyone, no one ever reported to me or came to me and said that anything inappropriate happened or was upset by it. I never saw I never saw ever any of that.
And when you say no one ever reported to me, meaning like the masseuses or any of the house staff?
Never.
Or the clients?
Or the clients themselves?
Never.
Okay. So let's, again, I want to stay, and coming back now to what you were talking about a moment ago with Mr. Epstein's kind of progression or getting worse. So just staying within the 90s, what role did you have, or what did you observe, which are two different issues, but both important, with respect to recruiting masseuses to come to either, I guess, Palm Beach or to travel or eventually New Mexico? What role did you have in that?
He asked me to find masseuses for him.
Say it again?
He asked me if I could find him masseuses.
Like as part of, like you said, you were his general manager. So as part of all your duties, that was one of them.
And I did do that. So the first person I believe that I introduced him to as a masseuse was somebody called. She was, I don't know, late 20s, professional masseuse.
Was this something that happened early on in your relationship, or, and again, I know we're talking about the 90s, but are we talking about early 90s, or is this later on?
So in terms of massage, I have a lot of injuries. I do a lot of dangerous sports and have had multiple serious accidents and walk without any lameness because of physical therapy and massage. That to me is it's medicinal for me. So Epstein, whatever his massage situation, whatever, he loved massage. And if I met somebody who I thought was a good masseuse or masseur, I introduced them. And because I got them and he asked me if I did, and I said yes. And I'm pretty sure that would have, well, I don't remember. 93, 92, early, from the beginning.
So go ahead. So then what happens over the next, there's a ton of writing and a ton of, I guess, testimony as well, but also public reporting about how the recruiting was a very aggressive effort that you were a part of, that he was a part of, and others, to try to find more and more masseuses. What is that true, and what role did you have in that?
That is partially true.
Okay.
So it is true that I found masseuses, and he became more insistent. He knew all the time. He got bored, so he would be bored with a masseuse, and he would say, "Find me a new masseuse." I am the entire opposite. If I find someone that I like, I stay with them. I'm like, I don't want new. He would drive for new. So that is true. And in my effort to find them, I would go to massage spas, like legitimate spas. We're not talking, funky ones that people have. So, if I got a massage from somebody in a spa that I liked, I asked them if they would do home visits. If they said yes, I would ask them to come to the house, and he would see if he liked them or not. But these were people who worked at spas. I never ever checked their age, and I never checked their credentials. I never asked for certificate.
What,
But just to be clear, you never thought anybody was underage.
I never crossed. I never. No, that was never my. That was never a drive.
what did you know at the time about him, Mr. Epstein, requiring masseuses to be naked or requiring masseuses to either perform sexual favors for Mr. Epstein or to be there if Mr. Epstein masturbated or things like that? And again, I'm asking you about a 15-year period or whatever, 10-year period. So I appreciate it's a very broad question. So answer it in a way that, addresses what you've been charged with doing, but also what's been said about you.
Okay, so the 90s, I don't think that I ever thought, that never would cross my mind. I'm not sure that I thought about that in those contexts at all until his arrest and those papers came out. But I believe the subject of the question that you're asking me, I believe started in the 2000s.
Till in the 2000 time period.
Yes, 2000.
Why do you think,
2000.
what in your mind makes you think that that's the time that it started?
I think because in December of 2001, he met, and I think was responsible for that in its entirety. And the reason I believe that, so she was a self-confessed, having been sexually abused as a young girl, and was trained, her words, I'm quoting now, not mine, in all the arts of whatever that is, the sex program, by a man called Ron Eppinger, who was her pimp from when she was 14, I believe, or 15, I don't know. And in her book describes him training her to be what every man wants in all its manners, fellatio and everything else. I believe that then what happened was that he met her and she came as a masseuse to his house in December of 2001 is when I think it started. Now, what their relationship was and what happened with them in that early period of time, I cannot say. What I can say is that he liked her and she started to travel with him at that time period. I know then what happened was that when she first started to see him, or first came into his orbit as his masseuse or whatever, she was engaged to be married and wearing an engagement ring and was living with her fiancé. She broke up after a few months with her fiancé and took up with the local drug dealer. So let's say after 4 or 5 months in the time period when she was seeing Epstein, let's say we're now May, June of 2002, or is it 2000? I'm good. From whenever she hits whatever that is, if that's 2000, I think it's 2000, I'm sorry. I think it's when she met him, December of 2000. So then you go through, I don't remember, you'll have to look.
Okay. I'm not holding you to exact dates.
No, I mean, I'm just
not-
trying to, I'm giving so then I think, so she takes up with the local drug dealer and she becomes druggy. Like, you know how druggies, well, maybe you don't. I live with a lot in Tallahassee. They become even more unreliable than normal. And at some point, she's now working somewhere else. He stops seeing her because he doesn't like people who do drugs. And I think that not seeing her lasted 5 or 6 months. And in that period of time, she got arrested for theft. And she had a warrant out for her arrest. Now this I've pieced together because this piece I didn't know. She then called Epstein to have help avoiding the warrant for her arrest. And he sent her to Thailand to get a massage therapy license. this is the bit that I guess. This is the bit that I extrapolated. In the period of time from when she came back to when she left, he asked her to replace herself as his masseuse or whatever she was doing. And she brought the first replacement for her that would have been one of the accusers in my case, I think, would have been and then everyone who came subsequent simultaneously, if she wasn't the first, I don't know. Every single person who came to his house came through and her boyfriend Tony and then whoever else underneath her. And that is how it started.
So before her,
Tony Figueroa.
Tony Figueroa is her boyfriend.
before her, so now going back in the 90s, you don't believe that Mr. Epstein was abusing masseuses
Underage.
or overage. I mean, I think I'm using abuse in the broadest sense of the word because I'm assuming that you said that you have no idea over the years. You always assumed the masseuses were overage, right? So when I'm talking about abuse, I'm even talking about an adult masseuse who comes in to give a massage and is told to take off their clothes, told they're not going to get paid if they don't keep their clothes. Basically suggested they had to watch him masturbate, like the things that have been publicly said about what he did.
I'm not.
For now, I'm not distinguishing adults or young or underage women for that.
I'm going to think that would have been a habit.
Okay.
I'm going to say that the massage game was a habit.
What
And
does
I
that
think
mean?
that means that I'm sure that he didn't suddenly start having relations with masseuses in 2002.
Okay.
I'm sure he must have had relations with masseuses, who knows when.
But you're saying, as far as I used the word abuse. You're saying that as far as you sit here today, you would describe that more as consensual, meaning the masseuse did this willingly.
I saw him with lots of masseuses. I never saw a single masseuse ever look unhappy or not come back or whatever. So based on my observation, I don't think that if you are being raped, as now he's like this prolific, I just can't imagine why you would return.
It's not what you observed at the time.
Not what I observed at the time, no.
We're going to spend more time on this issue because I think it's important. But just going back to kind of the question that I started with in this area, which is that it ties into the blackmail issue. So we talked about people that were his clients, and you've mentioned President Clinton, and then early on.
Oh, I never said he was a client.
I did not say you said. I'm saying when you talk about his clients.
Oh, okay, right.
And then
Okay.
puts his clients off to the side. And then
Okay.
you mentioned some other people. You mentioned President Clinton. You mentioned President Trump early on. Who were other famous / politicians? Who were other individuals in Mr. Epstein's life during that time period? So the early
It was
90s.
the 90s. Should we just...
Yes.
Okay, Congressman McMillan.
Say it again.
McMillan.
Okay.
Henry Rozovsky, who was the provost of Harvard. Hang on, can I?
Sure. You're looking at your notes. Yes. Go ahead.
Joe Pagano, Jerry Goldsmith, Joe Roberts, Kenny Lipper, Dan Abramson, don't know if in the 90s, Tom Pritzker, Ace, Jimmy Kane, Lou Ranieri. I mean, there were...
What about the royal family?
No, he didn't know them in the 90s.
What about what about Prince Andrew?
Didn't know him in the 90s.
When
Oh, well, is that right?
I wasn't live there. I do not know. So I don't want you to worry about exact dates. You're not positive about that, but you don't have a specific recollection of that being in the 90s.
No.
Okay.
I can date it for you, I think. But I can't give you...
That's okay. That's fine. So with respect to and we'll take a break in a minute to get some food. But just with respect to Mr. with respect to the individuals you just talked about, so again, focus on the 90s. And so the people that I'm talking about right now, and we might add some names later. So we're talking about the clients that he worked with, which you've mentioned several of, and I know that wasn't exhaustive, but you mentioned several of them. And then the kind of what I called famous friends, but the prominent individuals that were in his life in the 90s. Does any stick out in your mind as having received massages? All of them.
Henry Rizowski received a massage.
And why does that stick out in your memory?
Because I saw him in a bathrobe at 71st Street, and he had received a massage, he told me.
And do you know whether there was any, whether the masseuse was naked during that massage?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Do you know whether
I doubt it. He was like in his 80s.
Say it again?
I doubt it. He was like in his 80s.
Okay, so, but do you know, notwithstanding his age?
Minsky. Sorry.
Say it again?
Minsky was another person.
Do you know whether, for example, President Clinton ever received a massage?
I don't believe he did.
And what makes you say you don't believe he did?
Well, because I don't, so that's a good question. The time that Epstein and President Clinton spent together, the only times I believe, well, obviously they traveled. There was that, they claim they went on the plane 26 times or whatever. That would be one journey. So they spent time on the plane together, and I don't believe there was ever a massage on the plane. So that would have been the only time that I think that President Clinton could have even received a massage, and he didn't, because I was there.
And you mentioned that early, in the very beginning of the conversation, you mentioned President Trump in the early 90s.
Yes.
What did you observe as far as President Trump and his relationship with you or Mr. Epstein?
Well, I just want to say for my relationship with President Trump, relationship's a big word, but I just want to say that I met him, or I believe I may have, because of my father in the 90s.
Yep. Okay.
So my father liked him very much, and he really liked his wife as well, because they were both Czechoslovakian. And as far as I'm concerned, President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me. And I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now, and I like him, and I've always liked him. So that is the sum and substance of my entire relationship with him.
What about Mr. Epstein's relationship with him?
I don't know how they met, and I don't know how they became friends. I certainly saw them together, and I remember the few times I observed them together that they were friendly. I mean,
Was
they
that
seemed
in
friendly.
social settings or was that in private settings?
I believe I only ever saw them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
Have you ever been to Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach?
I have.
And what time period are you thinking about when you say yes?
Well, I don't remember when the president purchased Mar-a-Lago, so from whenever it turned into a club, I went there, and I loved going there.
Did you go there alone or with Mr. Epstein?
Mostly alone.
You know
Only
what-
times I went there was for an event, maybe once or twice.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein ever went there?
I believe he did, but again, we really were. He didn't take me with him all the time, so he would go and. Oh, right. Well, he did from time to time, but he would go alone. I think he would maybe go himself to the spa. I certainly did.
Did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage?
Never.
Did you ever observe? You said that you were. I mean, have you seen there's photographs, public photographs of Mr. Epstein and President Trump together.
Yes.
And there's photographs of. I think you're in some of the photographs
Yes.
as well. Those all appear to be social settings.
Yes. That's my memory. There were social settings. I don't know Epstein's, if he had, whatever the nature of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you want to define that with Epstein, I was never witness. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
When's the last time you think you saw in person President Trump?
It's been a long time. Probably not. Sometime in the beginning, mid 2000s maybe, and it would only have been a social setting, as far as I recall.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world?
Absolutely never,
And,
in any context.
Do you know whether masseuses from Mar-a-Lago Spa ended up giving massages to private massages to Mr. Epstein? And I'm not asking for what you may have read, but from at the time, from your personal knowledge, do you know whether that's true?
I don't recall. Is it possible? Yes, but I don't remember that. So I don't recall that, but it's possible.
Do you have recollection of you ever recruiting a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago Spa to go give a private massage to Mr. Epstein?
I've never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago for that, as far as I remember. I can't ever recollect doing that.
Okay, so what I think we should do now, it's about 12:15. We'll take a break, and we will come back in a little bit.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We are continuing the recorded proffer interview of Ms. Maxwell. The time is 12:59, Thursday, July 24th.
Okay, so just continuing, we're talking about Ms. Maxwell. Still focused on the 90s time period, with understanding that could spill over into the early 2000s, but still that part of your life with Mr. Epstein. There's been public reporting about conduct by Mr. Epstein and others at Little St. James.
Yes.
So can you talk about the frequency with which you went there, and address some of the reporting, namely around young masseuses or young women who would be present, and what you observed relating to them, and then I'll ask questions around that.
So, if I'm right, he purchased the island in 1996, and he was friendly with the owners. And originally, we went to the island as guests of the owners, and then I guess at some point the owners told him they wanted to sell, and he decided to purchase it. So the island was very rustic. I loved it. He, of course, had completely different ideas. And I would say there was none of what you were describing at that early period of time. So the frequency was often on the island, because he loved it. He really, really loved it. And we would go all the time. Mostly, all the early phase was based on improvements that could be made on the island, always going with new architects, new designers, new construction people. I'd say the first 2 years, almost every trip, not everyone, but almost every trip contained an individual who would be brought on board to have an opinion as to how to, I don't want to use the word improve the island, because I don't think you could improve it, but to, I can't think what the word would be, to, what's the word? Develop it, sorry, that's the word.
Okay.
Develop the island, that's the word I'm looking for. So there were trips, constant trips with that in mind. And I would say now, if we're moving to the late 90s, 96, 97, I definitely witnessed a progression in Mr. Epstein's behavior and a modification, if you will, where in the past, in the early 90s, I don't remember traveling so much with other people, or there'd be a masseuse or a yoga person, but now he started to travel with more, always a masseuse, whereas in the past it wasn't always a masseuse or always an instructor. There was now starting to be always an individual or a friend or whatever, but there's always a, like, maybe the word would be entourage. But these were always people in their 20s, late 20s, early 30s, as my memory sees it, as I observed that time. And he tasked me with finding a local masseuse for him in St. Thomas, because sometimes, even though I say he would always travel with an entourage, sometimes he didn't, and he wanted to have a massage locally. So I visited the spas that were local in St. Thomas and in St. John. And if I met someone, a man or a woman actually, because it was difficult to find somebody in St. Thomas, it's not exactly, so, and I did find a couple of people who would come. So that's how they came. Because also it was a schlep. So if you had somebody who came, it would be, you'd have to, boat ride and several hours. It wasn't just it's not like arriving with your massage table and stuff. So there was that. So I did do that.
So did, over the years, males also give massages to Mr. Epstein?
Yes. I did say, I don't think, at the beginning, definitely. And I would say towards sort of, again, late 90s, I don't remember any men. They were at the beginning, I think, in that, towards the late 90s, I kind of don't think of any men, I only think of women.
Did you, well, you talk about entourage flying, right now we're talking about to the island. Did you observe any sexual, I was going to say misconduct, but any sex at all whatsoever on the plane?
Never on the plane, no.
Was there a part of the plane that was closed off from others where Mr. Epstein could go and get a massage or whatever?
Okay, so that's a good question. So there were two planes. So you had there was a Gulfstream, that's open plan. So anything, there was a sofa that turned into a bed, and he did sleep on that. And then, but in the Boeing, which he flew on a lot, there was, his area could be closed off with a door. And behind that door, there was a bedroom and an office. So if that door was shut, you wouldn't see it.
But but you never observed Mr. Epstein engaging in sex or getting a massage with somebody where the masseuse was not clothed on the plane?
I can't say that. I might have.
Okay.
I definitely might have, either, but both in the Gulfstream or in the, I'm sure I did, but it's not, I can't.
That's fair.
Okay.
Um,
I'm absolutely sure I did. I must have, because, he was so obsessed with someone rubbing his feet, or just, when you ask me about massage, I just want to be clear. I generally, what I think of that is somebody on a massage table. Mm-hmm. But other people might think of it as something different. You could have someone rubbing his feet or his shoulder. I saw that all the time. That I did. But that's separate from being on a massage table.
How, again, I know we're talking about a decade-long period, but during the period we're talking about, in a 7-day week, how often would Mr. Epstein get a massage?
In the 90s, when we're talking, he would get one every day. I think as that time progressed, he would get one maybe twice a day. I do want to say that there was maybe a reason that things altered or morphed or progressed. It is maybe part of the reason also that he and I, our relationship, or however somebody wants to call it, altered. And he started doing testosterone, and that altered his character. And I believe that started in the late 90s. And I believe that the FBI has his medical records, and you may see that on his medical records.
So you believe that he started taking testosterone in the 90s, and when you say that altered his behavior, you're saying it made him get more massages, or that was just one part of what changed about him?
Well, he became more aggressive.
Nice.
And I think that he may be, well, now I'm just imagining that the testosterone altered his desires or something. Does that?
And so when, given what you've said the past couple hours about his kind of progression or change, let's focus on that time period. So more towards the late 90s,
Yeah, okay.
so 96, 97, 8, when you've said that he changed. Did you know flat out that he was having sex or otherwise some sort of sexual conduct with masseuses regularly?
Flat out, no. I denied that. I couldn't imagine that he would. But I think looking back now that I did not. But I started to suspect that he was not faithful. Seems ludicrous, but that's what I thought.
But if he's flying from Palm Beach to St. Thomas, or if he's flying all over the country to New Mexico or to New York, or even in Palm Beach, and there's young women, putting aside whether they're under the age of 18 or in their 20s, every day at the house, multiple masseuses, multiple massages on some days. You're interacting with the masseuses constantly. Or maybe that's not right.
That's
let
not
me
right.
let me take back what I just said. Ignore that part. But you
Right.
understand that he's getting massages every day, sometimes multiple times a day. By the late 90s, it's all women. Presumably, they're some of them are new, but they're also repeat masseuses. What did you? I mean, you had to know at that point that there was something going on beyond just he really needed to get massaged.
Very fair question. There's two things. The first is the person that he saw the most at that period of time was in her 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And she was with him all the time. And I'm like, married as well.
Yeah.
And I'm square. And it never occurred, well, I don't believe it occurred to me at the time that with this woman, he would be having relations. And he was with her. That was the person he had the most massages, yoga, and that with at that time, in the 90s period. The second thing is that he told me he had difficulty having an erection. And I believed him.
When you said he said that, do you mean he regularly told you that? Like
When I didn't have sex with him after the first time, and I asked him, was it me? And he told me it was him. And I'd never, up until this moment in my life, I'm not stupid, I'm very bright. I've had an excellent education. I traveled all over the world. I had boyfriends. But I had never met or understood that somebody could be so, would lie to me about. It never occurred to me. I didn't have a frame of context within my life experience where somebody would be so manipulative and devious with me. I just didn't have, and I was happy not to have sex because I have a condition that doesn't lend itself to that.
Does when you learned, so fast forward just for a moment to the 2007-8-9 time period, and he's arrested and charged, and there's all kinds of press around his purported contact. At that point, did you accept that that was true? Meaning, did it make sense at that point when you were reading about women who claimed that they had been abused, even underage? And at that point, did you think to yourself, well, geez, that makes sense now that I think about it, or no?
First of all, I only read what was in the newspapers. I didn't have any other thing, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't believe it.
Okay. Right. I mean, you didn't believe that the accusations were true at the time. Yeah. So let's.
And sorry, I need to say, even if they were true, I believe that he was duped and he didn't know that they were whatever was in the papers at that time, whether they said that they were 17 or it didn't register. Because along with all of those, well, not in 2006, but later when the more salacious and other allegations came out, I knew were utterly false, which then just reinforced my belief that the rest was not true.
Let me ask you a question about the age of the masseuses over the years. I think in my mind, there's a difference between you knowing or not knowing that a masseuse is under the age of 18 and coming to give a massage, and you knowing that Mr. Epstein, sexually abused the underage person or made her strip or something like that. Meaning, and I want to understand whether you believe that nobody that came to give massages, none of the women were under 18, or that you didn't focus on their age, but you were more focused on whether any underage woman was abused by him.
I think it's better to answer this question with corroborating evidence and then go back and explain so that I frame your understanding of what I'm saying. My understanding is that in 2008, they had interviewed 44 women, let's say, or around that number. Mm-hmm. Oh, you have to understand, not a single one of those 44 women mentioned me in a single report. And it's not because... Go back. They didn't mention me in the report because they never met me. They never saw me, and they never interacted with me. So to go back to your question, it's not that I thought one way or another. It's that I didn't see them.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Does that?
Yeah. No, that's helpful. So,
But when I say not one single one of those reports talks about me. And I just want to clarify exactly, because I'm obviously aware that one of those girls was one of the witnesses in my trial, specifically. To use her own testimony so that you don't have to hear my point of view, it's better if it comes from her own words, and that way there's no second guessing what I'm saying. Herself said that recruited her, brought her, and trained her. Those are own words. Where was I going with this?
that you didn't know. I mean, I assume.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm trying to remember words.
It's okay.
I really do have some slow cognition issues.
So she she testifies that it was that recruited her and trained her and not you.
So then in her first FBI meeting, she reports seeing a woman with short dark hair at the house, which then is used as evidence that that person was myself. But the maid lady that who helped keep the house, John's Alessi's wife, with an accent, I believe she says. John Alessi's wife had short dark hair and an accent. I'm sorry, but I find, and you can ask yourselves this, I mean, I've obviously modified my accent. I've been in America a long time, but I'm British. I've been brought up with a very strong British accent. And I don't believe there's American on planet Earth that doesn't recognize this to be British or Australian, maybe, if you really don't know. But it's not some random accent. Now, the Hispanic, maybe. Okay, that was John's wife that she saw, not me. And I'd like to point out further how you potentially through her own words, she identified.
Why don't we
Okay.
stop there and run to the next?
Sorry.
Yeah,
So-
good.
Okay.
So just, and look, I want to try to, I think probably tomorrow I want to talk more about kind of the evidence against you and how to address that. So
Okay, sorry.
no, don't apologize. That's helpful, but I don't want you to be burdened. I want you to just tell the truth the best you can. So I don't want you to be burdened by what people said at trial or what you know the press says about you.
I just thought it was illustrative when you asked
It
the
was.
question, because
It was.
it doesn't, I absolutely have no memory at any, now I'm leaving separate to this, obviously, so that's a separate story. I'm not going to pretend, well,
We'll get to.
yes,
Go ahead.
but in the terms of the scheme or whatever, however you want to determine what you're calling that, I have no memory, no active anything of having seen anybody that resembles a child, let's call it what it is, at that house giving him a massage at all. It's not even like I did this. It's an at all. And 44 people didn't see me or talk about me either, including.
Did and when you say that house,
Oh, sorry, Palm Beach.
yeah, no, I understand what you mean, but does the same memory or lack thereof apply to on planes in New Mexico, in New York,
Well, with some other important caveats. On that, Bajorlin Jane in my trial was clearly underage, clearly a child. And I only saw her in Palm Beach. And I only saw her with her mother. The other person who was clearly also not an adult or even close, I believe, I remember her now, but that would be the only two, or three, whatever that is.
So, did you ever know Mr. Epstein to communicate with FBI agents, either like intelligence FBI agents, like as a source, or just generally with FBI agents?
No.
Do you think if he had done that, you would have known, like he would have told you something like that? Like if I said to you, Mr. Epstein was a source for the FBI, would you say, that's crazy, no, he wasn't? Or maybe he was, he would have told me that anyway?
I have two answers for that. I think if he was for real, I think he would have bragged about it to me as a show-off, because he could be a show-off. And if he wasn't, he might have dropped it like he was cool. And I don't remember him doing either. Now, with, again, the caveat that before I met him, finding money, I think he may have suggested that there was people who helped him, but that's the only context that I recall that in.
What do you mean by that? When you said finding money, what do you mean?
Well, his business where remember I told you, I think in that context, he showed me a photograph that he had with some African warlords or something that he told me, and, you know, I don't remember if that's what I interpreted, like that kind of thing, or whether it was something like that. That's the only actual active memory I have of something nefarious. Well, nefarious. I don't even know if it was nefarious, but covert, I suppose, would be the word.
And what about any other intelligence agency, like the CIA or Defense Intelligence or any other
I don't
law
think
enforcement agency?
Okay. I don't think so. I think that I don't remember anything like that. I just don't think he had the wherewithal, and I think that whole aspect of that is, can I use a bad word?
Yes.
Yes.
Bullshit.
And what do you think is bullshit? Meaning, what do you mean?
Would you have known if he was? Would he have been bragging to you? Would he have been saying these things?
I think he was, because I think, well, sorry. I think that, I think one of the reasons why he liked me was because of my family connections, and why he liked other people was because they were cool or whatever. And I think that certainly early when I met him, he would have tried to impress me, or tried to show off, if you will, like he was that guy, and he wasn't that guy. And so, and I think that he would have tried to bullshit me, and he didn't. So I think it's, well, he may have tried to bullshit me, but no, I didn't.
Right.
Sorry.
So I want to just shift for a few minutes to talk about post 2000 to kind of when your relationship changed over the years with him. Did there come a time when Mr. Epstein, did meet members of the royal family?
Yes.
When was that?
So I need to go back, because I think I may have misspoke.
Okay.
Well, I didn't misspeak, but it's something that I had forgotten.
Yeah.
Before I met Epstein,
Mm-hmm.
he lived in London for a period of time. I don't know for how long. And he met and knew some truly fancy people, like people, high society people. That included Princess Diana's best friend. Her name was Rosa Monckton. And Rosa's husband, Dominic Lawson, who's a famous journalist, actually he's a very well-known journalist. And when I... and he was friends with the Barings Bank, and he had, like, sort of...
That was, you're
before
talking
he
about
met me.
before, so in the
80s.
80s.
Yes. He was dating Eva Anderson, Miss Sweden, I think. I don't know when she became Miss Sweden.
Okay, so earlier when you said that he met them later, you
Yes.
think he may have met some members of the royal family, or certainly British high society?
He met, I don't know about the royal family, but certainly high society.
Okay.
And the reason why I know this is because sometime this is a documentable thing, whatever. There's a photograph that can give you the date, because I don't remember what the date is of this. So there's something that will peg whatever this date is. I don't remember when that is. Epstein went to London without me. He often went everywhere without me, but he was in London without me, which was decently unusual because London's my hometown. But anyway, he went without me, and he went to a big event in, I think it was in the park. Anyway, it was a big event. It's on the news. It's like there's photographs of it, and I don't know if he sat with Diana or he met Diana or he'd already met her. I don't know, but this I believe was organised by Rosa, and so I don't know if she was being set up as a date for him, maybe, because I don't want to speak bad of Diana, but I'm not going to do.
Okay, so that was pre-meeting you.
No, that was when that event happened, when we were.
Oh, okay, that was.
It's when we were. I'm not going to say together, but
Okay.
How about this? When I was his employee.
Okay.
That's it.
So now moving back to the 2000s, did there come a time when Mr. Epstein met Prince Andrew
Yes.
and others in the royal family, or just Prince Andrew, as far as you know?
Well, so as much as I can piece it together, first of all, let's just state I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew. I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew or to Sarah Ferguson. That is a flat untruth. Start with that. So now I'm going to tell you how he did actually meet him. So I if you find me that photograph, I can date that time when he met Princess Diana at that event. And based on that, I'll be able to tell you if it's pre or post that event, because I haven't looked it up and I've never bothered to check. So Lynn Forrester, who was a client or some type of client, or I think she actually tried to date him, or might have dated him for the record. She was in... Do you want to ask me something?
No, go ahead.
Okay, she was... she had a house, or she rented a house in the Vineyard. I think it was in the Vineyard or Nantucket. I can't remember now which one it was. It was one of those. It's either Nantucket or the Vineyard. And invited Epstein to go. And I believe that's when he met Prince Andrew. However, I believe that before that event, he had gone to the Bahamas and had hung out with Sarah Ferguson. And Sarah had called Epstein and had arranged with Lynn, or I don't know now, I'm speculating. Anyway, long and short, he met Andrew at there.
And I'm not holding you to an exact date, but when...
Well, we can date
was
it from that picture, if you find me the picture.
Do you know, without looking at a photo, in your mind, approximately when was that?
I want to say it was the 2000, no, probably 2001, 2002.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
And I think it was actually Prince Andrew himself who suggested that he met Jeffrey Epstein through you.
I think that's true. So, well...
It's true that Andrew said that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's true. Because I'm English, and my close friends are all close friends with Sarah and Andrew. And I would not say that I was close friends with Andrew before, but certainly we were friendly, and certainly his best friends, some of them were very, very close with me. And I think that my friendship, me being present, or me, is what made Andrew like Jeffrey more, trust him, or I think that's...
So you don't dispute that that you kind of had a role in getting together. You're just saying you didn't say... Prince,
I would never
Jeffrey.
have introduced them. It would never have occurred to me to introduce them. I couldn't imagine them being friends. Two chalk and cheeses would never. I mean, for real, there's nothing there to connect them. So he met Prince Andrew, and then he had a relationship. I don't like that word. It sounds funky. They had a
Acquaintanceship.
Thank you. And through Sarah, actually, I think Sarah is the one that pushed that, and they met and hung out, I want to say 2 or 3 times. That had nothing to do with me. I wasn't communicating with Andrew. I wasn't in touch with him. And I know this because I was annoyed. And I felt left out. And I felt disrespected. And I was like, this is weird. I couldn't even imagine Epstein and Andrew together. And I thought that Sarah was trying to put the moves on Jeffrey, if I'm being honest. And I thought the whole thing was annoying. And I was pissed.
So what happened with their relationship, putting aside the publicity around Prince Andrew's purported relationship with... what happened, as far as you know, with Prince Andrew and Mr. Epstein's relationship from the times you just described?
Okay, so after that, at some point, Epstein told me that Andrew was coming to New York and I needed to organize the whole thing. That's classic, by the way, classic Epstein. Of course, if someone, I was like, all right, fine, whatever. And because he wanted to make sure that Andrew was taken care of and that he was comfortable, he had whatever he needed, and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, well, am I going to meet him, or are you just going to have me do all the job? And he said, well, you can come and say hello. Right, wow, that's so nice of you, for real. Because you have to understand, like, I don't know if I told you this before, but I did not have the keys to his house. I was not allowed to go to his house unless I was summoned or told. I was not allowed to answer his phones. We can go there. But anyway, so this, we can tell this a bit of a sore point, perhaps. Anyway, so Andrew came And of course, the minute we got together, I was like, yay, hi. And then it was so nice because the difference of being in England with Prince Andrew versus being in New York without all the bullshit was insane. And our friendship just like lit up like this. Because first of all, he knew that I'm safe. I mean, safe as in I'm not, Nigel Dempster or taking a page. Not in a million years would I do something so gross. And we honestly got on like a house on fire. I really liked him a lot. And it was so nice. And we just became really, really good friends. Much more so than when we were in London, if I'm honest.
And then with respect to and Prince Andrew, what do you know about that relationship?
Would you like to ask it again? Relationship's a big word. Like I said, I don't like the word. Let's just start there. Okay. So I have read, I just want to like piece together.
Well, but don't say, before you say what you read, because that's one of the problems is that we're all kind of
All right. What I know.
informed by like all the publicity and information around what everybody else has said. But like, what do you
No.
What do you think? Or what did you see?
Well,
what did you hear?
What's an even bigger word than bullshit?
Okay. Why? Well, go ahead. But finish that thought. Why do you think that?
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm so happy to tell you. I'm like excited. I'm beyond excited. Okay, so there's going to be a mixture of what I've actually seen and know from the evidence and versus what I've put together. Impossible for me at this point to separate everything, but I'll tell you what I know versus what I saw and what I physically have in here. But it's helpful for you to know. So, the allegation, I have to go with the allegation. The allegation was that at my house in London in March, whatever that was, 2001, I believe, we went to London especially so that we could have a relationship with Prince Andrew, and she was paid a vast amount of money for that purpose. Okay. And that she then got in my bathroom in my house in London and had sexual relations with him, and then went into my guest room and had full-blown sex, and then left my house. Oh, he left and she felt used and disgusting. And a photograph was taken of them just before all these events took place in my study. That is what is the story. Oh, and then after that, she met him several other times, but we'll come to that. This is where it will allegedly started.
And they went to train.
Oh, right. We went to a nightclub that night. Oh, we went to dinner, right? We went to dinner and then to tram. Okay, so the first thing about that weekend, that specific weekend, was that it's my mum's 80th birthday and I was in the country. And I have some corroborating evidence for that and a lot of testimonial that you can check. So that takes care of the reason why one of the reasons why her story doesn't hold water. The second reason why, so by the way, when I say that, my mum turned 80th that actual weekend, was her birthday, it's on March the 11th. And the reason why I went to London, and I presume, but I don't remember, is why when we were, so the whole trip started because of Alberto Pinto, who is the decorator for the island and for New York as well. And he had wanted Epstein to go to see a house in Marrakesh, if I remember rightly, and went via the Alhambra. It was also for New Mexico. So there's architectural pieces that compared, and that was the basis of that trip. And I suspect now that that trip was planned all around the fact that I was going to be in London no matter what for my mum's 80th birthday at my brother's house in the country, which is approximately an hour outside of London, an hour and a half outside of London, in my brother's home. And we all congregated on the Saturday for her birthday celebration on the Sunday, and then we left. So that's that. The second reason why probably maybe even the more important reason than my mum's birthday that I think it's absolute rubbish is that Prince Andrew, the idea of him doing anything of that nature in my house that's the size of this room is so mind-blowingly not conceivable to me as the man or what I just can't even no.
Is there any way that it could have happened?
No.
Okay.
Describe the physical plan.
Oh, the physical. So my house was tiny. I think it's 900 square feet in total. Well, maybe that. Is that right? Maybe 9. It is on 3 floors, however. So we're talking about it's a jewel. It used to be a stable for a horse. It was the stables for the big houses. It was the little poor man's home behind the rich man's home. It's a jewel. Was a gorgeous little place, but it is the size of a nut. If you make a noise, let's say you did a little burp or something, you'd hear it. It just, where she says that they had relations in a bathroom, first of all, the bath is an old Victorian bath. I'm quite small. It's tight for me. I put my brother in there to see what would happen. It looks like a blivet, which is a sausage in a very tight skin. So her description of whatever the 2 people were doing in the tub, that would work. The bathroom itself is so small you can't lie flat on the floor. So it couldn't happen on the floor because you physically can't. This bathroom is too small to even be on the floor. And then the kicker of all kickers is that because the bathroom was so small, I decorated it to try and make it look huge, which meant that I put mirrors the whole way around it. And what was so fun about being in there is that if you stood in the bathroom, you saw like 100 of you, like you do if you were in
A fun house.
yeah, well, Alice in Wonderland, or one of those things that you would see yourself going stretching everything. And it's the image. If you said you were, let's say for telling the truth, she could say she was having sex with 5,000 generations of the royal family because that's how far back you could see yourself. There is no way in God's green earth, if that had taken place, that this is something that you would miss, because you couldn't miss it. If you were standing there now, you'd see the whole of the FBI, the whole of the Department of Justice standing behind you. It's like, no.
Did you,
Also explain where the tap was in the bathtub.
Oh, well, it's an old Victor. Had a tap. So if you were in, God forbid, if you were in the tub, this was the tub. My tap would be here. I think. No.
so you think it's kind of logistically and physically not something that could have.
Well, there's that, and there's just Andrew would. He's so. English. He's so. He's had a tie on.
Do you think there's any way it could have happened or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
no way, no how. Absolutely not. Wait, I haven't finished. So, on her.
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's his meeting.
No, go ahead. Go. Finish, please. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can I finish? When all this nonsense took place, where this whole story with the picture and the this and the that and this bullshit, I believe that this whole thing was manufactured, and I can point you to some potentially corroborating evidence of this. So when she gave the photograph to the FBI in Australia.
Just to be clear, the photograph you're talking about the famous one where,
Yeah, I have an image of it
where,
here.
where
If you want
Prince
to look at
Andrew's
it.
holding and you're in the background.
The fake. To be clear. So on the back of that, and this is in the Discovery, by the way. I don't know if it's in, I don't know which Discovery I saw it in now, but she wrote in the back that it was a picture that was taken in January of 2000 or 2001, I don't remember.
Okay.
So now in her handwriting that she's giving the FBI this picture. Suddenly now it's March. So how do you go from her writing it's January to March? It's because that's the only one that fit with the flight logs that when she could be in London and this took place. The second thing is that, I'm so excited to tell you this. There is a journalist. I know you guys quite, I don't know. The fake news is at work here. So there's a journalist called Sharon Churcher. There is a lawyer called Brad Edwards. These two, and there is a Southern District of Florida prosecutor called Villafano. I would very much look forward to showing you the relationship between these three parties that created that story.
Why? Well, without putting aside the relationship, why do you think they created that story?
I believe that story was created for the purposes of, well, there are multiple. The first one is financial. Mm-hmm. The second one is for the purposes of the CVRA case. The third one was for the serialization both of her book and in the papers for the story to attack the royal family. And just as a...
So I think when you were just asked about the photo, you said you actually thought the photo was fake. Do you think it was just misstated, or do you think it's literally a fake photo?
I believe it's literally a fake photo.
Why do you think that?
Well, first of all, I don't remember it. We'll start.
But
right, okay. But the outfit I'm wearing, is the outfit from my mum's birthday party.
So, but you don't have any. Do you dispute that they met each other?
Do you know whether they've met each other?
I do not know that they met.
Okay, so you not only you think the photograph is fake, but you also are not even positive they actually ever met each other.
I am not.
So you don't have a specific recollection of kind of being at an event or a party or your apartment or your flat in London with Prince Andrew and.
Absolutely not.
She doesn't know one way or the other.
You understand that?
I want you to
No,
know
I know.
that the reason why I'm not hesitant. I don't have any memory of that. So that's not the issue. The issue is, could Andrew have come to the house to see me or see Epstein and say hi and she had been there? Yes. I can't say that didn't happen. But what I can absolutely categorically say is that I never at any time set Andrew up to have relations with her or any other human being ever. And I can categorically state that her characterization of whatever may or may not have happened would just know. And plus, I was in the country, so all of that's just not conceivable.
Did you attend? Did you attend social parties over? And again, I really now am focused on 2000 plus, so not the early years, where Mr. Epstein would host a party or be a big part of the hosting of the party, and some of or many of the young women who were masseuses would be invited to the party as guests or as entertainment.
I certainly went to his house when he would have people who would be there that were, I call them, the way I would think of it and I would characterize it were his entourage. That's how I thought about it. And that certainly was in the later 2000s, yes.
Did you attend any weddings of famous people with Mr. Epstein? Again, I'm mostly focused on post 2000, but if there's something that comes to mind in the 90s, that's fine as well.
A wedding?
Weddings.
With Epstein? I don't think I ever went to a wedding with Epstein. I can't think of a wedding that I ever went to with him.
Do you know, so you don't remember, or you didn't attend President Clinton's daughter's wedding,
I did.
Chelsea Clinton's,
I-
but that wasn't with Mr. Epstein.
No, it was with Ted Waite, my boyfriend.
Say it again?
With Ted Waite, my boyfriend.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Epstein was at that wedding?
He was not.
And how did you have a relationship? Well, why did you get invited to that wedding?
Because Ted and Clinton were very close.
And how were you close to them? Like, what was the reason you were close to them?
I met President Clinton. Well, first of all, I went to the White House with Epstein once for, I think it was for a historical, like one of those benefits. And I met the president then, but like 1,000 other people shook his hand. Then after that, I had a good friend of mine that was known to be the mayor of Miami Beach, Philip Levine. And Philip and the president were very good friends. And Philip and I were very good friends. And so I actually was introduced to the president post his coming out of the White House and became friendly with him because of Philip Levine.
Because of what?
Philip Levine.
There's some names that have been publicly associated with Mr. Epstein that I just want to ask you if you know about. Piers Morgan.
Is friendly with who?
With Mr. Epstein.
I have no idea. Never. I doubt it.
Yeah, there's no trick question. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not suggesting that I know the answer to it. I'm
Oh, all right.
genuinely just asking.
I would be astonished. I can't imagine they'd have anything in common either.
How about?
We're friends with Piers Morgan.
I've met him. I met him at an event in Manhattan. I can't remember what. More recently, so probably in 2012, 30 something in that, and we had a very nice conversation. So I remember that. I remember thinking I don't remember if I'd ever met him before, but I remember thinking how nice he was and how I was surprised. So I liked him. What can I tell you? So that's the only memory I have of that. I'm not sure if that's correct, but that's what I think.
I don't have a correct or incorrect.
No, I just don't know. I just
want
want to try and.
No, but I don't. I want you to believe me, because I mean this. There is so much information in the public sphere
Oh, I
about
see. Okay.
you and Mr. Epstein and others around, and some of it is definitely true, and some of it is definitely false.
Okay, all right.
So when I
I
ask a question,
Sorry.
if I think that you're not being honest or that you're missing something, I'm not. This isn't got you.
Okay.
I'll say that to you. Did you ever meet JFK Jr.?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever meet JFK Jr.?
Yes,
When was that?
I met him at Andrew Cuomo's wedding. No, Kerry's wedding. Kerry's wedding. Who did Kerry marry? Andrew Cuomo. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Andrew Cuomo's wedding in
And when would that have been approximately?
1990,
So before,
1989. Something like that.
but would that have been before you
Or
met
maybe-
Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Did you have any sort of professional or social relationship with John F. Kennedy Jr.?
I fancied him.
You what?
I thought he was very attractive.
Oh, you fancied him.
Sorry.
Aside from finding him attractive and fancying him, did you have any sort of, social relationship with him?
I mean, we knew each other, and I thought he was wonderful and fun, and I enjoyed meeting him. But we went out. I wanted to say we had a dinner or two, but I was very excited. But that was it.
And then Alan Dershowitz.
What's the question with Alan?
Do you say it again?
What's the
Do
question?
you know? Do you know Mr. Dershowitz?
Yes.
Do you know whether he knew Mr. Epstein? Do you know the nature of their
Okay.
relationship?
I definitely do know Alan. I'm just trying to remember if I knew him. I'm trying to remember how I met him, and if I met him separate from Epstein. I don't remember. So
Okay.
that I have no recollection. I remember, I know that he was Epstein's lawyer. I don't know if they had any relationship prior to that. I don't remember. Oh, I do actually. So I think they met at the same Martha's Vineyard through Lynn Forrester. Now I think that's what happened. I think that's it.
And why do you think that?
Because it just put to my head.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Dershowitz was Mr. Epstein's attorney. Do you know whether they also socialized?
So my personal memory of when I have two distinct memories with Alan. One is with him and his wife at the island, and I absolutely remember that. And I remember, I think going to his house in Boston, if he had a house in Boston. Those are the only two times I remember.
Did you ever observe Mr. Dershowitz doing anything inappropriate with young women around Mr. Epstein?
Never.
Did you ever hear did anybody ever tell you that he had done anything inappropriate?
Absolutely not.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Dershowitz ever got a massage at the island or any of the locations that he was at with Mr. Epstein?
I don't remember anything about him ever getting a massage. I don't ever have any I don't believe I ever even saw him in a bathrobe. I have no knowledge of that.
I'm jumping around a little bit. You mentioned, I think, briefly, but the Terra Mara project?
Yes.
What is that?
I founded Terra Mara the idea of Terra Mara came, I think, in 2010. So I want to just explain Terra Mara a little bit. So Ted and I bought a boat. Well, Ted bought the boat. And the basis of the boat was to do explorations and sea exploratory stuff. This really started because I have and have had since I was a child a love of the ocean and everything aquatic, and I've always been I'm nervous about the state of the ocean. When Ted and we worked with National Geographic, and we did exploratory work, and the most exciting, we did many exciting things, but one of the most fabulous ones that we did was we looked for Amelia Earhart twice. I did 2 expeditions to look for Amelia Earhart as an example of an exploration that we did. And he had a foundation for the ocean, and we worked with Nat Geo, we worked with Woods Hole, we did amazing things. He bought the Remus 6000, so when the plane went missing, the plane that went, was it Air France, from Brazil to Paris and went down, it was the Remus 6000 that found that plane. It's one of those deep sea under-explorers. Anyway, when I broke up with Ted, I just, one of the things I did not want to give up was my love of the ocean and everything that we did. And Terra Mara, the genesis of Terra Mara came from that. So Terra Mara obviously means land, sea. And the story of the ocean is that Earth really shouldn't be called Earth, it should be called ocean, because 3/4 is the ocean. So I wanted to not clash with anything to do with Ted, because it was a bit awkward between us. And so he took all the part of the ocean that was close to land, so within 200 miles. And so I decided I would focus on all the part of the ocean that was outside of national borders, Terra Mara. And that's the genesis of Terra Mara.
So what was the time period of that?
That, I think, after I broke up with Ted, so 2010, 11 is when it started, and then I ran it all the way up until whenever the Epstein drama struck, and then I just shut it down. I shut it down because I didn't want what was happening to hurt the Smithsonian or Nat Geo or the I just couldn't let everything be hurt by what was happening to me.
Do you know Jean-Luc Brunel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I met him, so when I told you I was working for the European for my dad, and I was in
So
charge.
back in like early 90s.
Yeah. And I was running a magazine. One of the things in the magazine is fashion. And so I was going to some fashion shows and I was looking for fashion sponsorship. And in fact, when I came to America, one of the first sponsors that I got for it was Ron Perlman at Revlon, who was great. And I met Jean-Luc through just in Paris like that, but socially not.
Did Mr. Epstein know him as well? Did you later learn whether they knew each other?
I'm not sure. I don't. He would have. Epstein had his own fashion situation, so he would have. I don't. He didn't meet Jean-Luc through me.
Did you ever observe them together over the years?
Absolutely, yeah. I saw them many times together.
Did he visit the island? Did he
Yes.
go to Palm
Yes,
Beach
he went,
House?
yeah, he went everywhere. I saw him in every place.
Do you ever observe him getting a massage? Or do you ever know whether they got a massage? Maybe you didn't observe it personally. You don't
I
remember.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I never. I have no conscious memory of Jean-Luc. I would imagine that he did, but I never. I don't.
How about Mr. Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein?
What would you like to know?
Do you know him?
Yes.
How do you know him? Like, I guess when I say how do you know him, is it a relation you had kind of separate from Mr. Epstein, or did you meet him through Mr. Epstein, or?
I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't say I had any type of relationship with Harvey Weinstein
Okay.
in any context. Socially, I would meet him because I would go to events that Harvey would be at, and also his wife was English back then, Georgina. And so I was not really friendly, also would be a big word, more of acquaintance. So we would see each other and I would go to Miramax events. But there was a couple of people who worked for Harvey who I was friendly with. His primary producer, whose name is Meryl Poster, I was friendly with. And yeah. So,
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein had his own relationship with Mr. Weinstein?
he did.
Did they socialize together at the island or in Palm Beach or New Mexico?
I never saw Harvey at any of Epstein's houses. So socialized, I don't know that they were friends. I mean, I can't see them together either. I mean, literally. But I know that they certainly do that. I would imagine, and in fact, I think I have a memory, but I can't, that when Harvey was trying to raise money for whatever his business was called, I can't remember what his business was. Maybe he went there because Epstein was good at raising money. I just don't know. But I never saw them. I don't recall seeing Harvey in any of the properties.
Let's just go a few more minutes and take a break. I know it's after lunch. So we talked several hours ago about your father and his business a little bit. After your father passed, do you know whether Mr. Epstein was involved in your family business that you know of?
Absolutely not. In any respect. First of all, there was no family business left. Start with that problem. And the second one is my family didn't like him very much. And they were busy dealing with their own problems, and there was no relationship whatsoever. I mean, my mum and he got along quite well. That was it. But she's an old lady. You know, he was nice to her.
We're now being a little repetitive, but you're confident that before you met Mr. Epstein, he didn't know your father, and so he wouldn't have done business with your father's companies in the 80s either.
Absolutely not. I'm 100% sure of that. I never met him. I never saw him. I never heard his name. No, nothing.
So, there's been a lot of conversations about whether Mr. Epstein maintained like a a list of people, like a book of famous people that he knew, like it's called a black book or a client list or a list. Did you know of the existence of any such list?
There is no list. We'll start with that. The genesis of that story I can actually trace for you from its absolute inception, if that is what you're interested in.
Well,
It
first, to be short, there is no list, there's no client list, nothing like that.
No, there is nothing like
that you know.
that. Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so you say you think you know the genesis. So go ahead, tell us.
I'd like you to know that I have brought some supporting corroborative evidence.
Well, tell me what it is,
Well, why
too, and
don't
then we'll
you
get the
tell us
corroboration.
first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this, do you want to take a break here? Because this is a long,
This
It's a long
is
story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
let's take a break. Yeah, let's take a break.
All right, the time is 2:03. We're going to take a break right now. All right, we're resuming the recorded proffer of Miss Maxwell. It is 2:16 on Thursday, July 24th. And the recording device is now on.
So when we stopped to take a break, we were talking about what has been publicly discussed as a black book or the Epstein list, and that's where we are. So you said you think you might know, or that you're aware of kind of the origin of this narrative.
No, I just want to reiterate again, there is no list that I am aware of. I've never, at any time, at least during the period of time when I was
Okay.
present.
Okay.
The origin of this story, I believe, begins, or it has a beginning in 2009, and then it has a prequel, but we have to start in 2009. In 2009, there is Epstein is, I think, out of jail, and there are civil suits taking place. Many of these are coming out of a disgraced law firm, Rothstein, Rosenfeld and Adler. At that law firm is a lawyer who started there in April, May 2009, called Brad Edwards. In 2009, allegedly, the FBI gets a call in October of 2009 from Brad Edwards, whom he allegedly tells them that he has come across a piece of evidence that belongs to Epstein that contains a list of all of his clients and victims, underage girls, massage therapists, and his and the men who are having sex with them. And Brad Edwards becomes a cooperating witness, confidential informant for them. And in a sting operation, obtains the list from a former butler of Epstein's called Alfredo Rodriguez. And it becomes evidence in the civil suit. In the Alfredo Rodriguez is subsequently prosecuted for having an AK-47 or something weird, some guns or something, and goes to trial, and there's a criminal complaint that the FBI produced. And in that criminal complaint, it says that Brad Edwards became aware of the list, but we'll call it the list for the purposes of this, after Alfredo Rodriguez's 2 depositions that are held in Epstein's civil suit. It's in the FBI's affidavit that the evidence was collected, and Brad Edwards became aware of it after the 2nd deposition. It's in the criminal complaint. The truth is different from what's in both the criminal complaint and in that FBI affidavit, and in Brad Edwards's own statements on the subject. The truth is that Alfredo Rodriguez was deposed twice, once in July and once in August. And in the July deposition, told Brad Edwards that he had handwritten notes or a journal or whatever in the deposition. And Brad Edwards replies, well, we're going to come back for a 2nd deposition. And the 2nd deposition takes place in August. What this means is that Brad Edwards had access to the list from sometime between July and August until when he actually called the FBI in October. So we're talking 6 months or so. Rothstein's firm was raided a few days after the list went into the FBI's hands, and subsequently Rothstein himself was prosecuted for RICO and I believe went to jail for 50 years. As part of that RICO case, he admitted to, on the record, and was, I don't know whether he was prosecuted for creating fake settlements and fake evidence in Epstein's case. In 2009, simultaneously whilst this was going on, my boyfriend, Ted Waite, was asked for $10 million to keep me out of any of Epstein's civil suits. Up until then, I had not been in any of Epstein's civil suits. In fact, I wasn't even sure, save for the first time I was mentioned was by, I was basically nowhere. And then Ted was called for this $10 million and had been shown, his people had been shown evidence that included the list, the flight logs, and various other pieces of evidence. Now we're going to the prequel part of this story, so then it can tie to how this starts. In 2007, Epstein signs the non-prosecution agreement. He then fights the prosecution agreement or debates it through the DOJ or whatever happened there, and goes to the court in 2008 when it's accepted or whatever that is. Villafana was the lead prosecutor, in that case, and she, I think, was not happy with the outcome, and utilized at that time Brad Edwards to file the CVRA case. Now, what I have managed to understand from this is within the OPR itself, there is evidence. There it says that Brad Edwards was the only lawyer that she was allowed to talk to. So I just want to preface that. The reason why I know that she went behind Acosta's back and everything else to do this is because Brad Edwards, in a podcast, made the revelation. What he says is that he'd never heard of the CVRA case before, and Villafana called him and told him to file it. The sole purpose of the CVRA was to overturn the non-prosecution agreement. So what I believe is that Villafana worked with Brad Edwards, who she had also he was the lawyer that she had selected as a pro bono lawyer for some of the victims. And he was also working for Rothstein's firm that was under RICO investigation for that entire time, creating fake evidence in Epstein's case. And she had just filed hidden, secret, using Edwards to overturn the NPA by filing this CVRA case that's sole purpose was to overturn it. And so when he approached her with the list, this was part of the effort to utilize and find new evidence to support the overturning either of the NPA and or of a new case against Epstein. Because Brad Edwards, or I don't know if it was Brad Edwards, because Rothstein's firm asked my then boyfriend for $10 million to kick me out of suits that I had no knowledge of at that time whatsoever, I now know that the base of this story was a blackmail of a billionaire, because Ted Waite was a multi-billionaire. He had everything. He was way, way more wealthy than Epstein, if anyone cares. And that is the reason why Ted and I broke up. What was the basis of it?
So,
and that list was created so then the masseuses that were on that list, I'd never heard of some of them. I not even from the civil suits that had come up since I've seen it. This is me now knowing what's in the list today. And I believe that, Alfredo Rodriguez, so there's a metamorphosis of this list. So the original statement that Brad Edwards makes that's in the documents contemporaneously is that it's pieces of paper that Alfredo has. It then morphs into something that Alfredo took, a book that Alfredo took from Epstein's computer, but there's no computer, I know, certainly not in 2005 when this was allegedly taken, that came out as a book. And then it morphed into, at the civil time of my civil cases, into a book that was taken from my computer. And then it morphed into the Southern District of New York as a combination list of mine and Epstein's. That is a metamorphosis through documents that you can trace.
So there, in your mind, well, from what you just described, there is a list. It's just manufactured. I mean, have you seen the list even fake? Like, do you know?
I haven't seen it, but
So
what
I was confused.
so I guess my thing is that what Brad Edwards says in all of these things is in the paperwork and whatnot. And then, so all this story is basically controlled by 5 people. There's 4 alleged victims that speak about the list and the blackmail and the men and the sex and whatnot. And the lawyers, and now the prosecutors, sorry. The Southern District of New York for sure, but no one else. None of these stories carry from any of the 44 alleged original victims. They never ever say that they were farmed out to anybody.
But the list itself,
Yes.
where is it?
There is no list, but Brad Edwards said that he
That's what I was a little
created
bit
the list.
confused about.
Sorry, he created a list. So in that book that Alfredo Rodriguez produced that became evidence, Exhibit 52 in my trial, it has markings all over it, circles and dots and whatnot. And Brad Edwards says that he got Alfredo Rodriguez to mark up the book of all the people who were involved. It includes Alan Dershowitz, for the record, who's marked. I don't remember what it does with Donald Trump. I don't know. You'd have to look. I don't have it. But I believe. So what he did, he marked up. I don't know who. Somebody marked up that book of names, and I think all the names of the people that they went for were originally selected between two sources. One was this alleged book of names, and one was also from the telephone logs that were collected from the house in Palm Beach. And just to finish it off, there is a note. I have some papers for you if you wanted them, where Brad Edwards says that he has a list of 25 men that he got money off.
So okay, so the list that everybody, the black book, the list. What you're saying is that your Exhibit 52 from your trial, which is like more of an address book or Rolodex type thing, that Mr. Rodriguez, Alfredo Rodriguez, your understanding is that somewhere along the way he went through and kind of marked that list to say.
I don't know where that book actually comes from.
Okay.
I don't know what that book is. That book is some type of a compilation, but what it is it's just pieces of paper with type. So if you could have made a list. I could put. Oh, it would be so rude.
But you're referring to something that's been public for a long. I mean, if we're thinking about the same thing, you're talking about You're right. It's like a bunch of different types of paper, or whatever. I only have a copy of it, but with big parts of it redacted publicly because
Yes.
people's addresses. And
Yes,
whatnot.
that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Yes. So you will find.
We're looking at Exhibit 52 now.
Okay, so you're looking at Exhibit 52. So the one they produced, the Southern District of New York actually produced a book for me to see it as evidence, the actual thing it was. And it has marks, it has tabs, it has things, it has names I've never seen. It had like that list of that list was basically the names that they choose to produce at trial. Now, in Rothstein Adler's firm, I also have some documents where Rothstein, his original scheme at Rothstein Adler was to place prostitutes. He had a bar, a dancey bar, where he had girls, and I believe he would use them and put them as fake secretaries in people's offices, and then she might touch him or he might touch her or something, and boom, he got $25,000 for that. And those girls, and I'm not saying that those are the girls that came in Epstein's case necessarily, but
But again, we're separating the evidence that came in at your trial and what you just talked about with Brad Edwards and Mr. Rodriguez. During the time that you were with Mr. Epstein, and even in the 2000s when you were around less frequently, you never observed or you never saw any sort of list or black book or a list of individuals who, linked to certain masseuses or
Absolutely.
anything like that.
absolutely no. There is no list. I'm not aware of any blackmail. I never heard that. I never saw it, and I never imagined it.
While we're on this topic, just again, I know we're jumping around and we've been going on it for a while, so I apologize. But there's recently been reports about a birthday book that you assembled for Mr. Epstein, I think for his 50th birthday in 2003.
That's true.
What do you know about that?
So my mum did a birthday book for my father at his 60th. And when Epstein would talk about his 50th, he said, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I said, well, there's a nice thing. So my mum did this book for my dad. And he said, I love that idea. He said, can you help coordinate it? And he organized he called a lot of the people himself. I coordinated the putting together of the book. And in some instances, I called people to ask them to
And
contribute.
what was in the book? Like, what was the ask of the people you called?
It's his 50th birthday. Say anything you want on a piece of
Yeah.
paper.
Okay.
I mean, nothing more than that.
Right. I mean, it was an obvious question, but you basically, his folks were invited to send something to you to celebrate his birthday.
Yes, to say happy birthday with like have a wonderful day or something else. There was no ask, but I wasn't responsible for everybody in that book, and there were people that he would ask himself to contribute.
And do you remember specific names of individuals who did send letters or who did contribute?
It's been so long. I want to tell you that I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
The article talks about several names, but including the folks of the article, which is on Donald Trump. Do you remember President Trump submitting a letter or a card or a note?
I don't.
Do you think the articles? Well, do you remember seeing that book or any portion of the letters in your discovery in New York?
Yes.
Okay, what do you remember seeing?
I remember there was some portions of that book, but what surprised me, what surprised me was how few there were, because I thought if you had those, where are the rest? There was none of Mr. Trump.
In your discovery?
In my discovery, sorry, President Trump. There was nothing from
And
President
do
Trump.
you remember, but separate and apart from your discovery, do you remember one way or the other whether President Trump submitted a letter for his 50th birthday?
I do not remember.
And the article that references the letter talks about like either a picture of a naked woman or something like that. Do you have any recollection of that?
I do not. But no, I don't.
Do you remember? So what do you remember seeing from your discovery around the book? Like you said, portions of it or some of the pictures?
I remember that there were maybe. So I just want to say about the discovery that I had about. Maybe this is an exaggeration. I'm not sure, but in my mind, it's about close to 5 million documents. It was a lot, and of that giant document dump that I received, I was only maybe as much as 30 to 35% I was never able to access. And this is documented at the court. And so I cannot say that I saw everything because I didn't.
Yeah, okay.
I just want you to know that. And I think that was by design.
But you do remember
I do remember some pages.
seeing some pages.
I
of the
do,
book.
yes.
Okay. Do you remember which pages you saw? Like from who had written those letters, or no?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So it's okay. Did you or so the same questions we've asked about some other individuals? Did you meet Bill Gates over the years?
Yes.
Because of your relationship with Mr. Epstein, or separate?
That one, well, I met Mr. Gates. I went to the TED conference. I went to TED conference and I actually spoke at the TED conference. Not the main stage, the substage. And I also gave several TEDx's. And I met him there, but we weren't friendly. And I actually did meet him because I knew I don't know if he's chief of staff or whoever, Boris. And I met him, I think, once. I may have met him actually at 71st Street. I may have once. I don't remember if I met him there or at a restaurant. I don't remember. And that would have been because of Epstein, because Epstein was friendly with Boris, and Boris That's all I remember.
Do you know whether Mr. Gates traveled with Mr. Epstein on his plane to any of his houses?
So if that friendship was after, it was in the late 2000s. So if I met him, like I said, I went to Epstein's house maybe once or twice. And maybe I met him there. I don't remember.
So
But-
you don't.
So I wouldn't know if he had been on Epstein.
And you don't recall ever being on like a plane with him flying to the island or to anywhere?
No.
Do you know somebody named Reid Hoffman?
I do.
Who's that?
Read Silicon Valley guy.
Is what?
Silicon Valley.
And how do you know him?
Through my friends in San Francisco. I used to have a very close friend who was in San Francisco, who's part of that whole. I have several actually, or had.
So is that a relationship you have kind of separate and apart from Mr. Epstein?
Or separate.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein had a relationship with Reid Hoffman?
I don't know.
Did you ever observe Mr. Hoffman flying anywhere with you or Mr. Epstein,
No.
or getting massages?
No.
So there's a list of multiple masseuses that is floating around. I think you had in your discovery. I think you were just talking about that. That list. Do you know how that list was created?
No. All that stuff that came out of that book, I now find suspect.
It's part of the story you just told us.
Yes. Now, I'm not saying it's all fake. I don't know what's real and what's not. I don't know what
Understood.
name is true. Now that it's been, to my mind anyway, now that it has been, without a doubt, contaminated and possibly fraudulent, I'm not. I don't know. I mean, obviously the numbers that I recognize on my own, those are real, but how it was actually ended up put together and compiled and the purposes for it, for which then they blackmailed my boyfriend. Now I'm just, no.
Over the years, when you were serving as like the general manager, so the mid 90s all the way into the 2000s, do you know whether anyone maintained a list of all the masseuses, like a running list?
So there's three ways. So I know that the house itself, John Alessi had a Rolodex that he kept the names and numbers of all the people that came to the house so that he could call. So because I only was with Epstein, even at best, half the time. So when I was there, he had like his chief of staff who could find whatever he needed. And when I wasn't there, he had to rely on somebody else, right? So be that John Alessi or whoever else. So whoever was traveling with him or wherever he was, he needed somebody else to access information. So he had an assistant, chief, who was his secretary, who would be the one that would update his computer. Like everybody has an address book.
But was what you're describing, which it makes sense. Was that a list of masseuses or a list of people that might need to be contacted, which would necessarily include a lot of masseuses?
That's the latter.
And did you update that? Like, were you one of the people that would add names to it? Like, if a masseuse came and leaves and Mr. Epstein says yes, she was good, would you be part? Like, how was the list kind of maintained, or who maintained it?
Typically, no, because there would be an assistant who would do that. Plus, Epstein would not allow me to answer the telephone ever. So, or maintain or keep any of his messages in the office or at the house. So typically that wouldn't be, because I wouldn't be the one. Could I say to you I never did it? No, of course not, because that just seems ludicrous. But as a rule of thumb, the answer would be no.
During the 2007, 8, 9 the investigation out of the Southern District of Florida, so you said that you weren't contacted by law enforcement.
I was not.
after Mr. Epstein was charged, did you have conversations with him about the investigation?
He never talked to me about it.
Did you,
I mean, I can't, let's put it this way. If he did, I have no recollection of it. I mean, I'm sure he must have said, this is all whatever he said, or it's nothing, or whatever. I mean, I just don't have any, memory. I mean, I was with Ted. I was like gone. I mean, and plus, I just didn't want to know either, I suppose.
so you don't know firsthand why the U.S. attorney in Florida made the deal that he did? Meaning you weren't part of that discussion along the way. Like Mr. Epstein didn't say, I'm getting a good deal, or, something's happening with the case that's very good. You to the extent you know anything about it, it's just from what you've heard or read from others, not from Mr. Epstein. Is that right?
He never talked about the non-prosecution directly with me, no. But he did.
But it's still enforceable as to her.
I mean, he never said, hey, are you happy with this deal? Like that. But I understood. He never enjoined me to the MPA, but I understand that he included me specifically, and I'll tell you why.
Well, it's okay. You don't need to get into that.
No, I don't want to talk about the legal,
Yeah.
the what's on appeal. I'm just
No, I would. Well,
the reason for my question, just to be, I'm not trying to hide something, but there's a very strong belief that he got a very good deal, and that he should have been sentenced to more time, or got a different sentence from the feds than a non-prosecution agreement. And I'm not asking you to opine on that, but I'm wondering whether he ever talked to you about that. But it sounds like he didn't.
that he got a good deal? No. I think actually, well, his comments that I've read was that he didn't get a good deal. And I think that when he fought it so hard, it's because he didn't think he did.
When he was serving his sentence, were you around during that time? Like when he was allowed to leave during the day or travel during the day?
I never called him. I never saw him. And I never went to the jail.
So I'm going to ask you questions that you shouldn't read into them. I just want to know whether they resonate with you. Have you ever had any contact with any representative that you know of from Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency?
Can you ask me that again?
Have you ever had any contact with an individual that you understand to be from Mossad, an Israeli intelligence agency?
Well, not deliberately.
Pardon me?
Not deliberately.
And did you know, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but just to put a finer point on it, did you ever know that were you ever told, do you ever think that Mr. Epstein was getting any money from any intelligence agency, including Mossad?
I don't believe so, but I wouldn't know. I mean, I would be very surprised if he did. I don't think so. No.
We've talked about a lot of names, and I'm sure there's some that we haven't covered. Are there any foreign nationals? So right now we've talked about some British, the royal family a little bit, and maybe high society folks in Britain. Were there any international businessmen or politicians that had a very close relationship or a close relationship with Mr. Epstein that we haven't already talked about?
Off the top of my head, I can think of Ehud Barak.
You said that Mr. Epstein, at some point in the mid to late 90s, he started taking testosterone. Did you ever know him to take any other drugs?
No. I mean, he took pills for his heart, I think. But no substances.
What do you know anything about his heart condition? I know we talked about this at 9:45 this morning, but do you know anything about his heart condition and beyond that you understood he had a heart condition that affected his ability to have sex?
Other than what he told me, no, he never shared anything, but he did take pills. I don't know anything about that. And like I said, he did the testosterone, which made him mean.
And we're jumping around a little bit.
Right.
Sorry. Do you know somebody named Donald Barr?
No.
He is, I can represent to you, was the former headmaster of the Dalton School, which you mentioned earlier.
All right.
Do you remember any conversations with Mr. Epstein about a book that Mr. Barr wrote called Space Relations,
I've never heard of that.
about aliens and sex?
No.
Do you know whether, well, have you ever met the former Attorney General of the United States, Bill Barr?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Epstein knew him or whether his name ever came up in conversations you had with Mr. Epstein?
I don't recall any.
Okay. Did you have a relationship, or no? I'm using relationship, and I appreciate you don't like that word. Did you know Mr. Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Through Jeffrey.
How would you describe your relationship? Close, friendly?
My personal?
Yes.
Not that close, but friendly enough. I mean, you know.
How was Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with his brother Mark, from what you observed?
I mean, they were brotherly, but I think that I don't know. There are periods when they were closer, and then when they weren't. I think sometimes Epstein found his brother irritating.
And I think I know the answer is given what you just said about Bill Barr, but did you ever hear any from Mr. Epstein or anybody else that Bill Barr had any role in Mr. Epstein getting a good plea deal in Florida, or any role in that process with Mr. Acosta?
I never heard that.
I think you said this in an interview, but if I'm wrong, forgive me. Do you have a view of Mr. Epstein, of whether he committed suicide or whether something else happened?
Can we take a
Wanna
break?
take a break?
there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah, sure. Actually, it's a good time to take a break anyway, because this will be the last one of the day.
All right, so we're going to take a break at it's 2:53, Thursday, July 24th. We are continuing with the recorded proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The time is now 3:10 p.m., Thursday, July 24th.
My colleagues alerted me to a couple questions I think I may have forgotten to ask you. One is, sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Well, we talked a few minutes ago about this birthday book that there's been press about. I understand you don't remember anything with President Trump, or a lot about the book anyway. Do you remember asking President Trump to submit a letter for that?
I do not.
And do you remember, would you have been the one to do that, or would somebody else have done that?
I did ask some people. I don't remember Mr. Trump. I don't remember who I did ask, but Epstein also asked people himself directly.
Okay.
So it could have happened that way, if it happened at all.
Trying to find on that. Where is it?
You mentioned Ehud Barak.
Yes.
What was his involvement?
This would have been in the later 2000s, so I do not know how they met, but I do know that they, I don't know if friendly would be the right word. I don't know that, but I know that they saw each other, and only because my father, you know, anything that touches Israel or the state of Israel, I'm always interested in, because my father loved Israel, and so I pay attention to it, and we have ties to it, to Israel.
When you said it was later, though,
Ties meaning friends and family relations.
was the
Sorry.
prominent was Mr. Brock, Prince Brock. Do you know what the nature of his relationship was with Mr. Epstein?
I don't.
Do you know, were you ever with them together?
I think I have a memory of meeting Ehud, but I don't know if he was with Epstein or I don't remember. I just know that I did see him, and I'm struggling to remember the context around it. But I'm sure it happened, but it must have been very brief because I don't have any serious memory of it, any like deep memory of it.
And maybe this is obvious.
And maybe it comes also because I've read it in the press. That's maybe something that brought it to my memory. So that's also, I think the press has been very contaminating. So it's hard sometimes to separate those stories from, your memory sometimes.
Do you know a British gymnast by the name of Heather Mann?
Yes.
Did she?
I didn't know she was a gymnast.
Oh, okay. I'm reading something that says she was a gymnast, but
Okay.
Please don't assume that that's correct.
Okay.
It's based upon my words.
Okay.
Did she ever travel with you and or Mr. Epstein?
I think, yeah, she did actually. I think that she might have been one of Mr. Epstein's girlfriends at some point.
What, again, and I know we're talking about time periods that are vast. What time period would that have been? Like after you, like since 2000?
I want to say, I don't know, could be the 90s, I don't know. But I mean, listen, there are people that pop out of the woodwork all the time. I just saw one on TV saying she was his girlfriend in 93 and 94. So, I mean, he obviously was very busy.
Where she's lying.
Well, there's that.
Did someone named Mark Middleton?
Yes, I
Who's
remember
that?
him. He was in the Mr. Clinton's administration, President Clinton's administration, I think.
And how do you know him?
I met him, and I met him through Mr. Epstein.
And was he, from what you observed, was he a friend or business acquaintance with Mr. Epstein?
I mean, I only saw him a handful of times, but I did see him with him. I mean, he seemed friendly. I don't know if I would characterize. I mean, having seen him briefly, I don't know how to characterize that.
Do you know whether he flew on airplanes with Mr. Epstein? Did he visit the island? Do you know anything about that or their relationship as it relates to that?
I don't have any recollection of seeing Mark Middleton at the island.
How about former U.S. Senator George Mitchell?
Yeah, I do remember George.
What do you remember about him?
I traveled with him. We went to the most memorable day. I went to. Well, I was friendly with his wife. Start with that, with Heather. And Heather was in New York, so I hung out with her a few times. We had dinners. And I was just friendly, I would say. Separately from her husband, was friends with Heather. I met Heather through her husband, but we became friends.
You became friends with Heather.
Yes.
Was Mr. Epstein friends with Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Did they travel together besides New York? Did they travel to the island or to New Mexico?
I don't remember George ever at the island, but the most memorable trip I do recall with Senator was to Italy.
Was to where?
To Italy.
Ah, okay.
We went to Rome.
As the four of you? So Heather and Mr. Mitchell and you and Mr. Epstein?
That's my recollection.
And what were you there for?
Because, well, the most memorable aspect of that trip is we went to the Vatican. And it was extraordinary. And the most extraordinary thing was going to the archives and holding Henry VIII's document to the Pope, asking for his divorce.
Do you know the former president of Colombia, Andres Pastrana?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I met Andres Pastrana in a pub in Dublin.
And did he travel with Mr. Epstein that you know?
I don't know if I don't know if he was ever on the plane. I don't know if he ever, I don't think he ever came to the island. But I went 2 places with Andres Pastrana. One was to Colombia, and Epstein came to that. And the other was to Cuba, and Epstein was there, and Pastrana was, I think, was there.
And what were the purposes of traveling to Colombia and then Cuba?
Um, I'm a helicopter pilot, and Andres is a helicopter pilot, and we just became friends, and I flew a Black Hawk in Colombia.
And how about to Cuba?
I have a friend of mine who was the cigar distributor for Monte Cristo's, maybe. I can't remember which cigar it was. And so we went there, and he organized the trip, and we met Fidel Castro.
When was that approximately?
Had to be 2002, 2003,
Okay.
something like that, I think.
There's some more names that we might talk about tomorrow with the same type of questions. But as far as a catch-all, there's been a tremendous amount of public information about all kinds of names, including some of the folks we talked about today, and their relationship with Mr. Epstein and/or you. For any of the folks that we've talked about today, did you observe them doing anything improper with Mr. Epstein, whether with masseuses or with women or girls who were traveling, or at the residence that they were at, or at the parties that they were at?
I did not ever at any time see that.
And for any of the names we've talked about today, and then tomorrow we'll talk about some more, but for today, do you recall having any conversations with anybody else where they reported to you that they had seen something that one of these individuals had done, whether someone else that works with Mr. Epstein or somebody that observed something?
If anybody had ever reported anything, first of all, the answer to that is no. And also, I just want to be clear that had anybody ever reported anything illegal or disgusting like that, I would have immediately done something. And I never heard it, I never saw it, and no one ever complained to me, or tears, nothing like that.
Okay. All right. So we took a break when we were talking about Mr. Epstein and his death. Oh, bless you. That's okay. Take your time. So Mr. Epstein and his death. So you were not obviously at the MCC during that time, correct?
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Thought you'd give me a tip.
I think I've got something blew up my nose.
So just take some water. It's okay. No problem. You were not at the MCC during that time, correct?
I was not.
So you're gonna tell us what you believe, but I just want to make sure I understand. Your basis for belief is kind of what you've read and seen, and your knowledge of Mr. Epstein for the many years you knew him, right?
And actually, there's a third component.
Okay.
The answer to that is yes. And
Okay.
there's a third component,
Mhm.
which is having experienced now the mismanagement and inefficiencies and total dereliction of duty at the Bureau of Prisons.
From BOP, from the Bureau of
Yes.
Prisons. Okay, fair. Okay, so what I do want to be careful about is, asking you to speculate because anybody can do that, and I don't think that's fair to you or anybody else to ask you to give us your kind of opinion. But do you think that the third point you say, which is kind of a failure by the BOP, there's been a lot of there's an OIG report, there's SDNY investigation about that. So you think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about?
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
And I ask that because if you don't believe that there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail or that he had kind of a list or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison?
Well, in prison, where I am, they will kill you, or somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary is about the going rate for a hit with a lock today.
So that goes to the third reason, which is kind of the mismanagement
Yes.
or the shortfallings or shortcomings of the Bureau of Prisons.
Yes.
Which is a little bit different than my question is, which is, do you think there's somebody on the outside of prison? So putting aside what could happen on the inside, on the outside of prison, who wanted him dead so badly that he would have, or she would have, caused him to be killed on the inside?
I think I don't see that. I think, is it possible? Of course it's possible, but I don't know of any reason why, and I don't believe in the blackmail or in any of this. I don't think Epstein had a hit like that. If it is indeed murder, I believe it was an internal situation.
Yeah, so you don't have any reason, firsthand knowledge, or even speculation, it sounds like, to think that that he was killed to kind of silence him or to keep him from going public about people he knew about.
I don't. No, because I think that is just part of the story that's been created that started back in 2008-9.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. Like, I don't think there's value in talking, there's been a lot of information about what happened, at the MCC, but what is important to me is whether, if is the idea that he didn't die by suicide, that's one thing, but if to the extent that folks believe that he was murdered to keep him quiet or because he had information on rich and powerful people, do you have any reason to believe that that's true?
I do not have any reason to believe that, and I also think it's ludicrous, because I also happen to think if that is what they wanted, they would have had plenty of opportunity when he wasn't in jail. Yeah. And if they were worried about blackmail or anything from him, he would have been a very easy target.
In the time, so we've talked about a lot of time all the way up through 2009-10, and then the time that after Mr. Epstein was arrested. When's the last time you spoke with him?
Maybe 2016, 2017, maybe 2016, 2015, 2016, 2017, in that area, I believe.
And what, when you're thinking about that last time, was that you had been talking to him a lot and then you stopped, or was that a one-off time and it was infrequent at that point?
I really wasn't in communication. The only communications I had with him was with regards to the civil suits, the civil suit that I found myself in, the defamation suit I found myself in. I needed help. I needed information, and I didn't have what I needed, and so that was really what drove it, was me trying to get myself out of this situation, which I ultimately led to where I am today. And so when I don't remember even if I stopped talking to him before that. I thought he was angry with me anyway. He didn't like what I did, and I wasn't wasn't interested in what he had to say to me. And
What did you think he was angry with you about?
I think he was angry that I had even said that I had referred to her being a liar. He said I should have not said anything, but
Um, when the civil suits that were ongoing before Mr. Epstein's death,
yes.
um, did your lawyers coordinate with his lawyers, like in discovery and things like that on anything?
I don't think we coordinated in this. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak. There was some degree of communication for sure. I just don't know the degree that took place. So definitely, I mean, I was definitely hoping for him to be more helpful, and I was definitely coordinating is not a good word because that sounds like I was trying to align myself. That's not where we were going here. But I was definitely trying to get help, as in documents or information that I could use to defend myself. That's 100% true. And the degree to which that took place, I don't recall. There was definitely some of that, though. I don't want to mislead you.
We touched on this earlier, but I just want to, I don't think we really ran it to ground maybe as much as we could. Like going up through that time, so in the 16, 17, 18, up until the time he's arrested, had your view or your understanding of what had happened changed? Meaning, did you believe that in the late 90s or early 2000s when he started, behaving much differently, did you believe what you were hearing about him at that point?
My views, I didn't like the people he was with anyway. So I don't find, how do I say this? I like people who my age or older, and I don't find the society or the companionship of younger people who are younger people, I suppose, really that enjoyable. So I don't like the company that he chose to be with. And so I just was kind of boring and fundamentally uninteresting. It's probably the nicest way I can say it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what we should do is just spend a few minutes talking about tomorrow. Everything was great today. I think that it was very helpful, and I appreciate you trying to be as complete as you can. I think tomorrow, you said a few things today about materials that you brought. When we're done, we'll give you a few minutes with Mr. Marcus to if there's things that you want to show him that you think we should see. Like I said, I'm not asking you to corroborate anything. If I was asking you to corroborate something, I would tell you. But if there's something you think that you don't think that the government has seen, or you think that was important for me to see, let Mr. Marcus know, and he can share it with me. Tomorrow, we'll certainly have some follow-on questions when we all think about tonight, and I think you will too. We can all think about stuff we've talked about. We covered a lot of different areas. I do want to talk about more about you. So by design today, we wanted to focus on Mr. Epstein and talk about, kind of, everything under the sun that we've gone through today. I do think it's important when we all evaluate what you've said today and kind of your story, to also understand why you're here, right? So you were indicted, you were charged, you went to trial, and I want to do that in a way that gives you an opportunity to kind of say your piece, or to say what you haven't said before, but also understanding that there was a people who took the witness stand and swore to tell the truth and testified about you and what you did and what they think you saw and what they heard you say, and I'm not I said to Mr. Marcus, I'm not trying to create a kind of a she said situation or he said, she said situation. But I do want to hear from you about your conduct because it's important, I think, for when we evaluate what you say and how you say it and your recollection of things to also to talk about that. So we'll do that tomorrow. I want to talk about, the circumstances leading up to your arrest. There's a lot of, I think, misinformation, or there's a lot of information out there that I don't know whether it's misinformation, but about the time from 2019 up until the time that you were arrested. And then, like I said, that'll take us through lunch tomorrow, and then we'll be done. I don't have a plan. I didn't know that I was coming here until this week. Okay, so I'm not. There isn't like a we don't have like a schedule of what happens next or what happens. But that's not a negative thing. I'm just saying that's so you shouldn't take the lack of a next step as anything other than we don't have a next step yet. So.
May I say something?
Of course, yes.
I just would like to put out there that I also focused on how I think the president got swept into some of this unnecessarily, by the way. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I certainly don't subscribe to all of everything that I see. But I do believe that there is animus in some areas that may have contributed to how the use of the president to harm him that I find deeply offensive. And whilst I can't obviously say definitively that is what it is, I would like to show you what I see so that you can evaluate it and do with that as you see fit. If it needs to be addressed, I've seen it. It struck me, and I would like to give it to you for what it's worth.
Okay.
Does that seem something that I
Yeah,
can...
that's fine. Yeah, of course.
I don't like that.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's great. Okay, so why don't we stop for today? We'll give you a little bit of time to chat, and then see you in the morning.
Thanks, Alfred.
This will conclude the recorded proffer interview for Thursday, July 24th. We will continue tomorrow, Friday, July 25th. The time is 3:34. Good morning. Today is Friday, July 25th. The time is 9:24 a.m. My name is Spencer R. Horn. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI New York, and we are here for a recorded proffer agreement with Ms. Maxwell.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Maxwell. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. So the proffer agreement we signed yesterday, I just there's a place on it for us to all kind of initial. It's exactly the same document, and you'll see your signature. If you can just initial right to the left of right here, right there, and then Mr. Marcus will initial as well. Thank you. And just to kind of before we get going, I'll just say that exactly the same folks that were here when we met yesterday are here today. So I'm not going to do formal introductions because it's exactly the same group of folks. So we're continuing, Ms. Maxwell, our discussion of yesterday, and the same kind of rules apply. We'll take breaks. If you need to talk to Mr. Marcus or your lawyers, absolutely no problem. Just let me know. I'll try to ask my questions in a coherent manner, but if there's anything that I say that's confusing, definitely interrupt me.
I will. Thank you.
So I think the easiest thing to start with is there anything that we talked about yesterday that we're going to go through some more names. I think that that's one of the places that we interrupted just because there's a lot of names. But aside from additional names, is there anything that you wanted to kind of follow up on that we talked about yesterday, or anything that you thought maybe you remember more of or not?
some more names did come to me in the night, and I did have some additional memories. Just for clarity, I believe I said that I couldn't think of anybody who I may have asked from Mar-a-Lago, but then I realized that I was, the allegation at least is that I met in Mar-a-Lago, so I felt I needed to address that, and I didn't want to leave that hanging because that seems weird under the circumstances. And also, but I couldn't remember anyone, and that maybe it was a long period of time. So the issue is not that I'm trying to not say, but I don't remember anybody that I would have, but it's not impossible that I might have asked someone from that.
I don't know exactly what you said yesterday, but I don't think what you said yesterday is different than what you just said. So yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be. I just didn't want to feel that I had said no to something, and that it didn't.
Definitely has said that she was working at Mar-a-Lago, and that you received a treatment from her at some point, and that you recruited her to meet Mr. Epstein. Right. Do you know affirmatively whether that's true or false, or do you just not have a memory either way?
I really don't believe it's true. But I know that I did go to spas, and if I met someone, I did ask if they're home. So in the realms of possibility, it could have, but I have no memory of it. Okay. And I don't believe that it's how it went down, but I don't want to.
Okay, so I want to talk about, we talked a little bit yesterday about the financial part of your relationship with Mr. Epstein, kind of being on payroll, for lack of a better word, for many, many years, starting around $25,000 and ending up at around $250,000 per year. There's, as you know from your trial, there's banking information that shows a ton of money being sent to you from Mr. Epstein over the years, I think totaling something like $30 million, something like this. What's the why was that money sent to you? Like, what was that for?
Well, first of all, I dispute the characterization that the money was sent to me.
Okay, so tell me what I am stuck with the witnesses at trial and what was said at trial on that issue. So what is the what do you dispute about that?
Well, I believe I don't have full recollection. I'm not even sure I ever saw what they accused me of, but my belief is that money also contained money that was for a helicopter, for instance, that I never owned, and I was never mine. And
in other words, money was sent to you that you then used to purchase things, or? Well,
I'm not even sure that I purchased it. So those accounts would be controlled by his accountants. And
even accounts in your name, you're saying, or one of your entities?
Well, I'm not even sure I knew of all the entities. Maybe I did contemporaneously, but I simply wouldn't know today. So if there was an entity, let's say account X, if I really set that up myself, or whether they said we're doing this and the money's coming or whatever, but in no substantive way, I can't think of the right word.
Did you have control over?
I had no control, is what I'm saying.
So when the government, when there was testimony or the government admitted evidence that showed, for example, $5 million in 2002 coming from Epstein to you, okay, what you're saying is that that happened, but that the you there wasn't money, that he wasn't giving you money.
I'm not going to say that for everything, because maybe there were accounts that money was sent to me, but I can say that I know, like the helicopter, I can definitively say. I'd have to look at all of them to be accurate for you, but to explain how or why I could be receiving monies, and I certainly did. So I'm not disputing all of it.
But when you said that, let's go back and look at why did money have to go into your accounts, or account that was controlled by others but in your name, to like purchase a helicopter?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I don't.
So Let me ask this maybe a different way that gets to the issue, right? So the accusation by the government, based upon the evidence they collected, is that Epstein paid you millions and millions of dollars over the years. And the reason why he paid you that is because you were performing an extraordinary service for him by recruiting young women, many of whom were underage, so that he could sexually abuse them. Okay, that's their allegation. Okay. From what you said yesterday and from what I've reviewed about you and Mr. Epstein, he paid for a lot in your life. Your
Absolutely.
flights, where you stayed with him. I mean, he didn't expect you to reimburse him along the way for food, and so he took care of you for many years.
That is true.
On top of that, he actually paid you a salary, as we talked about, $25,000 to $250,000. What else did he give you, or what purchase? Like, was there a time when he gave you $1 million or $500,000 as a bonus, or what financial benefit did you receive from him? Besides what we've already talked about, we don't have to talk about what would
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
So my goal always was to become independent, independently financially secure, and work for myself. I've never been one to not work. And in that regard, over the course of my friendship and my working relationship with Epstein, I expressed to him my desire to be independent of him everywhere, just to be freestanding. And with that in mind, I wanted to have my own businesses or my own money coming in, independent and separate from any salary that I received from him. And I needed that for my self-esteem. I've never been, obviously salary, and it was a very generous one. Please, I'm not belittling the sum of money because it's huge, but I was brought up to work, and I was brought up to be my own, The first time, so I would either propose businesses to him, or he would actually suggest, why didn't I do something? And the first deal that we did, or the first business that we had, or I had, and that he financed for me. So he loaned me all the money to enable me to do this, and then I reaped the profits, which I don't remember now, because we varied over the deals that we did, that I would give him 50% or 25%. It was it was random. And I can tell you what it is. So,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So it was in Palm Beach, actually, and it was in real estate, and they sold what was the grounds originally of an estate called the Phipps Estate, and then they converted the land that came with that estate into houses, and I did, I think 2 or maybe 3, I can't remember now, but certainly 1 and maybe 2, possibly 3, I don't think so, I think 2, that then were flipped and there was a profit. So that would be an example of that. But I didn't have the money. So he lent me the funds to do that business transaction, and then I reaped the profits.
And so, but when
millions of dollars.
When a financial investigator, like the FBI, looks at accounts, they don't know kind of the conversations you're having. They just see the money.
Right.
So in those cases, when that happened, when he financed that with you, would he send money to you? So does that explain some of the money? Like,
I think it does. I think, for instance, there were 2 Gullwing Mercedes that they did with Mercedes and Aston Martin. You can look up, I think, if I'm right, that had all the doors that would come up like this, that were only a very limited number that were made. So I knew that we could get those and would flip them like within 24 hours, for example. Here's another example of something that you guys wouldn't have known about, is I became a banker. I got my Series 63, Series 67 banking license and became a broker for like a new minute. And then because I was day trading, everything I had, I day traded with through an account. And I think I was lucky more than smart, but I made quite a lot of money doing that. And so
When was that? Like what?
that's again, it's in the 90s again. I don't, oh wait, I think, well, you can find it because it'll be my banking license, right? But that'll be something that you can look up
Yeah.
probably. So whatever that is. And I just don't remember when that is. I'm sorry.
So okay, so
And so for example, I was doing really, really, really well. And so he was like, how do you do that? Why are you investing in, I don't know, Apple when nobody liked Apple? This is, before Apple or Microsoft. I didn't know Bill Gates, so this is not related to him. But my family.
Don't charge with insider trading.
Please don't. No, I'm not trying to suggest that. Oh goodness, please no. I had
That was
no.
just a joke.
Okay.
okay, sure.
Oh, yeah, no, wait, all right. But my going back to my family, my dad had given me an account when I was 12, and I had always an interest in business and finance. Not very sophisticated. I'm not suggesting that. And so I like to trade, and so I did, and I did well. And so then I would tell him what I was doing. Now, whether he did or he didn't, he told me he matched me in some other accounts that he had, because he did a lot of, my observation, to go back to what he did, I observed him personally and have personal recollection of him trading money, a lot, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
That he was trading for other people, or that
Yes.
was his own money.
I want also to clarify something for you, or clarify or underline. Wexner was, in my opinion, his closest friend in this time period from when I met him in 91, right? All the way until, well, till, I don't know, because I wasn't that friendly with, well, I did travel with Mr. Wexner, but Epstein told me that Wexner didn't want to be seen too much with me because of my family problems. And
You mean
now whether that was
the problems that your father's company had with
Yes.
embezzlement or allegations of?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And now, actually, today, not contemporaneously, but today, I don't believe that that's even true. I think it was used as a means to not have me travel with him to Ohio or whatever. It was just a way to park me. And I believe that now because within the discovery, there was a lot of, well, not a lot, but there was some indications that he would actively tell other people to lie to me or conceal things from me, and that he never loved me and I wasn't his type. That's in the discovery somewhere.
So, okay. So the government had evidence that even as late as 2007, he paid you a lot of money.
What was that? What was the money?
Like several millions and millions of dollars in 2007. $7.4 million, I think.
What was that for? Was that the helicopter?
That's my question.
Oh,
to you.
sorry.
I don't know.
Okay.
So in 2007,
I think that was probably the helicopter. That could have
That
been,
was what?
That could have been the helicopter, the Sikorsky. Those big chunks like that. I don't personally have any memory of receiving a check from him for $7 million. I just don't. But I would have to. I know I'm. So the answer to your question, to be precise,
Remember if it went into your pocket.
I would remember if it went. He never paid me for services that you just described, $7 million for any nefarious
yeah,
reason.
I think I understand what you've said about being on the payroll and helping you with businesses and giving you a lot of life things along the way. You travel with him, you eat with him, but there is the these massive amounts of money, one-time payments that
you'd have to trace that, right? So I don't believe that came into my account or I had any control. I have no memory of that. I've no.
Well, but if there's records that show it coming into your account, it sounds like what you're saying is that not putting aside you have no memory of that money being yours. Like you
No.
didn't, that money is not somewhere.
No, I wouldn't be like, oh, yippee, let me go. I got $7 million. I'm going to go buy myself a yacht. No. Or, I don't know, something else, or move it to some other. No. I don't think if you look, you'll have to check. Well, obviously you will. I don't think you'll find that money moving to any account other than mine, or it shouldn't show, I don't believe anyway, as far as I reckon, it wouldn't show me spending it.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think I don't think there's any dispute by anybody, even your lawyers at trial, that that money went in.
$7 million in when? What year?
Well, there's several years. In 2007.
And?
It's the 2002. There was $5 million that you were paid in 2002.
Oh, well, I'd have to. I don't remember. But okay, so there would be another large sum, but it wouldn't have come from him later. But with nothing to do.
The biggest one was in 1999. There's over 18 million, 18.3 million.
I don't know what that is.
So what? But but what you're saying, it sounds like, and then if you don't know, we can move on. But when we're talking about 18.3 million in 99, 5 million and 3 years later in 2002, 7.4 million in 2007, that money adds up to around $30 million. You were not paid that by Mr. Epstein, meaning that's not money you received for your benefit, even if it was put into your accounts.
I don't believe any of that was my money. Now, I just, like I said, we did do these things with the cars.
I understand that.
And we did,
I understand that.
But I don't know if any of that money, some of it, if it moves, some of that may have come from the car or a house that was sold that I had interested with him. That's possible. But I don't think this money is mine.
But also, the record should reflect, too, that there were times Ghislaine's name was used. For example, Air Ghislaine. Her name was in the name of the entity. It had nothing to do with her. And if you pulled signatures, there's no.
What I'm trying to just make sure that I understand is that the idea that you were paid $30 million between 99 and 2007 in order to, by Mr. Epstein, to reward you for recruiting young women, that is, you're saying that is categorically completely false.
That is categorically false, correct.
Okay, so I want to we went through several individuals yesterday, and I want to go through just a couple of more names and ask if you know them, and if you do know them, how you know them. Do you know Elon Musk?
I do.
And how did you meet Mr. Musk?
I met him in, I don't remember the year, but it's going to be in 2010, 11, something like that, I think, if my memory serves. And I was at an event for Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google, and Sergey had arranged it was for his birthday, and we were, a bunch of us, I don't even remember how many we were, but not many of us, maybe, I don't know, if I say 40, I could be wrong. If it was 30 or 50, I don't remember, I'm sorry. Went to another friend's island, somebody called Mr. Bigotzi in the Caribbean, and not with Epstein. He was not there to celebrate Sergey's birthday. And we were there together for, I want to say 3 or 4 days, something like that, in my memory. And Mr. Musk was present for that.
And that was the first time you met him, as far as you know?
As far as I remember, yes.
Did you meet Did you know his brother, Mr. Musk's brother?
I don't know if I've ever met him. I know that he has a brother, and but I don't think I met him.
Aside from that time in around 2010 on the island of the Caribbean for a couple of days, do you know Mr. Musk beyond that time?
We met at I was at the Oscars, and we met at the Oscars.
What year was that? Earlier or later?
It was post that event, I believe.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew Mr. Musk?
I believe they did. And the only reason I say that is not from my memory, but because I saw, I think I saw, my memory is that in Discovery, they were communicating on email.
So you have no personal knowledge of
I
that.
have
It's just
no
what you've seen from the press or from Discovery.
And I believe his brother as well, actually.
Excuse me?
Mr. Musk's brother as well. But I don't. Like I said, my memory is not it's not as good as I would like it to be, and I just want to say that.
You mentioned, I think yesterday in passing, well, not in passing, but as part of another answer, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Cuomo?
Well, only because he was married to Carrie.
Yes. Okay.
And I think I knew his brother as well. He has a brother, right? He's on TV. What's his name? Right,
We'll
Christopher.
think of it. Yeah,
Chris.
Yeah. You mean the former TV anchor, or
Yes,
the TV anchor,
yes.
Chris Cuomo? Okay.
So, but I would say just socially, I'm not close friends or anything, but because I was friends with Carrie and I met him a few times, and I've certainly met his brother as well a few times.
And the same questions that I asked about Mr. Musk, do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew Andrew Cuomo or Chris Cuomo or Miss Kennedy, your friend?
I don't think so.
And so you don't recall any of those three individuals like flying on Mr. Epstein's plane or visiting him in Palm Beach or at the island?
No.
I think you mentioned former Secretary of State John Kerry yesterday, but if not, do you know Mr. Kerry or no?
I've met him, but I don't know if Mr. Epstein ever met him. I met him at only, well, really, I can't even probably characterize that as a meeting, but I was very, very involved in the ocean at work through you asked me yesterday about Terramar, and if I recall right, I met Mr. The Secretary that way through the ocean, but he wouldn't know who I am, I doubt. I don't think.
Do you know former Senator Ted Kennedy?
Yes.
And is that through your own life or through Mr. Epstein?
My life.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew Senator Kennedy?
I don't believe so.
And so for the folks we just talked about, so former Secretary of State John Kerry, Ted Kennedy, you don't know whether Mr. Epstein knew him, so I take that to mean you have no recollection of them flying on his planes or visiting him. Okay.
But Bobby Kennedy knew him. Bobby, the health.
Sorry, say that again about Bobby Kennedy?
Bobby knew Mr. Epstein.
How do you know that?
Because we went on a trip together. We went to dinosaur bone hunting in the Dakotas.
When was that? Approximately. I'm not looking for an exact date, but when was that?
That was early. That was in the early night. Well, let me back up. I knew Bobby's wife, Mary, pretty well, actually, and before he met her.
And just to help us, I know we're talking about a wide span of time, but when are you talking about that you knew Mr. Kennedy's wife before they were married? So when are we talking about the?
In 19. I got to get my head straight.
Well, would this have been before you met Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
Or after? Okay. So
I met him before I met.
So we're talking about
In
the
1980s.
1980s.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
The 80s.
Okay, so we're talking about the 1980s. And then
I was I had a very, very long-standing boyfriend, and he had his brother was dating Mary at the time, and we were all very good friends.
And then Mr. Epstein, did Mr. Epstein meet Bobby Kennedy through you?
I don't think so, because Mr. Epstein, surprisingly, everyone says everything happened through me. That's just not true. I mean, I think yesterday I explained that he had friends from London, and they were what the people would call fancy. They were fancy people. But he had the same types of relationships before I met him in America. So when I met him, he was already, Wexner, and he had Henry, and he was, I don't know if then he was in the Council of Foreign Relations, but he was friends with Ace, and he was well established.
Yeah.
He didn't need me, and he was, his Eva was, major model, so he had all these modeling connections and friends in that business that long before I met him.
And so the trip that you went on with Mr. Epstein and Bobby Kennedy, was that in the 90s and 2000s?
I think it would have been in the, I want to say 93, 94.
Okay. So a very long time ago.
A very, very long time ago.
A few years into your relationship, a few years into the time that you knew Mr. Epstein.
Yes. I don't want to hold myself to the dates because I really...
No, I'm not holding you to dates. I think
I really don't.
I've said that a lot because I appreciate we're talking about the 80s and 90s and even the 2000s.
I just want you to know I don't have anything to review. So I haven't had any ability to, short of my legal material, obviously, which I have, so I came with a box work, but short of that, I have nothing with which to refresh, or very limited stuff, I should say. I don't want to say nothing to refresh my mind.
Understand that. Do you have any recollection of Mr. Kennedy, of there being anything inappropriate with Mr. Kennedy and masseuses or young women on the trip you just talked about?
I never saw anything inappropriate with Mr. Kennedy.
And do you know whether he ever got a massage from one of the masseuses? Do you know either way?
I do not.
But not something you remember?
I mean, absolutely not. I mean, yesterday, if I didn't make it clear, I will reiterate today. I never, ever saw any man doing something inappropriate with a woman of any age. I never saw inappropriate behavior. Now, I'm not going to say hands or that to me is not inappropriate. Now, if somebody's inappropriate and mine may be different, but I'm not talking about anything that's resembles the accusations that we're discussed here. So that would be a flat no to any man.
Did your or Mr. Epstein's relationship with Bobby Kennedy continue into the 2000s, as far as you know?
I would say yes. Well, mine, yes.
Yours with you?
With me, for sure.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein and Mr. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, continue to have relationships into the 2000s?
I have no personal knowledge of that. I mean, because here's another thing is that everyone puts us together like a monolith. He literally had a separate life from me. I literally had a separate life from him. Now, did they say? Well, of course they did. I'm not crazy, but he kept a lot to himself, and he didn't like to share. He was not a sharer. Well, at least not with
Mr. Epstein didn't share, you're saying?
Not with me, no.
Did you, do you know somebody named Cheryl Mills? That used to work in the White House as a lawyer.
Yes.
How do you know Miss Mills?
I met Miss Mills through President Clinton.
Do you remember generally the time frame that you met her?
I do, actually. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to I'm really not get my dates right.
Approximate.
Well, okay, I can't get my dates right, but it's something you probably can. But it's going to be in the early 2000s.
Okay.
So what I don't recall.
So
I think I
what-
wanted to say 2002.
So
I'm
it
going
was
to say
after
2002,
President
2003.
Clinton left office,
Oh yes,
and so it was in the 2000s.
definitely.
And how did you meet her? What were the circumstances under which you met Miss Mills?
I went on a trip with the president to South America.
With which president?
Oh, sorry, President Clinton.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Okay. So you went on a trip to where?
Latin America.
And who? And so Miss Mills was on that trip.
She was.
And President Clinton was on that trip.
He was.
Who else was on that trip?
Doug Band.
Who worked with President Clinton?
Yes.
And was Mr. Epstein?
No.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
Well, the president had been. I don't know. I mean, the president met with. I can't even remember all the. I don't know, presidents, and we were in.
But was this
Ecuador.
part of President Clinton's work after he left office with his foundation, or was a meaning?
I don't
like,
think the
was
foundation.
it something for him,
When
or
did
was
that?
it?
I don't remember when the Clinton Global Initiative started. So if you give me that date, I can tell you if it was pre or post. Because without that, I can't pin the reason.
Do you remember what it was for or not?
No, I don't recall. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't.
that's don't overthink or underthink the reason for my questions. I don't have any idea why you went on that trip. So
Okay,
I don't know an answer that I'm keeping.
No,
from
I'm
you.
just trying to be as accurate as possible and give you the
Why would
information that
you?
see.
Do you remember why you were invited to go? Like, were you friends with somebody? What was your role going on that trip?
I didn't have a role.
So, do you remember why? Do you remember who invited you to go?
If probably Doug Band.
And how did you know Doug?
Because Doug and again back with Philip Levine.
Got it. And do you know whether he had a relationship with Mr. Epstein?
Who?
Doug.
I don't know. I mean, nothing. I don't believe there was any relationship other than I helped. Well, without me, I don't think there would have been those flights because I was the one who asked Epstein to provide the plane for. Well, certainly I remember the one to Africa, of course, that big trip. And I thought it was an honor and a privilege to be part of something so amazing and to have an opportunity to spend time with a man that I found truly extraordinary.
Yeah.
And please, I don't mean it in any other way other than he's a former fantastic ex-president.
So I was asking around the question, but I was asking, like, were you basically asked to go because you were kind of responsible for the plane? Not responsible is the wrong word. They used you. They were able to use you to make sure that they could. You helped them get Mr. Epstein's plane for the trip.
No, I don't even know if when I was on that. In fact, I think that trip. I'm not even sure that Epstein had met the president.
Okay.
I think this is, but if I'm right, and I think I am, I think that trip happened when Epstein and Clinton had never even, not that they'd never met because Epstein had gone to the White House, but they had not met. I'd never asked Epstein for the plane then because they'd never met and it would be weird. But they met because of me and the plane was because of me. But that trip was the first, I think, the first trip I took with the ex-president. And I don't believe Epstein and he had met. And we're talking a time period when I was trying to leave, not very successfully, obviously, but I was branching out on my own and being more independent of Mr. Epstein and trying to. I had all kinds of businesses that I was into. I was trying to start the first telehealth medicine with the Cleveland Clinic. I mean, I'm not going to bore you because I don't think that's what you guys are interested in. But those were the sorts of things that I was looking for him to finance so that I could stop being general manager of a hotel. Ugh.
Did you take other trips with some or all of those individuals kind of without Mr. Epstein in later years? Like you said, that was the first time that you kind of been on something like that, and it was an honor, and you were spending time with former President Clinton and others. Were there other over the years? Did you do that more than once?
Yes.
We'll talk about those. Like
Um,
multiple times, like too many to count, or there 3 or 4 times? Like how many times?
a lot. I went on a lot of trips. Now, I don't recall all of them, not because I'm trying to be evasive or anything, but I just don't remember them all. And after a while, in the incredible job that you have, all of you, that when you're so high pressured and you're spending so much time with extraordinary people like you do with President Trump, it can blur. It just does. And there's few things that stand out because at the end it's all just extraordinary. There's cars and sirens and president. It's like, wow, okay.
So I understand, but talk. So don't give me understand. You can't give specific numbers. Describe more about kind of that part of your life and your relationship. I'm using relationship. You don't like relationship. And your and your
my employer.
yes. So just
absolutely.
describe what you were doing with those individuals. So when I say those individuals, I'm talking about former President Clinton, Doug, other folks that work with him.
Of them. Yes, there were loads of them, and just through all of them. You know the team. I don't need to give you all the names. You have them at your fingertips, and I can confirm. If you give me names, I'll say yes, because they're not all going to pop into my head. So
Right.
Okay. So I started spending a lot of time. I don't want to characterize that. I started to spend time with the former president and with Doug and his team, and I had no purpose really, other than I obviously offered something. I don't know, ideas of, I don't know. Anyway, and he started to travel. I don't remember if the first trip was Africa or how it went, but at some point, I think there was actually 2 trips, but I'm not sure. So there was to Europe, and then to Africa. I think maybe it was all one trip. And at some point, Mr. Epstein said he didn't want to go on the trip, and he was going somewhere else, and he just left. And I was like, well, okay. And so I ended up doing the whole trip without Mr. Epstein or his plane.
And when you were traveling with them, what were the purposes of the trips? Like, is this one?
I think these were all, I think actually it was the AIDS was one of the primary ones for his AIDS foundation when he was working to do that. And there were always a humanitarian side to the trips. And we went to Egypt, and there was, yeah.
So it sounds like you're describing one trip with lots of
It
stops.
could be, but I have a feeling that I went on other trips, but I can't remember.
When you went on
I
these,
went to London.
went to London. Okay.
I don't know if that's the same trip.
When you went on these trips, were you always on Mr. Epstein's plane, or
No.
did you sometimes accompany them on a different plane?
Correct. Yes.
How many were on Mr. Epstein's plane? Again, I'm not holding you exact, but
That was packed because there was a lot of Secret Service. It took all the Secret Service as well. So
Okay.
It was whatever the detail is for Secret Service, it's a lot.
and on how many occasions, besides the trip you just described, were there other times when they used when President Clinton and the folks he was with used Mr. Epstein's plane?
I think it was there was twice, maybe. There was that, but it will reflect on the logs. There won't be anything that's not on the logs that you have already. So
Were you, by the way, responsible for the logs in any way? Like, you've seen the logs and they're public and you had them in discovery, but over the years when you were working with or for Mr. Epstein, did you have access to the logs?
I was, no, never. The pilots, the logbook was their personal logbook. I never even saw them have it. I never saw them fill it in. And then there was a second set of logs, the flight manifests, and I never saw those either. I was never allowed, I suppose, because they want me to see.
Do you know? So, do you know whether Mr. Epstein had a separate relationship with President Clinton, different from what you just described? So, different than being with him with respect to his foundation or something like this?
I would say no.
When's the last time that you went on a trip or saw President Clinton?
It was in was late 2000 and I don't know, 16, 17, 8, something. It was in Los Angeles.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
He was hosting something, or he was at an event, and I was in LA, and I had dinner with him.
Did you ever meet Secretary Clinton, Hillary Clinton?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
I want to say, again, please don't hold me to it, but I want to say that it was on a flight that came from the island, from the Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard back to New York, is what I think. I might be wrong.
Okay, so an East Coast island like Nantucket or something like this.
The ex-president never came to the island.
And is that the only time that you met Hillary Clinton?
No. I went to the house in Chappaqua a few times.
And why did you go to the house?
I was invited.
Just to see President Clinton or Hillary Clinton or both, or?
Yeah, I mean, as a friend, not for. I don't remember any reason. Either was somehow I communicated that was driving back past Chappaqua, if they were home, I'd stop in. I know it sounds a little flippant, but it could have been even something as.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein knew or had any sort of business dealings or associated with Hillary Clinton?
I would say no.
Did you ever see them together?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein ever did any business transactions with the Clintons?
I'm not sure I'm not sure how to quite, I don't know the answer to that strictly, because I was part of the beginning process of the Clinton Global Initiative, and that was something that I helped with, and that was me, and Epstein may have helped me help them, and in that context he may well have involved himself, but only in the context of something that I was trying to do. So
when you say involved himself, meaning like give money to the Clinton Global Initiative or something like this?
Well, so there's that. I think he did do that. And that, I believe the money that he may have given could have been independent of me. But I think it's just easier if I just tell you how it happened, rather than, because otherwise it sounds all odd and funky. I went to Davos with the former president. And have you been to Davos?
In what?
Have you been to Davos?
I have not.
Okay, well, you know what it is, right? Okay, so, and I thought that former president should have his own Davos, because it would be, and it turned out that they had been thinking about it anyway. And so we were talking about it, and, it's a very heavy lift to get something like that to go. And I was friendly with one of the people who had, I don't know if he was at the beginning of Davos but he was running Davos. It was just, I don't know how to describe his actual role at Davos. And I had conversations with him about what did he think, just because I was having dinner with him, about if Clinton could get something like that to go, what was his thoughts? And he was very, very enthusiastic. I mean, he was like, that's just an incredible idea. So I put them together.
What's that person's name? Do you remember?
I knew you were going to ask
Okay.
me. I can.
You said, I didn't know if you knew if you remember
I do know
his name.
I do, but I just
Can't remember his name. Okay.
it will come to me. It may come to me tomorrow, but eventually these things surface from in the middle of the night. I was scribbling names that I couldn't remember from yesterday.
Okay.
But his name will come to me, and if not,
Okay.
I can find it.
So you, just still staying on your relationship with, your association with the Clintons. You were part of the ramp up or the startup of the Clinton Global Initiative and helping them and supporting that effort.
I would say very central to that. Yes.
And Mr. Epstein, was he part of the work around that or just in support of you?
He supported me to help them, but then I think he may have tried to use that to insert himself in some way. That would not have surprised me at all. And I know that he was annoying in terms of I could catch him on the phone and he wouldn't always agree with what I wanted to do. And I was like, it's not your idea. I don't really care what you think. But that didn't go over so well.
And
I just want to say it wasn't my idea for his CGI.
it wasn't. Say it again.
It's not my idea. They had that idea before. I just helped bring key personnel.
You're saying the idea of President Clinton kind of having his own Davos.
I'm not owning. I didn't. That's not.
Understood.
Okay.
No,
I don't want anyone. I don't trying to elevate myself in any form of importance here.
No, understand.
Okay.
Did you go to Davos with President Clinton more than once or just once?
I can't remember. Once for sure, and I think maybe twice, but I don't remember.
And you're not, I think you said you're not aware of President Clinton ever going to the island.
He absolutely never went, and I can be sure of that because there's no way he would have gone. Well, I don't believe there's any way that he would have gone to the island had I not been there, because I don't believe he had an independent friendship, if you will, with Epstein. Did they speak? Did he go? Yes, but that's very different from going to spend time on night. And plus, the story as told is so patently absurd that I flew him in the helicopter. I am a helicopter pilot, that is true. But the notion of me flying an ex-president on a machine, that would terrify me. I would never even take that responsibility. Can you imagine? No, I'm not. No.
Did you ever go with President Clinton to any of Mr. Epstein's properties? New Mexico, Palm Beach, or in New York?
I have no memory of him in any of those places.
When you were in London with President Clinton, did you ever go to your flat with him?
I don't think he did. I don't think so, because it's like he wouldn't even be able to carry all his Secret Service with him. I don't think so. No.
Okay. Do you know? We talked a little about the Duchess of York, about Sarah Ferguson yesterday. When's the last time you saw her? Like, were you with her, hang out with her, socializing with her in the 90s, 2000s, both?
She's, well, I don't know if she liked me very much. I think my friendship with her ex-husband, well, sometimes she really did like me, and sometimes she didn't. So maybe a frenemy. I don't know. It was always friendly when we were together, but I think that there was some latent hostility. And
Is that something you've heard since everything came out, or along the way you felt that way?
No, that's how I felt. That is a characterization of myself. That's how I felt about her. I would never. I was always friendly with her. I've seen her many times, and she's also super close with other people we were very good friends with in England. I think that she liked Mr. Epstein.
Why do you think that?
My female intuition.
Discovery.
Oh,
A letter.
no, I don't remember it. Oh, well,
It's okay.
okay, I don't. It's possible that there's things. Well, I know it's not possible. I know that there is discovery, but I don't recall. But I think she had a thing for him.
Did there's some actors or some folks from Hollywood that I want to ask you about, just to understand whether you knew them or Mr. Epstein knew them. Chris Tucker?
Yes,
How did you know Mr. Tucker?
I think only from that flight to Africa. But I do think that they met.
You say that flight to Africa, the one we were just talking about?
Yes.
President Clinton. So,
Yes.
okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
But I also think that they kept a little bit in touch, and I think they met, or I have a memory of him, maybe in LA. I don't know. I think they sort of loosely stayed in touch. I don't know. I don't know how to say that.
Do you know Mr. Tucker besides that flight?
No,
And do you know whether, when you say you think that they kept in touch, you mean you think that Mr. Epstein and Mr. Tucker?
they may have. I didn't, but he might have. I'm not sure.
Kevin Spacey?
I know him also from that same flight.
Aside from that flight, do you know him from any other thing?
No.
Naomi Campbell?
Yes, I do know Naomi, and I knew her before I met Mr. Epstein and the former President Clinton.
Do you know whether Mr. Epstein separately knew Ms. Campbell?
I think he probably met her through me. That I imagine.
And so, for those three, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Spacey, and Ms. Campbell, did they ever travel to any of Mr. Epstein's properties, the island or New Mexico?
Not Mr. Tucker. Well, not to my knowledge, Mr. Tucker or Mr. Spacey. Naomi Campbell may have.
To where?
She may have gone. Well, she certainly. Well, I believe she visited him in Palm Beach, and I believe she may have gone to the island, and she may have gone to see his house in New York. Whether she went to New Mexico or Paris as well, maybe. They were friends or friendly.
Were you, what you just said she may have, were you on those trips?
I don't have any independent memory of that, so I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Do you know?
Her relationship, her friendship, you're making me use your word. her friendship, or whatever, with Mr. Epstein was independent of me.
Okay. But you also had a separate friendship with her.
I did.
Before you met Mr. Epstein.
I did.
Okay. Larry Summers, the former Secretary of the Treasury, do you know that person?
I did. Yes.
How?
I met Mr. Summers through Mr. Epstein.
And the same question, just generally time period, are you talking about early 2000s, 90s, after that?
I honestly really don't know.
Okay.
I did want to say something I forgot. That there was yesterday, you asked me about Mr. Epstein's properties. He had a rental in Boston as well, but not for very long, but it was another place that I had to put together. And I only went with him once, and he would go there independently of me. No, I would not go with him.
Was that in the 90s?
I think it was, yes.
Mr. Summers, do you know Do you know what his relationship was with Mr. Epstein? Business, personal, both, or don't you know?
I think he spoke to Mr. Epstein about business a lot, but I think they were friends and friendly.
Do you know whether Mr. Summers ever traveled on Mr. Epstein's planes to any of the properties that Mr. Epstein owned?
He may have, but I don't think if he did, I was on any of the flights. I mean, there's another issue. I mean, I traveled so much that the flights just blur.
Understand. George Soros?
I don't think he knew him. I did, but I don't think he did. I don't think.
How did you know Mr. Soros?
I was friends with his kids.
Which kids?
John and can't think of his other child. I can't think. I mean, I've lost his name.
Alexander.
Who?
Alexander.
So I met him, but just socially, and he may not remember that even having met me. I was excited to meet him.
When are you thinking? When would you have met him?
If I met him, I think it was either at an event or at his kids. It wouldn't have been at his house. An event, I think, or I think actually no, in the Hamptons I met him. He was staying at somebody's house, if my memory serves.
And what was your relationship? How did you know his kids?
I was out and about in New York a lot.
So
And
just socially.
just socially, yes. And yeah, just socially, I think.
Do you know whether Mr. Soros or his kids ever traveled on Mr. Epstein's planes
I don't think so.
and ever visit either the island or New Mexico or
No, I don't think
Paris? No. So we tried to identify names that have come up either in publicly or in other lawsuits. Are there any names that come to mind that we've talked about a lot of names, So there's some folks that you think we've forgotten to ask you about.
Well, you asked me about names, and I have some names, and I just want to give you some context for the names
Sure.
as well. So we talked about Elizabeth Johnson yesterday. She had a boyfriend, and he was Frederick Fekkai, the hairdresser, and he and Epstein were friendly, very friendly.
And then what time period are you talking about?
Well,
Like 90s or 2000s or both?
I think the 2000s actually for that.
Um,
You can date that because it'll from when I think he probably knew Frederick before he dated Elizabeth, but
and when you say they were very friendly, did they travel together?
I don't know if they traveled together, but I mean, Epstein didn't go out very much. Oh, I mean, he did go out, but not. And sometimes if he did, I think he would go out and maybe see Frederick. And then there was, I mean, he had a bunch of guys that I would know that he would see or meet, but he really, I guess now I'm not so, he had these friends, I don't know, but.
Okay, what other names?
Okay, so Henry Jarecki, who had an island near his. Henry was a financier. He was the guy who cornered the silver market back in the day.
He had an island in the Caribbean near
in
Mr.
the
Epstein.
British Virgin Islands.
Okay.
And there was Branston's Island there. Now, I know that there's an allegation that they met. So I think I remember that I went to Richard Branson's Island with Mr. Epstein, and maybe he went another time, but I wouldn't characterize Richard Branson and him as friends, but he did go, and I think I went with him.
Do you know whether Mr. Branson ever came to Mr. Epstein's island?
If he did, I was not there.
Okay. Okay.
So, but it's possible. So
Understood.
I wanted to.
Who else?
Marvin Minsky. He had a group of scientists that he was very, very friendly with, all centered around Harvard. So I remember him, Martin Novak, who's a mathematician, Stephen Jay Gould. I don't know if Stephen Jay Gould came through the Harvard angle, but I know that Epstein would have dinners at the house, that I was tasked to organize. And the scientists were a very major component of that. They weren't social dinners as much as they were scientific. He would discuss whatever he would discuss. But if you were in the area of brain cognition, or he would invite them to the house, and they would come, all of them. All, any name you can name, it would be there.
So let's talk about that those associations or relationships he had with the mathematicians or and with Harvard, and I think with MIT to some extent
For
as
sure,
well.
MIT too.
What
Yeah.
from what you observed, what's the reason behind him having developing those ties with Harvard, with MIT, and with certain professors and others associated with those institutions?
He really was profoundly interested in that area of science and in the brain, and in, I mean, if you were in Stephen Jay Gould or the major scientist on happiness, I mean, it came, I believe, from a genuine area of interest, not from anything.
And how did he become friends with them? How was he able to spend time with them? Meaning, did he donate to the university and then they were kind of, it was mandatory fun for them, or did he have relations with them where he would,
I don't know if
host them? Or
I don't know if the chicken or the egg came first.
Okay.
But when I met him first, I mean, he was already doing a lot of this stuff. This is not, I've read, so this is why I'm saying this. I was not responsible for this area of interest. I mean, I certainly, sorry, just to bounce a second before it slips my mind and I leave something out. There was an institute in New Mexico called, anyone? The Institute of, it's very famous. We're not talking about Alamos. Anyway, all right, there's a very famous institute in New Mexico. You can look it up. It'll come to you the minute you put it in your computer. And there had some of the biggest brains ever. That relationship came through me. So that's me. And that is because my father was one of the major scientific, my family fortune, when I had one, came from scientific publishing. And when it started from the thing that you were asking me yesterday, my father was in the Second World War, I told you, and he won the Military Cross, and then he actually was part of intelligence back in the war, and his job was to interrogate German scientists and prisoners of war. And then that parlayed into business with Springer Verlag, and then into Pergamon Press, which was the scientific journals business. And he had an interest. He believed that its knowledge is what would prevent war. And the biggest scientific discoveries, well, not all of them, but many of them coming from the Eastern Bloc. And that's how we have the relationship with Santa Fe Institute and Murray Gell-Mann specifically. And I introduced Epstein to Murray Gell-Mann. Sorry.
This is the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes, thank you. And Murray Gell-Mann was there, and Murray Gell-Mann and Epstein got along very, very well.
Yeah.
And he was the man of the clock.
So do you know whether, so when you meet Mr. Epstein in the early 90s, continuing on, so not what he had done before, why do you think, from what you saw or what you heard, he had the relationship or wanted to have the relationships that he had with Harvard and with MIT?
So I think that may have come with Wexner. I'm not sure, but that's something that I think that Wexner maybe had a relationship with Harvard, and that he used that relationship to, I believe he funded a lot. And if he didn't, that his clients, of which Wexner obviously was one, would fund, and he would then arrange the fund or organize the fund, or
we'll take a break in a minute, but just to kind of set us up for what we're going to talk about next. We talked yesterday morning about Mr. Epstein's kind of business and how he had money. Did he seem to live beyond his means as far as what he was making? So, did you ever get the sense while you were with him that it was suspicious or curious how he was able to have the funds to, buy, 2 planes, an island, New Mexico, the ranch, almost unlimited funds?
You said it perfectly. I thought it was astonishing, but I didn't have any reason to believe that it came from anything nefarious. I saw him work. I never saw him really do anything other than be on the phone. There's that. And he had a lot of meetings, but he had a lot of accounts. And he dealt with pretty much every financier that you could care to mention. And if I could have access to the names, I'd be able to tell you which ones you were. I just don't remember them all. But in every bank, Goldman, Lehman, all of them, to my mind anyway. And most of the major businessmen at that time, he was in the Council of Foreign Relations. So you had access. That's an extraordinary list of people. It just is. And then you asked me about his business. So I thought about it last night, how to try and explain what it was. And I think the best thing is to focus only on Wexner's business. So I was present for some of their meetings in some of their business. And I listened. And so things that I personally recollect and I know I heard was that he would, when I told you yesterday, I think that he would, no detail was too small, so he would do the contracts with the staff, I think. And I saw that myself. And he also organized all the trusts for all the children. So if Wexner had kids, and if he did have children. So every time there was a child, he would create a trust for that child. And these were complex financial structures that would contain stocks of the various businesses. He restructured, when I was there, Wexner's business in its entirety, as I recollect. And then not only that, but there were business interests. So Wexner owned or built or designed, or I don't quite know how to characterize it, but New Albany, which is a center outside of Ohio, Columbus, Ohio specifically. And he built, I remember this conversation, he built himself a very large house, like truly enormous. It's one of the biggest private homes I've ever been to. And he built all the houses around him. And I'm like, this is so random. Why would you do that? And he said to me, well, because I want to make sure that the people around me are my friends. I want my friends around me and my neighbors. And I was like, well, whatever. Okay. I've been around enormous wealth my whole life. And I've like, at some point, I'm just like, okay, whatever. I get it. And so that's what he did. But Epstein ran New Albany, which included a country club and a golf club and gosh, your boss is one of the all-time great, businessmen in this area. You know what that is, and he certainly does. So there'd be that, and there was a business that Epstein, well, he told me he owned it. I can't say that for sure because I don't know, but it's a sports thing. Riddell, is that a business? Riddell's. I thought about it last night. It's red and it had hats, helmets. Riddell's.
Rydell.
Yeah, Riddell's.
Okay.
Now, how he owned that, well, he told me he owned it, but how he owned that, but that was before I think I came in and he had it, or he said he did. And he had other businesses. I know this notion that he did nothing and he just was a grifter and whatnot. Okay, I'm not going to say that's not true, but it's not what I saw and it's not what I believe is true. Not because it couldn't have been that he didn't grift or whatever the word is of people, but I saw what I thought looked like real work.
Well, why don't we take a break? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, the time is now 10:35, and we'll take a break. We are resuming from break, and the time is 10:49 on Friday, July 25th.
Okay. All right. Um, so we've talked around this issue, but talked about it a little bit. I want to spend the next hour or so, or however long it takes. When I want to focus kind of exclusively on Epstein and like his criminal conduct with respect to women. Do you said yesterday a couple times that like you now kind of recognize or think that there was things that he did that you didn't know about and that he kept from you or that you didn't see. What did you see? So you said yesterday, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, that at some point he was getting massages 7 days a week, sometimes multiple massages a day. Women have said that were there, that say they were there giving him massages, said that those included some sort of sexual conduct, however you define that in the broadest sense, not just a traditional massage regularly. So what did you see and hear at the time? And then I think, aside from what you saw and heard at the time, now that you've been through what you've been through and heard people say what they've said and read what they've read, where does that leave you in your mind with what happened?
Okay. So I saw Epstein with women. What I mean by that is he would have women around him, or women on the plane, or women in his house, or that's how I'm explaining that. Those women were very interested. What my characterization of the relationships between all women that I saw with him and him was characterized by, their interest in him as I would see it. And by that I mean I never saw anybody who didn't want to be with him, maybe socially or whatever. I never saw anybody not under any form of duress in any type of situation where they were, as I would characterize it, looking uncomfortable or in any way distressed. In the entire time I was with him or traveled with him, I never saw that. So anytime I saw anybody with him, they were happy to be with him. He would ask people all the time, whoever you were, to massage his feet. It just was, he'd be sitting there and he'd have somebody massage his feet or squeeze his shoulders, or I saw that a lot. It was an ubiquitous interaction, if you will. So I did see that. I saw physicality, but not anything that was I don't know how to characterize it. Anything that looked aggressive, I suppose, to define that. So I never saw an aggressive move. I never saw anything that was
non-consensual.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay. I never saw anything that was non-consensual. So if he, well, maybe they didn't, I never saw anything that looked like they didn't like the hug, or I never saw what I would characterize as anything that was unconsensual.
Did you see him either receiving or participating in sexual conduct during massages? Understanding you never saw something non-consensual, did you see him engaged in sexual conduct during massages?
Well, you could define sexual conduct as in, I did see women who could have been, less than normally clad for massage, but especially on the island where they would be in a bikini or possibly even topless. Yeah, I did see that. So you would. But
what about Yes, I agree. That's one area. Like, so women who were either not clothed or topless with just a bottom on. Um, but beyond that, did you see as part of that him touching them? And again, I'm not talking about consent or not consent or age or, I'm saying like there's multiple, dozens and dozens of women who have said that they engaged in sexual contact, and I agree there's a broad range of how that can be defined, but defining it in the broadest of terms.
I saw him being physical with women. I did see that, but nothing that was not consensual. And to address the issue of the large number of women who today say that he was not consensual or coercive with them, I'm not sure. In my mind, I sort of have to characterize the two distinct areas. There's one where is the women who are not of age. Therefore, anything with them is immediately unconsensual.
Correct.
So let's start. And I want to define anyone who's underage versus anybody who's overage, because I do think that there's a very significant differential between the two.
Well, so does the law. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So
Yeah.
I don't mean that.
I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to deal with the thing which is really why we're here. I mean, not that I'm not going to deal with the other, but I just want to make a distinction with the underage situation because there's nothing about that that's right. I never saw anything with anybody who was certainly, to be categorical from my trial. Let's deal with that because that's something that I can say. I never saw that with them at all, and I would say that as described anyway in my trial did not happen as described. I'm not saying that Mr. Epstein did not do those things. I'm not casting those. I'm not going to say. I don't feel comfortable saying that today, given what I now know to be true. So I'm not here to defend him. But what I can say is that I did not participate in that activity. And
so let's divide this into two areas. Maybe there's more, but we'll start with two areas. One is there was testimony, and there's certainly been depositions and public statements that some of these young women had conversations with you about their age. So, for example, conversations about the fact that they were in high school, or conversations about the fact that they wanted to go to college one day, which would necessarily mean, well, not necessarily, but would be more likely to mean that they were in high school to talk to you about that. And so, were there women that you knew were underage? And I say that because that's different than whether they were sexually abused in any way by Mr. Epstein, just merely their age, going to give him a massage.
no, I never knew that, and I can categorically state that had any child said to me that they were 14, 15, 16, maybe not 17, because 17 in England, I mean, if someone had said they were 17, I've read so much that did happen. I mean, I would never have committed such a thing. I don't even know what I would have done.
So I think even someone who testified at trial, but certainly publicly talked about, was as young as 14 when she was introduced to Mr. Epstein. In your mind today, you kind of reject that happened, that you saw that, meaning you don't recall any obviously under 18 woman coming to give him a massage.
Well, I believe you're talking about Jane, and I'm very happy to address that. I actually don't think that the testimony is correct. I don't believe.
Yeah. Look,
No, I'm not. I just want to tell you.
I don't want to get into.
No.
He said, she said.
No, absolutely not. I don't want to go there. I'm not going to do that. But I believe that what took place with a lot of these people is that there was a slide, right? So there was a zone, and he did meet her, and I did meet her, and I knew that she was a young child, and I knew that she was not an adult, but I don't believe he met her till she was 16. So I'm not I'm not doing a he said, she said. I'm not doing that because that's not what we're here for.
Okay.
But he didn't meet her till she was 16. And the entire testimony of the 14, 15, and 16-year-old is therefore not accurate. Did I meet her when she was 16 with her mother? I absolutely did. And did I know that she was young? I absolutely did. But everything that took place that was alleged at trial at the 14 and 15 and 16 is not accurate. And
There's testimony, or and again, I'm using testimony in the broadest sense. Some of this is just public statements or something that's come out in civil lawsuits about you and Mr. Epstein giving like you're turning 18 birthday card to somebody, which again, if true, would by definition mean you knew that she was under 18. Do you recall doing that?
I do not. I mean, no memory of that at all. And I believe that would be the person that called herself Kate has now announced herself in her own podcast who she really is. Her name is. So I did not meet until actually she was either 20 or 21. So it would be very hard for me to have given her an 18 birthday card. And the testimony, there's also that slid back.
Do you accept that at some point, and we talked about this yesterday about how Mr. Epstein changed, but at some point, Mr. Epstein definitely preferred younger women.
I accept.
And I think you said yesterday, but say it again since we're talking about it. Is that something that you, in your mind, one of the areas where he changed from when you first met him until later?
So I just also want to be clear, I never understood that change to encompass children. I did see from when I met him, he was involved, friends with, or whatever, however you want to characterize it, with women who were in their 20s. And then the slide to 18 younger looking women. But I never considered that this would encompass criminal behavior. It never.
And so when you read, I guess 2 different times, right? One was during the Florida investigation when there were eventually public statements from some of these now women who testified about what they did with Mr. Epstein when they were under 18. At that point, did you realize, or did you think to yourself, this happened, or this could have happened, I missed it, or were you at that point still in the mindset that they were either not telling the truth or were not remembering what happened the way that accurately?
That's a very fair question. So I think that my view of this at that time, call it as contemporaneously as it did, because I don't think that stuff came out in public. I mean, I may have read things, but I don't. My first real memory of that is at the trial. But my viewpoint, if you will, was set from the minute that lied in her civil deposition, and I could never recover from that because.
Which lie? What are you referring to?
Her entire characterization of. Now, I don't remember how she came and whether I did.
I see.
But I'm talking about the first time she came to Epstein's house, which I knew to be false. So from that first lie of that description, I could never recover from that.
I understand. Okay. So.
And that tainted, just so that we're clear, it tainted then the testimony of everybody else that I saw that came post that, because I had my own personal experience, which I knew to be false.
Yeah. And the reason why I think, and I said to Mr. Marcus that this morning that we were going to talk about this, because when I think about you and the public's perception of Mr. Epstein, the public is left with the view that nobody in the world knows what really happened except for you. Okay. Now you've explained the last day and a half how some of that's just a misperception because you didn't have a key to his house. You weren't around as much as maybe everybody claims you were. Okay. But there still is this perception out there that, oh my gosh, if we could talk to Miss Maxwell, we would know how horrible Mr. Epstein was, or how misperceived he was, whatever the truth is about Mr. Epstein. And the challenge in my mind, just to be, I told you I would tell you when I had issues, and the challenge in my mind is that so many women have said that Mr. Epstein sexually assaulted them, whether juveniles or adults, that I don't find it, that's persuasive, right? That happened.
Okay, so
And so if that's persuasive, then, and I think it's beyond contestation that he preferred younger women, and it's also beyond, I think, at this point, there were certainly circumstances that underage women, well, I don't want to say that you agree with me on that. I certainly believe that there were younger age women that were abused by him. Okay. So the layer that I really want to have a frank discussion about is some of these women have said, oh yes, Ms. Maxwell was there, to varying degrees. She saw me there. The door was open when I was there, and then much more egregious, right? That you participated and that you were part of it. And so what I really want you to have an opportunity to say to us is where on the spectrum the truth is, whether it's somewhere in the middle, whether it's one extreme or another extreme. Understanding, in my mind, I'm talking about 1994, 5 to whenever, late 90s, early 2000s.
And let me just interrupt. And all I would say is, we're not here to say anything one way or the other about Epstein. I agree with you that the evidence is overwhelming against him, and he's his own person and has to deal with that. But Ghislaine can speak about what she knows,
yes,
and from her point of view and what she did, and that's what you can talk about, Ghislaine.
okay, so I think it's helpful to put this on the time on the calendar, because I think without that we're lost. So I would say we'll go from the beginning. 91, no. 2, no. 3, no. 4, no. 5, no. 6. Now, in that time frame, you have the allegations of Jane, who I dispute. I don't think he met her till she was.
Let's not talk about individuals.
Oh, no, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
but there's only, so in that time period, I'm only aware of her. I'm aware of a girl who said, but, and those, I don't know of any others, and if there are other people who are making allegations about it, I'm not actually aware of them. I may have read them but I don't know. So I think in the early 90s period, I think I'm fairly confident, and I can say that at least as characterized, it's just false. It didn't happen as said. Now, did it happen? Did he involve himself? I knew about Jane because I saw her come to the house, but I saw her with her mother. I know that her allegations are that there were orgies, for instance, but the people that she suggests were in her orgies didn't even work for Epstein until 98 or 99. Did he do orgies with those people and her? I don't know anybody who was there who said that they did. I certainly didn't see it, so I can't say that happened. Did she do it with someone else? I don't know. The stories really start, the allegations really begin with, and I think that you have to shift his behavior, such as it was. There was one in California who made an allegation. There was a woman who said that I didn't know about. And so I think I would call her the first person. I'd be aware of him using his position to...
But, sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to, I don't want to have you I don't think it's helpful for us to
Okay.
have you kind of address each allegation.
Okay.
I want you to clear your mind and just tell the truth about it. So I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. I'm saying just putting aside what other people have said or what their lawyers have said or what they testified to or, the rumors in the press, push those aside. You were there. And so when you go back to that time period, 92, 93, 99, 2000, 2001, during that time period, what did you see when it comes to young women and massages?
All right, so I saw him receive massages. He had regular masseuses in the 90s, people who were standard and who traveled with him, and I saw that. He was living in that Iranian house, and now that I look back, I didn't stay there, but I would go to manage the house. I would see women, models, or people that he would have come to the house. I know that I thought that he was with Eva still at that time. That's what I believed. And then subsequently believed that even though she married him, I actually subsequently believed that the baby that she had was his.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah, of course.
Can I just ask some basic top line questions?
Yes.
Were you ever in a massage room with him and a masseuse?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
Well, he would come in sometimes and he would say, give her a massage here, or he would grab my, but not often. I mean, he did come in from time to time.
Were you ever in a massage room with him with a masseuse that was naked or giving him any sexual favors?
I never saw that. That I remember.
Okay. Did any of the masseuses ever discuss with you giving that they gave sexual favors to Epstein?
No.
Did you ever see an underage girl go into a massage room with Mr. Epstein?
No.
If you had seen that, what would you have done? Would you have left?
I can't even conceive. I can't even conceive of. I can't imagine what I would have done.
All right. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Epstein masturbating during a massage?
Yes.
Um,
I mean, when I'd seen him on a massage table, I had seen him masturbate. I don't know if there was a masseuse present, but I've seen him on a
I
massage
see.
table.
Okay.
Sorry, I just.
Did you ever see him masturbate with a masseuse? With a naked woman, either giving a massage, or reporting to give him a massage.
I don't remember seeing that.
Did you give him massages, by the way? I mean, there's a photo of you rubbing his feet, and I think.
I certainly have been in the massage room with him, and I have certainly rubbed his feet and when he would talk, but I was not a masseuse, and I didn't perform massage on him.
Did you, over the years, did you pay the masseuses?
It was typically not my job, but if there was nobody else, normally, so in Palm Beach, the houseman would give the money, and in New York, he would do that because I wouldn't be in New York when I don't remember ever paying a masseuse in New York.
So it
But
wasn't
maybe
it wasn't your job
No.
on a regular basis to pay the masseuse. So if there was a masseuse 7 days a week, it wasn't expected that 7 days a week you would be the one handing them money.
Mostly I would not. I'm not saying I never did it because that wouldn't be true, but it was not my job to pay him. I mostly recall he would either pay them himself, he would have money, or the houseman, and I think some of them would have probably received checks.
And so just picking up on what Mr. Marcus was just asking you, did you participate in sexual activity with him with a masseuse, like at the same time?
No.
And so the testimony, I don't know if there was testimony, but the women who have said that happened, categorically, that's not true.
That is categorically not true.
Did you, moving past moving into the 2000s?
I just want to say that
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
have been, I remember there'd be times when he'd be getting a massage and I would be in the room, I could be on his feet and somebody else could be on his feet and we could be talking. So there is that.
But that's not, you're
No.
not talking about something that's sexual. You're talking about literally just rubbing his feet.
Yes,
Okay.
but I mean. you
But
know,
that's not what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm
okay, but
saying,
they could be, sometimes the women might be topless who are giving that, so you could say that was sexual in a context.
no, I'm talking about the repeated reports of certain sex acts happening with you present and even participating.
No,
Did you in the 2000s time period, so moving a little more recently, when you talked about it yesterday about how your relationship with Mr. Epstein changed and was changing, and you ultimately met somebody else, did you observe any, massages or young women giving him massages later on, so after 2000, 2001 time period?
I'm sure I did.
And was there anything different about what you observed during that period and the 90s as far as the frequency, his conduct towards them?
I think the frequency increased. I think he went from 1 to 2 in that time period. But I did not see, I have no recollection of ever seeing a child entering the house and giving him a massage. At that time, he had moved me out of the main house. I had moved into an office with John Alessi, the former butler, under the stairs. So I had an office where I would be that was not part of the house. If I saw people, and I'm not saying I didn't see people come to give him a massage, that wouldn't be true either, but if I saw someone, let's say, I don't remember ever seeing anybody that I would characterize as a child. Now, specifically, someone who accused me of seeing her, at the time when she came, if I did see her, and I don't believe I did see her or meet her at all, but if she did, she was, as she's described herself now, was very mature and looked in her 20s. So could somebody have come that was more mature looking than the allegation of what she did look like or the photograph that was produced as evidence? Yes. But I never recall at any time seeing what I would characterize as a child coming to give him a massage and going upstairs. Did I see people come? I absolutely did. I just didn't see children. I didn't see anybody I would think of as a child. And if I had seen a child, I'm not sure what I would have done.
Well, did you, just talking, like coming out a little bit of just bigger picture, do you, at the time that you were in his life, was he did he seem to you to be a sexual deviant or I don't know what the right way to describe it, but when you say to me, he was getting massages every single day, right? So young women were everywhere, multiple massages on some days, flew with the women to the island, to New York, Paris. There's always women. They're always rubbing him, giving him massages. I think it would be an understatement to say that that's not normal.
I agree.
We've all kind of been part of the Epstein story over the past several years, but you were there at the time, okay? What was it like at the time? I mean, was he a creepy guy when it came to that sort of thing? Was he protective of how he looked publicly, image-wise? Like, at the time, what was it like?
I think if he had been creepy, like as you would define and you would expect someone who was living that lifestyle to be creepy, I don't think the women would have been there. I don't think that they thought of him as creepy. And if they did, I never saw them behave like he was being weird. Was it a lot? Yes, it was, for sure. I found it overwhelming and I couldn't understand why it was interesting, because to me, it's not interesting. But he as he defined it, he found it invigorating. He liked being with younger people. And I'm not just younger people. I'm just saying because they gave him ideas and they were up to date on music and
Yeah, but that's different than like a
I'm just
masseuse
saying,
coming every
I'm
day.
just telling you what he was saying
Yeah.
to me. I mean, to me, I just found it a drag and difficult and annoying.
Did you,
But understand, I wasn't the only person present. So this time in the 2000s, you're talking about other people like Sarah Cullen, who was around, who interfaced with him. I didn't have to. She was really interfacing with Epstein at this point in time in his life. She was running his. She was his assistant, and
Well,
so I didn't have to.
that's a fair point, but move beyond his assistants or the folks that work with him. What about his friends and the people that were associated with him? That it couldn't be. It doesn't. I don't understand how this is an after fact of Mr. Epstein. So once he's arrested in Florida, it becomes part of his story, and then later on, he's charged in the Southern District, and then here we are now in 2025. But he was a very successful, hardworking guy, and he had a lot of clients, and he flew with them on vacations and went to the island. It doesn't. I don't understand how he was able to hide this. What seems to me to be some sort of sexual fixation or issue from others.
I don't think he did hide it. I think that's the answer, and I think that the people around him, myself included,
Yeah.
obviously, normalized his behavior on a number of fronts. One, I think because it was a because so many people saw it, of such a high caliber down that never seemed to think it would, well, if they thought it was strange, probably they never said it at the time. So it became sort of like it was his thing, right? He was always around with women. Now, I understand that it's very unattractive, especially in light of everything that we know today. But at the time, the only way I can sort of try and describe it is through Sex and the City, the movie, the show on telly, where that lifestyle is described on the TV show constantly. There are always these women around and men who like it, and a lot of the men that I know like women, and so maybe not as overtly as Epstein, but he was overt, not covert, except obviously in the context of the criminal behavior. So what we're discussing now, there's a difference between the criminal behavior and the non-criminal behavior. You don't like the lifestyle. I concur. I agree, especially now, and I own my side of that fence, that I was there and that I saw his behavior with women and didn't challenge him or do something. But I don't think back in the 90s or the 2000s we've had a cultural shift, and the cultural shift, I think, is a very important part of the analysis here. Not because I'm trying to justify this, because I'm not, and I'm not trying to, and I'm not here to do the Poor Me program, so please don't misunderstand this. However, in the 2000s, when this behavior was going down, in the initial blush of the Palm Beach investigation, the women who brought the women who were underage, 17, 16, I believe, if my memory serves, were actually targets of the investigation and could have been charged with prostitution and trafficking, if trafficking was even a law. So you're taking behavior, and I did introduce him to women. I did, but not underage women. I understand that there are allegations. I have read them about myself going to schools. I can categorically tell you that I have never in my life gone to a school to pick up a child. Well, not for this purpose. I mean, like my stepchildren, but okay, sorry. Just,
No, I understand.
okay, thank you. I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to be cute or anything. But I did look for masseuses. I did. I went to spas, and if I met somebody who said she was a masseuse, I did not check their credentials. And of course, if she was attractive, I did introduce her. Yes. If I met friends who were interested, he was constantly asking me to meet new and interesting people. I did do that. At the time, I viewed it as, well, first of all, part of my job, I think, or part of my responsibility, if you were, to introduce, because it wasn't just women. If I met somebody who was interesting, like Mary Gelman, or who I thought he would like, I did that. So it's not exclusively, but he did. And I did do that.
So, but then, so I want to layer on top of what you just said, what we talked about yesterday more, but a little bit today already, which is everybody that was around him besides you, like his friends. So I accept the lifestyle. I've seen the photos, the fact that we're all going to go to the island for a couple days, or fly on a private plane, and there's beautiful women everywhere. Is there any, I mean, do you, as you sit here today, think that the people around him weren't also of the same place, where they were also getting massages, where there was sex going on during them, or things like that? And I'm obviously asking this because that's what what everybody has said. And when you just described what it was like, the very next step from that is everybody's going to Vegas for the weekend, and so it seems kind of far-fetched to say that yes, that was his lifestyle, but then when he's taking groups of folks to the island, or groups of folks to New Mexico or whatever, that they're all going to church in the morning while he's getting a massage.
I hear you. I was there though, and
Yeah.
and you're talking about very substantial people, and you are extrapolating because the narrative that started in, by the way, not until 2009 is when it really started. So that narrative that was created and then built upon, and it just mushroomed into what, basically this is like a Salem witch trial. People gone lost their minds for this thing. I understand that. But the issue is, how do you satisfy a mob who can't understand the lifestyle because it's like P. Diddy in Redux on TV with Clintons and Trump? I mean, it's bananas. And while some of it is real, he did do those things. I'm definitely not disputing that. But this was a man, they didn't even believe he had a real business. I happen to believe he did. Did he grip? I don't know, because I wasn't really in his business. But this is a one man. He's not some. They've made him into this. He's not that interesting. He's a disgusting guy who did terrible things to young kids. You're not going to hear me say what he did to people who are over the age of 18. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go there. That's just not what I'm here to. I mean, okay. But to suggest that Larry Summers or Clinton would suddenly go, oh my gosh, this is like a guy, I'm going to get my body rubbed and have some sex. The men that went and had a massage and maybe did something sexual? The men. I wasn't in the room. I cannot tell you if that happened. And if it did, I never paid for that. Just so that we're clear. Nobody ever said to me, oh, we had sexual intercourse and that's if it was a 3. I'll be like, okay, TMI. No, not my business. You want to? It's just not. And I didn't want to know. Well, maybe there's that. But did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. if you met Epstein, there is no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, some of you in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers and you know, would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find that. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. Now, did some... Okay, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see it.
So when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage?
I want to say 2007.
2007?
Yes.
And the frequency at that point, so 2007, is that when it was at its peak, would you say? Meaning the number of interactions he was having daily with women and masseuses.
So I wasn't really in his life. I happened to be in the Caribbean in 2000. I was with Ted.
Okay.
And I was still speaking with Epstein because I was still involved in his, loosely with his, the houses and the staff and some of the billing. And I was going back from being with Ted in the Caribbean to New York, and Epstein offered me a ride. And so Ted dropped me off in St. Thomas, and I was on the island, I believe, or one day and one night only. On that visit, I believe, well, I know we would have gotten a massage, but I have, there were people there, but I did not, and there were women, and I was just relieved not to be leaving the next day.
Let's take a break.
All right, we're going to take a break. The time is 11:31. We are resuming the audio recorded proffer agreement with Ms. Maxwell, and the time is 11:49 a.m.
All right. I wanted to follow up about former President Clinton's relationship with Mr. Epstein, not you. Can you, we touched on it, but can you just I have a couple questions about it, but what's your understanding of their relationship from what you observed? Meaning former President Clinton and Mr. Epstein.
I saw them talk. I saw them sit down and have chats about, I don't know, I wasn't either party or didn't listen. And I know I would characterize, originally anyway, Mr. Epstein's interested in him because obviously he's the former president. But I never saw him, other than that, I saw them be friendly on the plane, but I don't recollect anyway, ever seeing them in any other context. I don't remember him at his house in New York. Like I said, I don't believe he ever went to the island. I think that was just that was a story that did.
Do you know one way or the other whether their relationship continued without you, like when you kind of moved on past Mr. Epstein?
I don't believe so.
Why do you say that you don't please him?
Because I don't think they had a relationship even when I was there. President Clinton liked me, and we got along terribly well. But I never saw that warmth or that warmth, like how you want to characterize it, with Mr. Epstein and Mr. So I didn't see that. I didn't see any interest in. I didn't see President Clinton being interested in Epstein. He was just a rich guy with a plane.
When the Southern District of New York case kind of became public and there was a search warrant of Mr. Epstein's house, there was some sort of painting or picture with Mr. Clinton and like a blue dress that had been signed. Do you know where he got that picture or that painting?
First I saw it was in the press.
So you never observed that in his
No.
brownstone?
No. I thought it was hideous.
What's that again?
I thought it was hideous.
But you had never, so you don't know, sitting here today, where Mr. Epstein got it,
No.
the circumstance under which you got it.
No.
Do you know of any other gifts or paraphernalia or art or pictures that former President Clinton gave to Mr. Epstein?
No. I mean, did he maybe get him a gift? I don't know. I have no knowledge of that.
And then going back to the topic we were talking about before our last break, well, when you said something yesterday at the very beginning of our conversation, that when you first met Mr. Epstein, and you ultimately have sex with him, that he had, I'll use the word erectile dysfunction, but he had issues having sex.
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
Okay. And then over the years, you said sometime in the 90s, you started taking testosterone.
Yes. Well, I don't know if it was in the 90s. I don't remember when he started, but it wasn't. He had patches, testosterone patches.
Okay.
Dermal.
Like on his arm.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he was ridiculous because you shouldn't take more than one, but sometimes he had like, well, I'm like, what are you doing? It's like unhealthy.
Okay. From what you observed or saw or heard, did he continue to have challenges sexually over the years, or do you think that whatever issue he told you he had was fixed?
I think it was a lie
You think it's lying about what?
about his erectile dysfunction.
Oh, you mean you don't think he ever had any issues? You think he just told you that?
That is what I believe today, yeah. But if any of the stories are true, he couldn't have had erectile dysfunction. The thing had a priapism, for Christ's sake.
Well, that's one of the reasons for my questions. I mean, you're right. I mean, and again, we've talked about this a fair amount, but what did the stories of what masseuses underage and overage have said about him and what he liked or what he demanded that they do, whether it's watching him masturbate or pinching his nipples, kind of things that are unusual. Do you believe that? Like, from what you saw, from what you observed, from what you did when you were in a relationship with him, or is that true?
Well, the bulk of what I read, he did not have sex. So that is consistent with what he told me, actually. And his masturbating, that is also consistent with what I knew myself. And I'm going to use a bad word.
Please, you can use whatever word you need. Yes.
Blowjob.
Okay.
He liked blowjobs.
Okay.
That I did observe. Then he didn't seem to have any erectile dysfunction for blowjobs. But sex he didn't have. So when I read the stories about the allegations of sexual rape, I find that challenging because that was not his modus operandi, from my perspective.
But when you read about blowjobs, that would be consistent with kind
That
of
would
what
be
you.
consistent, as would masturbation. Yes.
Did you talk to masseuses or women that either he was in a relationship with or who asked you about working with him? Did you tell them, yes, he likes blowjobs, yes, he'll masturbate in front of you? Like, did you have conversations with any of those, with women about what Mr. Epstein liked or what would make him happy or things like that?
I don't have any memory of telling anybody about that. I think I may have joked, like saying, oh my God, like from a Sex and the City scene that, he's, but not, I never instruct. The question you're asking me, sorry, let's just be clear. Did I ever instruct anyone how to pleasure Mr. Epstein? Your question, no.
And you said this earlier, but I want to just, you kind of said it on your own. I want to ask the question just so I make sure that there's no confusion. When you, over the years.
Sorry, can I just?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
I
please.
just want to say the idea that I would have to explain to a woman how to satisfy Mr. Epstein is patently absurd because he clearly was able to explain himself. He didn't need an interlocutor to explain what he liked. He's been doing this, obviously, or some version of this story his whole life and did not require any help from me.
Then, So did you ever observe him having sex with a masseuse, regular intercourse, not a blowjob, nothing else, where you either walked in or you were in the room?
I never saw Epstein have sex with any person.
And so how about oral sex? Did you ever observe a woman giving him oral sex, whether you were in the room or walked in or?
I never saw anyone give Epstein a blowjob. No.
But you said earlier you did see him masturbating in front of masseuses.
I don't know if I said that. I don't know.
Okay, sorry. I don't want.
Sorry,
let me ask the question. Sorry.
I'm sure I said
No, that's fair. That's fair.
I said I saw him. I'm sure I saw him in a what some people could define as sexual contact. Because somebody could not have their clothes or topless. I would say maybe. I could say that. If I saw him having masturbating when someone was like, I don't recall that. I don't have a specific memory of it. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I know, understand. That's fair. Sorry, I'm not.
That's okay.
Surely not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, that's absolutely not. It's fine.
So, and you said, I think in passing, maybe not in passing, about whether other people who travel with him would get massages, or so that would when I say that I'm referring mostly to the island or potentially New Mexico, but also at his Palm Beach residence or even in New York. Do you know? Do you have a list of names in your head or names that come to mind of people that you know did get massages when they were with Mr. Epstein?
No, there's no list. There's no list of people getting massages. I don't have. I can barely recall all the people. I can barely recall. I struggle to recall actual people that I met, and I may have met a long time. I had even forgotten that about Mr. Kennedy, or I probably brought it up yesterday. It just came to my mind now. So I don't have, and there's no list. There was never a list. There was no, or certainly none that I ever saw, none I ever heard of, none that I ever witnessed, none that there's no list. There's never been a list.
And you never heard Mr. Epstein talk about such a list?
Never.
And you never heard Mr. Epstein suggest that he had some sort of control over somebody because of what he knew about what they had done, or had photos of him?
I never heard him. No, I never heard him ask questions about that. I never heard him. So I've been present many times with masseuses. Who presumably could or maybe did massage somebody. I'm not saying whether they did. I'm not just in the context. I never heard him ask any question of any masseuse who may have given a massage to a friend who was on the island or in Palm Beach or anywhere else for that, any details about that massage. Like, did he have a funky foot? No, I never heard that. It's weird.
And I think at one of the breaks today, your lawyer may have showed you something that just came out in the paper, I think, this morning or last night, a letter that is attributed to you, associated with this birthday book from 2003 that we talked about yesterday. Did you see that letter?
I did see that.
Is that, in fact, it just look like your handwriting or something you wrote?
So I don't remember the letter.
Okay.
But it does look like my handwriting, and it does look like my name, and it looks like it could be real, but I have no memory of writing that, and I don't remember it at all.
Do you remember what the birthday book, as they're calling it, what it looked like how it was put together?
I do.
What do you remember about it?
I remember it was leather bound. I remember it being about yay big. It was big, right?
So you're saying it looks like it's over 12 inches, 14, 15 inches?
Yes, it was sort of like folio size, I guess, or something like that, and like this. And it was brown and thick, about this thick.
Okay.
And
so I understand.
On heavy stock paper.
Heavy stock paper, like 14 inches high.
That looks about right.
And then around
Well, A4's okay. We had A4 because it was done on heavy stock paper, but I can't remember if it was folio size paper or it could have just been A4.
Oh, I see. So it could have just been letter size, or it might have been legal size.
Yes.
Heavy stock paper.
Yes.
And the folks that submitted letters were given the stock paper, or how were the letters, or did you like glue or something the letters to the stock paper?
Every which way. Some were given a paper and they did their own thing. Some would send me some scrap of paper and I would put it on the thing. Some I didn't get because they went straight to Epstein and I was just told to put them in, like I said.
And how was it bound?
It went to a professional binder who did it like a book that you'd see in the library.
So like the glue that keeps a regular book, a novel that you would read together, it was bound that way?
I believe so. I don't think it was stitched, but I don't remember. I mean, it was professionally done by a professional bookbinder.
And then after you presented it, or after it was presented to him when he turned 50, did you see the leather-bound book? Did he keep it somewhere in particular?
It was in his bookcase in 71st Street.
In Manhattan?
In Manhattan.
And did you see it over the years until you stopped going to the brownstone?
I saw it. I know I did see it because it was right behind his desk. And after I stopped going, I don't know what happened to it.
Do you remember being told or knowing where the book is now?
No, but when I received in Discovery those pages, I assumed that it had been found when either New York or the island was searched, and I assumed that the Southern District of New York had it.
But I think you said yesterday, but just to go over it again in case you remember anything differently, you recall seeing some of the letters in Discovery.
I do.
But you don't recall kind of seeing the leather book start to finish.
No, but remember, I didn't see all Discovery because they were very clever about, I didn't receive all Discovery, period. And in fact, very important items were not given to me at all, including witness testimony from grand jury.
So you don't know one way or the other whether it was part of Discovery. You just know that you didn't get it. It wasn't part of Discovery that was given to you.
Correct. But I'm absolutely sure that the Southern District of New York hid very important pieces of evidence from me.
Okay.
And I assumed that they leaked it, because where else would it be? If that's what it is, if it's true.
Okay. So I'll say it to you, I've talked a little bit to your lawyer about it. I said to you yesterday that the purpose of what we did yesterday and today was exactly what we did, which is to have a conversation about Mr. Epstein and about you. And I think it's very challenging to talk about everything we talked about in 1.5 days or in just a period of hours. So I'll talk to Mr. Marcus about kind of what we're going to do next, if anything. I'm not being coy, or I don't know yet. I don't know. So we have some work to do. We'll do it with your lawyers to the extent we have questions or follow up. This has been very helpful. I think it was you who kind of said you wanted to talk, but we gladly accept it. So I do appreciate you being willing to meet with us, and I expect that we'll be in touch soon. All right.
This concludes the recorded proffer interview of Ms. Maxwell. The time is 12:05 p.m. on Friday, July 25th.